2018. Today I'm going to discuss digging and cleanup. I apologized earlier in my garden video, a couple of them actually, because I didn't have any footage of me actually digging and tilling the garden as I was doing it. And the reason for that was because I was updating my computers from Windows 7 to Windows 8, and like this one, it's an older computer, so I still had to update them, and in the process I ended up wiping my external hard drive that had all my raw video and everything that I had, which I did have video of me doing actual gardening, digging, and doing everything. It got completely erased. So I said that I did have video of some of the things I did this year, and I wanted to show you some video of some of the things I have been doing. And like I've been saying, the reason why I started doing all this was because I wanted to try to revitalize my yard. When we moved in, the people that lived here, they were dumping stuff in the backyard. I guess they were in roofing, and they were taking their shingles and stuff and just dumping them in the backyard on the ground. Had just tons and tons of stuff laying there. Had cinder blocks, had clay blocks, stuff like that. So we ended up having to actually go through and clean that whole thing up. There was glass and nails on the ground, everything. It was unsafe for any of the kids to come in and play in. So this is the video that I've got, and that's an old tree that is in the backyard that I wanted to take shots of. And that's some of the mess that we still have around with some of my work there. I've been digging through there. I want to turn this area into like a potato patch, and maybe put some, artichokes and asparagus or whatever in there. I want to make this a part of it. That's the pile that I was able to pull out of that hole right there. I've got a little squared off area there now where I've actually started my first small potato patch. I used that trench or gutter from a house gutter. I cut it up into small pieces, and I'm going to do a little experiment that I want to do with growing potato buds. And I'll show you that here in a minute. It should show. But that was the pile that I pulled up, and I pulled a lot of them up too. Over on the side where the concrete slab is, that's a lot of the stuff that I had to sit there because I didn't have any space to put it anywhere else. I'm in the process now. I keep getting that all cleared off, and little table and stuff like that. And I came through and I took pictures of it over and over again as I went. I think I've got video here too of when I finally got all the mess cleaned up. I think I took four to six coffee cans to fill just to get that up off there. There could have been more actually. Yeah, this is it. You'll see the little potato bed I started, and here it is. I found nails, I found glass, there was shingles. I even have shots of the petrified, I think it's chicken bones. I hope it's chicken bones, but they're petrified little chicken bones that were in the ground. I'm guessing that back in the day it was legal for people to take the trash out of the backyard and bury it. I'm thinking that's what it was. It was their trash hole. They were burying their trash out there. This right here is the beginning of another potato patch. Grow potatoes in there. And this is what I found here. This is that right there. It looks like a little doorbell or something. I'm not quite sure. And that right there, all that's caked in there. It won't come out. It's just solid. I found a 9-inch nail. I found quite a few 9-inch nails back there. And here's the petrified chicken cones. All the time I was doing that, I was thinking, man, it'd really suck if I found some dead body or something laying back here, you know. There, get that one. Somebody bury a dead baby or something. 'Cause that bone looks pretty suspicious. I started clearing this out. Eventually I want all this to be nothing but garden. That's back directly behind the shed that we have right next to the compost pile. On the other side is my, it's a slab of concrete. I'm going to turn this into a growing bed too. I'm going to rake it out, dig that up, put wood and everything down in there, and declare it like I did the other one. It's just all going to be 3 separate growing bed areas. I'm going to clear out all them weeds. I've gotten a good start on that with the cinder blocks. I want to do all that too. It's close to the next season, growing season, and I went out back and looked, and none of the weeds or anything that was there before seems to be growing back up. I think I did a pretty good job of digging up all of it and killing it off. Here's another pile that I found. This is whenever I was working on the garden, doing all the stuff in the yard, cleaning out the totes when I was moving the dirt from back in the back up to the totes. I took the dirt that I had in those holes and I put them in the totes. I'd put a layer of dirt, then I'd take cardboard boxes, open them up and flatten them out. And then the leftover cantaloupe that I had that was compost, I'd put over that in a layer. Then I'd cover it with cardboard, put dirt, and then I would do cantaloupe, and, you know, just layer it all the way up. And as I did, I would clean the dirt out as I went. And that's basically, this is the stuff that I pulled out of there. I found balls of rust. I mean, just rust. This stuff had been in the dirt so long it turned into a solid ball. Well, you know, that's some of the stuff I did, and I've still got more plans. I'm going to do pretty much the entire backyard. I'm going to go through and clean up, do exactly what I'm doing there. It's a lot harder than I thought it was, and I've got to really back up my pace and realize that it's going to take longer than I thought it would. But I'm not going to give up on it. I'm going to keep doing it, you know. So, like I said, that area that I just showed you, that was a mess. And getting it cleared out like I did, I mean, that was a big accomplishment. So, last year, I was talking about how I want to revitalize the yard, and I've mentioned it a couple times in a few of the videos this year. But the reason why I started all this was so that I could go through and work on some of the yard period and dig up the ground and get in there and clean up some of the soil, because when we moved in it was pretty messed up. And this is some of the video that I wanted to share with you of how I've been doing with my compost pile. Last year I started to compost. I dug up about maybe a 2-foot hole, put clay bricks in this corner area of an old building where the foundation was still there. You can see it in the video. I took and I made basically a squared off area with clay blocks and cinder blocks, and then I put tree branches and things like that down and made it into a compost pile. And what my plan is eventually is I'm going to take and make a grow beds with them. I put compost down at the bottom, put a layer of cardboard over the top of it, and then put topsoil on top, and then put plastic over it, and grow in those grow boxes, or those grow beds. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and start my video. This is the beginning of this year. I ended up moving it from where the grow bed is right there on the right hand side to right next to it. I haven't covered it up yet. I went through and I leveled it all down. I put cardboard down, which was boxes and a couple of soda boxes, and then I took dirt and put it over the top of that. This part up front was a little part that I had there too. That's the composting out, broke down. And then I took cinder blocks and made it go around it. I dug the hole out next to it. This is after it was all done. I put the plastic around it, and I'm still going to get a little front there too. I cleared away that area. I'm going to make maybe a pumpkin patch or some blueberries growing around there. And I finally got the compost pile covered, and it's not perfectly covered, but I've got it covered. And right now I'm trying to grow peaches in that grow bed. I have some peach seeds down in there. One thing I can tell you, I'm not going to be able to grow anything like vegetables or anything, because we got massive squirrel back there. They get up in those trees and start knocking down those walnuts, just dropping them down on top of it. And I know it looks dirty there, but that's actually good for compost. Wintertime was getting ready to come in, and I just let all that stuff lay because it helps keep everything warm in that area. So instead of trying to clean it up, I just left it there, made sure everything else was cleaned up on top of it. And you can see my little structure here, where you could have where I want to do blueberries maybe. And that's the guttering. I pulled that out from beside the shed. I'm going to do something with that next year. All of that compost is eventually going to be laying out. And all this area right here is going to end up being a garden. I'm going to try to do these, get them opened up and have more grow boxes for this year like I had the other two. I've got more video of that too, but I've got to get through everything and start taking pictures of it and showing it. And I will have that video available, but I'm going through my videos now and catching up. So if you, thanks for watching. If you like the video, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, give some feedback, some advice. And like I said in all my videos, if you have any helpful advice, feel free to give it, because I definitely do need help in recognizing, plant types, things like that. I'm pretty much, all I'm basically doing is I'm getting my hands dirty, getting out there and actually doing it and learning from it as I go. So if you guys have any tips, any advice, feel free to give it to me.
I was able to extract a few thousand, so
Yeah.
restricted at the time.
technically, not only were you violating the terms of service, but you probably were violating potential inland revenue regulations.
I'll do it.
Don't quote me on that, though.
I'll do it in a heartbeat, dude. I have no respect for these laws. These bastards, they can kiss my ass. I'm gonna
Okay.
go.
I hope you would like wearing an orange jumpsuit.
They won't send me to prison because freaking, you know why?
Why?
Here in the United States, we get fined for stuff. We don't go to jail. We're not like debtor
Okay.
prisons like they have over in England. Well, Indiana is a
I
debtor.
know. I know. White collar fraud is a serious offence, and a lot serious in the US than it is in the UK.
Well, the only state I know of that has a debtor prison in the United States is kind of Indiana. They're the only ones. But they get you on the failure to appear thing. Like they'll make you go to court every
Okay.
month
Yeah.
over a debt, and if you don't show up for court, they can put you in jail for it.
I
But
wonder. Yeah, I've heard a lot of stories about IRS officials and public in the US.
I've actually found out. Whenever we were talking about that with Odyssey and Library,
Yeah.
I actually
Yeah.
found out they don't have the manpower to actually do it. Like they don't have the manpower to actually go out and do good investigations on these things. Now they can go after big platforms
Uh,
like Odyssey and Rumble and stuff, but like me, they're not gonna
yeah.
come after me over it. You know what I mean? They just don't have the manpower for it. So
I don't know if I can
I'm cool. I'm good to go.
people in
I'm just gonna freaking openly say it on the internet, dude, that I am going to do illegal trades with mines tokens, dude. I am Roger Hanson, and my
if
address is New York City.
FBI remember FBI just stick them on the list or two.
Yeah. Well, FBI. I'm not getting caught up in the whole FBI thing. I'm not afraid of him either. Like that's Mr. Robot. He's the one that's afraid of the FBI or the CIA. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mine's Gaming was the one that was afraid of the FBI.
Um,
So, well, that's because Mines is a freaking American citizen and Mr. Robot's from Australia. So, but
yeah.
they're both afraid of the United States government.
All right. I think Mr. Robot being on Australia, that's got much more pressing issues to think about.
I was telling Vincent that on X, he's sitting there talking about like all these immigrants coming into New Zealand and shit, and that like they're the biggest problems and shit. And I was like, dude, freaking you. From what I've seen, is immigration is a problem in New Zealand, but it's mostly from immigrants coming from Africa, India, and New Zealand. And he's like, well, it's those aborigines too that are living on these islands. I'm like, no, dude, it's socialism. It's freaking all of these socialist freaking people coming from like South Africa and freaking India and New Zealand. And then I told him about what's his name, the dude that we hang out with on Jeffy's show, Amos. And I was like, you need to check him out and talk to him. He can give you a lot of information about what's going on in Australia. There's some crazy shit going on there.
Hmm.
Hey,
In the last couple of weeks, I've created two posts in relation to Australia. One in relation to the social media ban for under 16s, which I've got some sympathy for. I can sort of see the reasons for. But yeah, it's how it's going to be implemented, which I have a problem with, and also the anti-free speech laws that the Australian government is
yeah,
seeking to approve,
exactly.
much like the Canadian laws.
And they just and you just mention that stuff and people don't even want to hear it, dude. They're like, oh no. It's because they've been born into that socialist kind of atmosphere, and that's all they know. You know what I mean? It's like they don't. like they call themselves colonialists of England, and they just think it's colonialism, and it's not. It's straight up socialist. You know, like
Left wing, Marxist, cultural Marxism.
right, and they're just thinking, you know, that their freaking their allegiance is to the Queen of England, you know, and that's it. They don't.
King, please.
Well, yeah. Well, according to Robot, freaking their constitution in Australia says that to the Queen's sovereignty.
It did for the first, I think, 2 months after the reign of Charles, and then it did get amended.
Oh, okay. So
This happened through a number of different Commonwealth countries. I think Jamaica or Tobago or Jamaica, I think, had the same problem. And I know Canada, there was a report at one point about Canada still saying Her Majesty.
so you mean you guys still freaking run Jamaica?
Well, it's a Commonwealth country, isn't it?
I didn't know.
I think so.
So what's the deal with you guys letting them smoke it up, dude? Like they're old. I mean, dude, they're like fucking getting high all the time. I'm pretty sure freaking English people don't approve of that shit.
Wow. Yeah, Jamaica is a Commonwealth country.
Really? That's fucked up. Like all the rebellious music too, from like all the reggae and shit, like talks about how they want freedom and stuff, and like they're all bowing to the king and queen and shit. You know, like a load of shit. Just a load of shit. I'm never gonna listen to reggae again. Thank you, man. That's fucked up. So far I've been just getting disappointed about this stuff. You know what I mean? It was bad enough Canada was owned by you guys.
Well, owned.
Come on, you know.
Not sure if owned is the correct term.
Well, word is that you guys own frickin' United States too. That's what I've heard.
Right.
I don't know if it's true or not.
We own the world.
And it's like Hector, you know, he kept talking about like people were going to come in and steal Mexico, or the United States was going to invade Mexico. And I told him straight up, I was like, dude, look, nobody fucking wants Mexico. You know what I mean? Mexico's...
You send tokens, Roger?
Huh?
Did you send 100 tokens to Mr. Edward?
Here in a minute, I'm getting ready to. I gotta figure
Oh,
out...
I was just... It was 100.
It's really weird how they're doing it. Like, they want you to do, like, in a certain amount, and I've got, like, 94, I believe. But I'm getting ready to do it now. Let me figure out. I had it on here. Alright, here we go. Now I gotta go to... They keep opening up. Freaking... There we go. Let me see here. It's 92.901. 92.901 tokens. And I understand this transaction is non-refundable.
Yep, non-refundable.
We just sent a 6-digit authorization. Come on, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, your two-factor authentication.
Let me make sure this isn't popping up on my on the stream as we're doing it.
It doesn't matter. It's only a one-time number anyway.
Well,
Once you've used it, it gets destroyed.
I gotta be careful, dude. I got fucking emails that might be inappropriate.
Okay. Okay.
Think about it, dude. You know what I mean? Think about it. Okay, yeah, here we go. I got it. This actually went by a lot easier than what I'm used to when it comes to doing the auto. Okay, let's do it. two-factor code was incorrect. Seriously. Okay. Yeah, it didn't copy the factor it was doing the. There we go. You got it.
Cool. Yeah, I just saw a notification. Me. Maybe not. Oh, yeah. There's a problem with notifications when it comes to wires. But should see it there. I've got to get that ticket up with this. Yeah, thank you.
There we go.
Cool.
How many more do you
Yeah,
need?
thank you. Okay.
How many more do you need?
Let's just have a look. Token. So that's 2,320, and I need 500. So that would be 500 minus 320.
There you go. That'd be
So 180.
180. So now you gotta find you a nice little filly in town and tell her freaking give you mine tokens and shit. You know?
Cool. I've been running ever since we moved over to Mines tokens. I've been running a spreadsheet and been entering numbers every single day. So every single day since, every sort of single day since March the 27th, 2018.
Oh wow! They should put you in charge of the analytics. I think you'd be good at that.
Why do you think when we had those issues with tokens not liquidity and holdings not being recorded the next day?
Yeah.
I was able to jump on there immediately, create GitLab tickets, inform people through the canaries. Because I was monitoring it every single day.
Okay, now give me a second. I gotta step away for a second. I'll be right back. No, you do better talk more, cause like.
I believe you have earned more tokens than like 2,000 over 8 years now.
Hang on. My token. What's the actual full summary? Off-chain token. Oh, actually, I haven't added these new numbers to it. But before, as of yesterday, or as of this morning, off-chain 2,127.198, on-chain 1,000.
Wow.
No, and that's over what 5-6 years worth of work. Actually, longer, right. 7 years worth of work.
And it's not even $100 at the current time.
Huh?
The current value of the token, like that's like not even 100.
Yeah, the current value of the token is meaningless.
Sometimes I'll forget, and then I'll have all that shit on there.
This is why you should have an automated backup routine. I would suggest that you start compressing some of those files then.
No, I don't know if I can. You know how
makes more sense if you just.
You know how long it would take for it to compress 2 terabytes of freaking memory, dude.
If Windows, Microsoft products are known, or they're FAT32 and NTFS and XT or exFAT, are well known for taking a lot longer because of small files. If you, let's say you add 10 small files all ending up as a gig, and you've got one large file ending up as a gig, it takes longer to do any file transaction, such as compression or copying, on the smaller files.
Okay, so I've got at least 3 that I know of, maybe 4 series that we've done that's already got over 130 freaking 15-minute videos.
Have you got an optical drive on your machine?
I don't even know.
A DVD burner or something?
Oh no,
I was thinking of just using that as an archive mechanism.
No, I can't. I can't do that. I gave up the hard drives and stuff a long time ago. Mine's just a regular computer without any hard drives or floppy disks or anything of that nature.
One inside.
I could get an external one and put it on there, but I still don't like the idea of using. I still don't like using the whole USB setup. I still think freaking USBs are ridiculous. The way they.
I'm using USB over display port and power delivery on this machine.
Well, I mean, they could do better, is all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's not a good idea. It's just USBs aren't really, because it's like you got the blue coloring and then the white coloring and the.
The different versions.
I still don't know which ones. I know the blue ones are supposed to be the new version, isn't it?
Atypically, USB 3 or above. Atypically, but that's not always I don't think it's actually a set ISO. Will.
The white ones are. Now, which ones are the oldest? Is the USBs? Is it the white or the black ones?
Again, I don't think there's any technical standard on this.
See, that's not.
I think I've come across USB 1 and 1.1 drives, both black and white, or ports black and white.
See, that's not helpful at all, man. Thanks for nothing.
Sure.
Just had to say it, Well, I mean, it's like with the freaking what do you call those little pen, the pen drives. The majority of the time, they come with the freaking black coloring on it. I've rarely ever seen any that have white on them. The USB thumb drives.
Okay, got to. Well, it just depends on the design. I mean, this one's black one, even though it's a USB 2 device.
It's like freaking. That's the one thing that has always stuck out to me. Like I've never seen them have the white ones. You got white adapter. I seen a blue one there. Has that got a blue?
Yeah, it's got a blue center, but that's just an adapter. That's just an SD card to USB adapter.
You're all uppity up. Got the uppity up stuff.
Well, occasionally I need to play on SD cards. Very rarely these days, though.
Start having you rummage through your drawers and stuff so you can show us all the stuff you got hidden around, like all 1984 shit. Back when you had your Commodore. Or no, what's the English version of the stuff that you had? I keep forgetting it. The English computers.
Well, yeah, my own collection. When I was a kid was BBC B Plus. and then I moved to an Amiga 500 Plus in 1990.
Phew. Amiga, that was the one.
Yeah,
You're
Commodore
that,
Amiga.
that was the one. The weird, the weird part is, man, is I remember hearing about it, but I've never actually seen an Amiga.
Yeah,
Ever.
there's about what, four actually. In the domestic line, there's about three, maybe four machines. 500, 500 plus, 1200, 600, and of course the Amiga CD, which was just a converted, I think 600 plus, but no keyboard. It was more of a console. It was shipped as a console. But in the commercial setting, there's about 5 separate business machines, stretching from 1,000 to 4,000.
It's crazy. See, I remember whenever I was growing up, they had the Commodores, and then they had the what was the other ones?
Obviously, you would never have seen a BBC in the States, or very rarely. Also, you probably wouldn't have seen a Spectrum, Sinclair.
Well, all I know about Spectrum is like now they're like an internet company here in the United States.
Different company.
Is it a different company?
Yeah, it's a totally different company.
I thought they were the same.
No.
Well, I sent out invites to anybody who wanted to come in. I've got it set up now to where we're on all the channels. Well, I haven't checked Rumble yet, but I usually wait on that one because it takes it a while before it kicks in, so I just hold off on it. But we're good on YouTube. And D Live is actually working today, so.
Wow. I'll rewind you in 20 minutes' time.
Yeah, go back and check again. I can't believe they did that to me yesterday. So, this is basically going to be the last live stream that we're going to need for Live with Roger Hanson. And I wanted to.
Until when?
Next year. That's if I don't get utterly disgusted with live streaming and say screw it all.
I mean,
like
what, January?
Yeah, well,
7 months.
No, not January, because like I'm gonna do this in in increments is the word I'm looking for, because like now I don't know what's gonna happen with Minds Roundtable. You know what I mean? It's like I'm going to leave that on your guys' plate. If you guys want to do it again, we can.
Bad mouthing Bill.
I'm getting kind of burned out on Minds Roundtable, to be honest with you. It's like freaking, like Jaffe came on and wanted us to talk Minds business and shit. You know, I mean, come on, seriously, dude.
Actually, I had a message from Jaffe earlier this week, which I haven't replied to. Wanted me to aid him resolve some Linux technical issue. But I've just been so busy with other things, I've not replied to him yet.
Yeah.
But this weekend is a long weekend for me. It's a bank holiday Monday, summer holiday Monday. And so got plenty of time to reply to him over the weekend or something.
Okay, what's bank holiday? That's a English celebration, isn't it?
I think that's the last bank holiday before Christmas, as far as we're concerned. I think.
Well, what is a bank holiday? I mean, is that where all the banks take a holiday?
Yeah, where everything virtually shuts up.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I've never even realized you guys had something like that going on.
I'm not sure how many bank holidays we have in a year. May it's always 2. I'm not sure actually. How many bank holidays does the UK have?
That is interesting.
UK.
I think the only thing we've got like that from here is um, Cinco de Mayo.
You get all these weird days. So you get President's Day and Martin Luther King Jr. Day and whatever day.
Well, I
Employers'
mean,
Rights Day.
so you're telling me those are like bank days with a disguised name on top of them?
Sort of.
So you guys don't even like having enough imagination to like give them
Well,
a
we don't
make
name
believe
them up
name.
because some of these are really old. England and Wales have 8 bank holidays per year. Scotland 9, and Northern Ireland 10. That's not including royal events such as coronations and jubilees.
Those are bank days too.
Yeah, when there's a coronation, it's a national holiday.
Okay, that's a trip. I did not. That's almost like a. That's kind of like a freaking Illuminati kind of shit. Like the
Celebrates our traditions, so celebrates our
coronation of the royals.
yeah.
I told you about that one dude that freaking when I was living in Kansas City, he was from England, and
Yeah.
when he found out that Princess Diane freaking died, he was sitting in a bar, and I was sitting there drinking and eating pretzels and shit, and the dude sitting in the back of the room just bawling his head off like a baby, dude. I was like, shit.
Yeah.
It's like,
And all the insane all the insane sort of crying afterwards.
like it was on the news, and he just started busting out crying in tears and shit.
Yeah.
It was really crazy.
This country ends up having an insane sort of situation just after that.
Did you cry?
No. Funny enough, I've got to find it now. I've got to remember what it was. A couple of weeks ago, I created a post based upon in my music selection. Mine's music, Medweb's music selection. I've got to find it now. About I referenced David Essex version of what was the? Hang on, let me just find that.
You had a brain.
I've got brain fart.
Had a brain fart.
Avita, oh, what a circus, oh, what a show. That one.
Avita.
Yeah. You remember Avita, the musical?
No, I don't.
Based upon Yvonne Perron's.
I remember that Latina song, Vita Loca.
No, this is based upon Yvonne Perron.
Okay, it's a musical. I'm gonna freaking.
Vita, yeah. Dave, back in 1978, David Essex actually made a sort of spin-off song.
Okay,
criticizing, yeah.
Okay.
Criticizing Perron and the mass hysteria that happened during Perron's funeral.
Okay. So that was Andrew Lloyd Webber.
Yeah, did the original music.
And the lyrics were Tim Rice.
Yeah.
And he
David
did
David Essex created a sort of parody of that song. It went into UK charts and actually won quite a large place. And but yeah, it was more of a criticism of the mass hysteria over Evil Perron's death. And when I was creating this post a couple of weeks ago, my mind just went back to Diana, the death of Diana.
Oh wow. No, wasn't
Mass hysteria.
Juan Perón also like convicted down there of corruption and shit?
Oh no, she was.
No, her husband Juan Perón.
Possibly. I can't remember the full history of that.
Well, actually, he was overthrown by his government. Now that I look at it, he was eventually overthrown in 1955.
And I've seen suggestions that the CIA or the US was involved in that.
Yeah.
At that time, more than probable.
Okay, yeah. This was the whole communist thing that was going on, I guess, during that time.
Inside the Cold War then.
Yeah. Evita. She was an Argentine politician, activist, actress, philanthropist who served as First Lady of Argentina. I find that pretty odd too, though, that they made such a big deal about Argentina, and it was also the place where all the Nazis fled to after World War II.
Some.
Yeah.
Not all.
I still find it kind of odd, though. You know what I mean? Like of all the countries for that kind of shit to happen, and it was Argentina.
Happened in the US. Happened in the Soviet Union. Allegedly, I've never seen any concrete evidence of that. It happened in the UK.
Well, yeah.
Again, I've never seen any evidence of the UK, but in the US, Von Braun, as an example.
Well, I get freaking mixed stories on freaking IKEA too. Like I hear some people say IKEA was actually using Nazi war criminals as slave labor.
War criminals?
Yeah, and then I'll have other people say, no, that's not the story. Freaking the guy who started IKEA was actually supported the Nazis, and then later denied it afterwards, like when he was older. You know what I mean? He's like, yes, I was young and naive. And he's like, but I no longer feel that way, you know. So I get like different stories about that.
Oh, reminds me of what's that clothing company, the fashion house company that created a lot of the Nazi uniforms, especially SS uniforms.
Oh God.
That is still going on now. That company's still very
Farben.
No, it's one of the big sort of brand companies.
I know there was a few companies here in the United States that supported the Nazis, like DuPont. DuPont actually was trying to overthrow the government before the war started. They got caught, and then they got released. Like there was no charges brought against anybody that was involved in that.
Hugo Boss was one of the companies that the leadership were Nazi members.
Well, you've heard the story about IBM, don't you?
International Business Machine Corporation.
They actually produced the freaking time clocks that the Jews had to check in and out of in the concentration camps when they went to work. They had to sign in and out with those time slips, and IBM was the one who was making them for them. I found that pretty interesting. This was during wartime that they were actually selling merchandise to frickin' Nazi Germany. That was pretty trippy.
Got a few I keep on coming up with Hugo Boss, but I'm thinking of another company. But yeah, Hugo Boss produced uniforms for the SS and the Hitler Youth.
Hugo Boss. Now, what company is that out of?
That's the big clothing and fragrance company. Toiletry company.
German fashion company.
Is it still German now?
Yeah. It's a designer fashion company headquartered in Matzingen, Baden-Württemberg, Germany. It
I
sells.
thought it was bought by a US.
Hugo Boss is one of the largest German company brands
Yeah.
with a global sales of about, funny symbol, 4.3 billion
Mm.
in 2024. Its stock is a component of the MDAX, and company's fashion brands are Boss and Hugo. Yeah, yep.
So
Eyewear.
anybody, so fairly relatively cheap off the shelf suits and shirts and blazers and stuff.
Well, I've already told you about German stuff, like their hard drives. Whenever I did check into doing all the hard drives, it seems like every freaking one of these companies that sell hard drives for computers are like crap hard drives.
Well, you did name a few companies, but most of these are made in Asia anyway. I don't think there was a German manufacturing plant of hard drives.
Yeah, it says here that the company for Hugo Boss was founded in 1924 in Germany by Hugo Fernando Boss and originally produced general purpose clothing. Now, in the early 1930s, Hugo Boss began to produce and supply military uniforms for the Nazi Germany government, resulting in a large boost in sales. After World War II and the founder's death in 1948, Hugo Boss started to turn its focus on men's suits. So it went from Nazi uniforms to men's suits. Thus,
I don't think I own a single Hugo Boss piece of clothing at all.
So
I don't think I have.
So they went from frickin' the Nazis to the frickin' stock market. There's the connection right there. We've gone down a really rotten path in the first 23 minutes of the stream, don't you think?
Indeed.
I kind of like this though, because it's like freaking it. You know what? This screams out to me, man, when you brought up Hugo Boss. It's TJ Maxx. That is probably the most dirtiest freaking company on the face of this planet.
I've never actually been to a TJ Maxx store.
How about a Marshalls? They're the ones who own TJ Maxx. Marshalls is the one I really should be saying.
Okay, that's an American. I don't think there is a Marshalls in the UK. I don't think they operate at all in the UK.
Do you guys have
TJ Maxx does.
Yep. So you guys have a little bit of the dirt under your fingernails too. Those people freaking literally create sweatshops in the Marshall Islands, and they produce products at really, really low prices, and then they ship them off to foreign countries. And then everybody seems to make them out to be like they're such great people to work for, and they have all this quality merchandise and shit. And I'm like, dude, are you serious? These people are like the modern day Kmart.
possibly even use people from India and China as well.
Yeah, because it's actually right there in the area.
Hmm.
Because isn't the Marshall Islands right there around Taiwan and all that?
Yeah.
So yeah, they'd be shipping them in most likely. I ended up making a mistake in the first year. I thought that like the Marshall Islands were still a protectorate of the United States, and I found out that they weren't. Um, but the Marshall Islands were also a part of that big scandal that happened with the United States over at Bikini Island and all that.
Yeah.
So that was a real big disappointment. I freaking heard about Bikini Island. I thought it was like hot chicks in bikinis running on the beach. Come to find out, there was like mutant fish in the water, and people died there because of it.
Okay. I'm just looking at TJX Max website and the Global Social Compliance, plus a few other sites, and even though obviously TJ Maxx or TJX being the parent company is not going to mention it, but it seems like there's been allegations from like recent years about the company using contractors that employ forced labor from or forced Uyghur labor.
Yeah, it wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would not. It would not surprise me. And that they're able to freaking just sell their merchandise all over the world. They get away with it, no problem. It's all these companies, it's rotten, horrible people.
Again, I would say allegedly because I'm just looking at the couple of sites here, and I have to do some more homework on this subject.
I'm a little biased about them though because I used to know a few people, man, that used to work at the factories that got here over in Indiana, and it's just maybe about a 6-hour drive from here to where I'm talking about, Evansville, and they work there, and like these people, man, are so shifty about the way they do stuff. You know what I mean? Like, and Walmart's notorious too for stuff like they do because they talk about unions and shit like this. But what they don't bother to tell you is the fact that they ship the unions in from freaking other locations. You know what I'm saying? So instead of it being freaking formed by the locals, they have people that are a part of the union come in from freaking out of the area and freaking set it up in the factories instead.
Okay.
You know, I don't know if you know.
The Lawless Years, a 1950s American TV series that was talking about that sort of detective type thing that was looking at crime in the US during the 1920s and 30s. And there was, and obviously at the time there was a lot of, let's say, blackmail and criminal activities that were related to unions being forced upon companies.
Yeah. Yep. That's exactly what it was about.
And funny enough, there's a bill going through Parliament in the UK at this present moment that would force unions onto companies.
Well, that's kind of expected in England, though, because you guys are built up on stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, you're big on, like, the whole unionizing and workforces being regulated.
Mainly in the public sector, though.
You guys even...
this bill, if if enacted, and I've got to review this one because this has been going on for some time, and I think there's been a couple of readings since. But at the time, the bill suggested that unions would be able to force themselves onto private sector companies.
I think that's crazy. That's the kind of shit we were talking about last year when we were doing Roger's Real Time talk show about how they were trying to take over the freaking private sector. Like they didn't want anything being ran by private sector when it came to England at all.
And of course, it's being done under the Labour Party government because where does the Labour Party get their own a large amount of their own money from? Electioneering and stuff.
Well, dude, I mean,
the unions.
It's maybe been a year since we covered that, if that much. I mean, I know you didn't forget like the history stuff we went through with all that. I mean,
yeah, but we didn't look at it from a sort of modern perspective, did we?
Trust me, dude, it's still there. Okay, Labor, I guarantee you it's still there.
Yeah, but during our talks, we didn't really look at it from a modern perspective.
I don't think Labor Party wants to freaking change when it comes to their views. Like, because they are hardcore socialists, dude. I mean, they really are. I mean, you're used to it because you're there in England. But
actually, I'm not used to it. Remember, once I was growing up, all I knew was, in reality, was Thatcherism. It wasn't until 97 that we had a Labour government in my lifetime. Granted, arguably, I was born in 76, so what was that? That was about 4 years under a Labour government anyway.
I mean, you've always had Labor around, even though they weren't a government. You know what I'm saying? You've always had them. It's not like they were just invisible.
But Labour, once upon a time, was there for the working person, for the upholding the rights of the working person.
That's code word for freaking socialism.
Not remember Scavato back in the 80s, and he fights for. Yeah, I heard what you said.
Okay, just
I went to ignore it.
Yeah, I know you were. That's why I did that.
Yeah,
it's code word for socialism. Yeah. It's like for the working person. Seriously, you know what I mean? Come on, dude. Freaking nobody has ever freaking been there for the working person.
Hey, Arthur, you remember the miners' strikes in the 80s? You must have seen reports of them.
How many mines have shut down in England, dude? All of them?
All apart from maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah. Like here...
unless they become museums or something. I can think of one in Cornwall that is a museum. Is it Cornwall or is it Somerset?
The town that I live in right now is freaking actually a coal mining town. Okay, that's how it originally started. We had a coal miners freaking monument sitting up on Main Street, and they changed it. Okay, because they freaking made it all patriotic for veterans and shit, which is fine. That's cool. But it was a monument for freaking coal miners who died in the mines. You know what I'm saying? So they took. And they decided that coal miners who died in mines weren't important, so they had to get rid of that because it was dirty. You know what I mean? Somehow it was dirty, and they needed to replace it with something that was honorable. You know?
Okay.
And this entire town was founded on the coal mines. You know what I mean? And now it's just a long lost memory that everybody thinks is a shameful thing. Oh, these coal mines are just destroying the environment. You know, just horrible shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you got a museum or some plaque or something in your area?
Yeah, we've got a museum, but it's not like focused on the coal mines and stuff.
Okay.
It's not like their big goal. You know what I mean? But I did find that they could have at least done the Veterans Memorial somewhere else at a different location and kept the
Mm.
coal miners, because like people actually died in those mines. You know what I mean? It's
Oh.
like, and it's,
That's part of your history. So yeah,
you know,
this is what annoyed me during the British version of Black Lives Matter, where we saw people attempting to deface or tear down statues that weren't
yeah,
that they questioned.
they did that here too. But you've heard my opinion on that shit. You know what I mean? It's like during the time that shit was going on, they were also talking about ISIS going into Nineveh and destroying freaking tablets and shit. Okay.
Mm.
And all of these archaeologists are freaking bitching and yelling, and all these freaking activists are like, oh, that's so horrible. They're destroying our freaking history. They're destroying our history. And then every time I got onto my freaking channels that I liked that was talking about ancient history, they wanted to make it some kind of freaking spin, you know, like a woke spin about, you know, and finally I got sick of it, and I just freaking said it in the comments. I was like, look, dude, you can't be sitting there freaking saying how horrible it is that ISIS is going in and destroying tablets and freaking Nineveh, and then saying that it's okay for freaking these people to be tearing down statues and shit and desecrating freaking, you know, monuments and stuff. I was like, you can't have both. You know what I mean? That's one. It's the same thing. That's history. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I that really annoyed me whenever I heard that shit. I agree. That's horrible shit. And like freaking, it's history that people need to respect. I am biased. You know how I am. I'm always It's all about history with me. I'm a, I'm an original geek. Like history, like history books. Like, you know what I did when I was ignoring my teacher in school?
Go on.
I'd do stick figures of cowboys and Indians. And
Okay.
when a cowboy was shooting at an Indian, I'd do little dots showing the bullet tracing where it went, and then like I'd do the same thing with the arrows, and I'd make little battles on my freaking paper. My teachers would always trip out when they seen that. They'd be like, "What the heck are you doing, Roger?" And I'm like, "I'm just doing a battle scene." Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I was ignoring my teachers, but I was still doing something constructive, I guess. It had something to do with history. Well, you've seen that. You've seen the old history books. Like, it was always battle scenes in the pictures. You know what I'm saying? So I'm in history class. I see the freaking pictures, and what's the next logical thing to do?
Well, we were. I was especially was brought up with all those 1970s and 80s sort of mass sort of, especially 70s, mass sort of populated films, such as, I don't know, Zulu or The Rise and Fall of Rome, they're Alec Guinness.
I'll tell you what, I will never watch Ben-Hur again, dude. And nobody told me back when I was a teenager that like that was a freaking a gay movie. You know what I mean? That's what all the gay people watch. Like, they like to watch her and freaking movies like that shit. Like, I was like, dude, are you serious? It's got Charlton Heston in it. You know what I mean? Are you freaking kidding me? And they're like, no, dude, they used to watch that all the time. And I was like, seriously.
Funny enough, I rewatched Zulu. Or what's it? Zulu Dawn. Zulu Dawn. No, it was Zulu. A couple of weeks ago. First time I've seen it in 2-3 decades. 2 decades.
Yeah, that was wasn't that when you and Mr. Robot was talking about it with me?
Possibly. Maybe. Again, yeah, talking about the Michael Caine and who was it? Michael Caine and Stanley Baker, wasn't it? Richard Burton. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Freaking the Naguni. They spoke Naguni. Naguna Goo.
Yeah. Well, no, there's.
No,
Was there
Aguna Goo.
yeah, there were a few lines.
Mm-hmm. The
Yeah.
Naguni. that was where I first heard that freaking word, man. And they came from the KwaZulu Natal. Yep, interesting story. I love that freaking whole thing because like freaking the movie was completely screwed up. You know what I mean? It was a huge battle. Don't get me wrong. You know what I mean? But like freaking the amount of Zulu that were there was way bigger than what they made it out to be. Like that was a freaking massacre. You know what I mean?
It was that large because it wasn't just a single tribe, wasn't it? It was a
Right. It was an entire nation.
Mm.
It was an entire nation. Like they screwed that whole freaking movie up, man. That was well. I mean, not entirely. They kind of gave the whole sense that it was a big battle. Don't get me wrong.
It's based upon a true story. Apart from Sin and Man of Henlock, Henlock, yeah, which didn't happen. A lot of it is actually sort of accurate. Sort of accurate.
Right. Well, the thing of it is like Zulu. He freaking actually Shaka Zulu freaking he organized these people. Like they weren't just freaking barbarians standing out there freaking ready to charge. You know what I mean? They were very strategic. They were militarized. He even had conscription and shit where he was making them come in and fight. You know what I mean? They didn't have an option. They were conscripted into battle. You know, and only a standing army like freaking England and countries like that did that. Like, you know what I mean? But Zulu knew. He's like freaking. That's what he did. He did. He developed his own military system.
And mainly Wales. I'm not sure if there was any Scottish entities in there, but yeah, it was a Welsh battalion, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I still say that you guys wouldn't have had any luck on that whole battle if it wasn't for the Boers. The Boers were the ones who won the day because they had the freaking well, I guess you could say their experience. You know what I mean? They were rough and tumbling dudes. You English people were all soft and weary and shit.
I don't know. British discipline, the sort of
Yeah.
what's the role sort of strategy? When you place people behind each other, shoot them.
It's called the Rose strategy.
Yeah, role strategy. But yeah, Britain, one of the most disciplined forces in the world.
Well, that's the reason why you guys would have lost.
Yeah.
Because the Boers knew better than that shit. They freaking
they used guerrilla tactics in a lot of their action.
Yeah. You guys would have been standing out there in a line, and all these freaking Zulu tribes coming at you and shit. You know what I mean? So you kind of had to learn guerrilla warfare during that whole situation.
4,000 Zulus, or according to the film, anyway, 4,000 Zulus and with 150 Brits stationed, 30 of whom were sick and wounded. 120 active.
You,
4,000 compared versus, let's say, 150.
you know what the Zulu philosophy is, don't you?
Gone.
You're not gonna like it. It's Ubuntu.
Peaceful coexistence.
Ubuntu.
Yeah, which is a term for peaceful. I can't remember now what the term is.
I know it has. I know it has something to do with sharing
Yeah.
what you have with other people and stuff. I know that much. I don't really encourage.
An ancient African word meaning humanity to others.
See, that was their philosophy, Ubuntu. So you got all these Zulu tribes running around using Linux. What do you think about that?
Long before Mark Shuttleworth was even alive.
Which, by the way, I did want to actually bring that up. Something. I said I didn't want to talk about having talking points and stuff.
Mm.
But I did want to actually mention this thing about what Mr. Robot posted up in the Elements chat.
Which one?
The vibe coding.
Okay.
Do you remember that one?
Yeah. From all I hear about it, some sort of fashionable methodology.
Well, okay, like that caught my attention first, but then like Sam Altman, when he posted that thing about Sam Altman saying he's useless after he went, he's seen the new version of ChatGPT. Okay, I think it's GPT-5. It's supposed to be the upcoming AI that's supposed to be coming out. And he said that whenever he freaking checked it out, he felt useless. Like, you know what I mean? Now, something hits me wrong about freaking a lot of the stuff. Like, to me, I was fine with like even Chat GPT. You know, if you want to go in there and kind of get some feedback, get some help with like grammar and shit like that, I was cool with that. And then like they had freaking music. And even though I don't like how these people use AI for videos because they should edit, I was okay with that, you know. But like when it comes to freaking having a program code for you, you know what I mean? Coding. I mean, I think that's just kind of like crossing the line, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, why even do it if you freaking don't have to do it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just found your comment. Yeah, you were going to talk about it last Friday, but because what happened last Friday?
Yeah. I mean, what do you think about that? Do you think it's actually cool, or okay, I should say? Do you think it's actually okay for freaking AI to code for people, rather than doing it yourself and learning how to code?
There's an argument. Well, there's the idea of open source principles is being able to share code.
Well, I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, so you don't necessarily have to write your own code. You can just get off some sort of public forum. Anyway,
but still, at least you're learning it. You know what I'm saying? Like, this isn't like on what I read so far about it. Like, you just give a description of what you want, and the AI pulls it all up and does it for you.
Yeah, but you still have to understand it. You still have to be able to review it, the code, and if necessary, bug test or treat it. tweak it for your own needs.
Well, I mean, yeah, from what I
I
heard,
mean, I could be. Let's just argumentative sake, say that I couldn't read. At all. And therefore I get some of those to read me the material. Sure, I can get them to read the material and I would understand it, but I would not be able to critique the structure, the grammar, if that makes sense.
well, I couldn't hear most of that because your microphone kind of
Okay.
buzzed out.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I could get some of those to read some material for me, but as far as understanding the syntax, the grammar, the sentence structure,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to make a judgment.
Well, I mean,
The same goes with.
Well, I mean, if it goes for people who have reading problems, I understand that. You know what I mean? But like when you're, I don't know. I think actually having an AI do code for you is just kind of like crossing the line. You know what I mean? And I've had.
Again, you need to understand that code so you can modify it or review it for issues.
Well, that's where you learn. You know what I mean? That's the whole learning process. Like and like for me, it seems like freaking AI is making it to where that's gone now. You know what I mean?
You review your own material all the time, don't you?
Well, according to what it's saying on this stuff, though, it's like all you do is you freaking give it what you want, and it does the code. And then, like, if you don't like something, you request you request that the AI freaking make the modifications. You know what I'm saying? And then it modifies it. You know.
So, but in a group of, let's say, a large group of developers who's all working on the same project.
Bunch of lazy bastards. That's what it is.
Yeah, you aren't going to. That's not going to be manageable. I know there is the old joke about developers not being able to document any of their work, which, in some cases, I know that's the truth. I know that's an issue. But let's say you work on a big project. Let's say you work on the Chromium browser or Firefox browser or LibreOffice or something. You're still going to need to document what you're doing.
I don't know. I haven't tried it. What it seems like to me is like freaking you.
Another example. How many times whilst I was moderating the Minds Chat platform, how many times did I go into the official Canaries, the development sort of chat room, and criticize Minds Inc. for not documenting certain functionality well?
You do that all the time. I think it's like a regular tradition of yours is to go in there and correct them on their bad documentation. So it's kind of
possibly one reason why they stopped Minds Chat.
I don't even think freaking they know how many times you've actually done that to them. You know what I mean? I couldn't tell you how many. So,
but throughout my career, I've seen developers, I've seen companies release products or without any good documentation.
Yeah, I pulled it up on what Mr. Robot said. He said he noticed two interesting ideas that are going to evolve in parallel in the future of work. And he says one represents AI reasoning models that will utilize agentic
workflows to iterate on how we have done science traditionally, and then he used an example for science, but that could be anything. And then he said like Google's recent AI co-scientist, and the other one a new kind of vibe worker in the future of work that is enabled by a new set of tools.
I don't know. I see the entire vibe argument as just a bit of a fashion statement.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Fashionable today, tomorrow's chip paper tomorrow.
Well, I think a lot of people have. Well, I kind of knew that this shit was going to take off because it was like I know I mentioned it quite a few times, but it's like back whenever freaking the Actors Guild did that freaking court thing for the voice actors in video games when the video games were still in their freaking voices. That was back in 2003, and me and Karma went over that. You know what I mean? And I even told her then when we did that on my gaming that that this is going to end up being big, like because we ended up getting that stuff first before anybody else started talking about it, from what I could see. And lo and behold, 2 years later, everything is about AI, AI this and AI that. You know what I mean?
Even though a lot of it was misappropriated, a lot of it isn't artificial intelligence at all.
Right. A lot of it is misappropriated because it's still going on. You can't say it was because like now they're still doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, look at my latest database query. It's no artificial intelligence.
Database query.
Yeah.
My goodness. Did people even use database queries anymore? Besides you?
Of course. Where do you think a lot of this? I know. Well, it goes back to my logic machine argument I made in chat a couple of weeks ago, last week, in relation to that. Well, things like LLMs are just looking at how words are structured, and then creating a probability calculation to create an answer. So, just database queries at the end of the day.
Well, it gets a lot crazier too because like when he mentioned that co-scientist thing for Google, this is supposed to be freaking an AI co-scientist that's supposed to assist scientists when they do their freaking work. You know,
assist in what sense?
Like generating hypothesis and refining research proposals, stuff of that nature.
Hello.
Hello. So I find that kind of interesting there. It really is odd. I don't know. I just feel kind of uncomfortable with a lot of that.
Again, as you know, my sort of conclusions is that that a lot of what is being pushed as artificial intelligence at the moment is just a snake oil sales trick.
Oh no!
Marketing trick.
Oh no! Those are fighting words to Tan, dude.
Snake oil salesman.
Yeah. Get them, Tan.
I heard snake oil.
Yeah, he said that people who do freaking coding are.
I did not say that. I said a lot of how the term artificial intelligence is being used.
Oh, okay. That's what he said.
I didn't say coders, developers are snake oil salespeople, even though do know of one or two that I could put into that box.
Actually, that's a good question for you, though. What I was just talking to Mark about, because I'm kind of curious. You're more into the coding side of things, Tan. Uh, you remember when Robot posted that stuff earlier this month about freaking vibe coding?
Yeah. It's a thing.
Now, what do you feel about that? I'm cool with like AI doing music and stuff like that and videos and everything. But do you think it's okay, or do you think it's kind of like going over the line when you have AI actually doing the coding for you?
So there's the so this is how I feel about AI coding. The problem with some people using it right now is that people with no coding knowledge at all is using AI to create new apps that they're trying to make a quick bucks for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And initially the app might be good, but then if they run into problems, then they have no idea what's wrong and how to fix it. so
Exactly what I just
so
said.
okay, so it's not a tool for people with no programming knowledge to use. It's supposed to be an assistant, right? It's supposed to be a smart assistant for coders to help them build better code. So using AI to generate an app from scratch is totally a no-no in my book. But you can give it prompts to give you ideas on how to solve a specific coding problem that you can use to incorporate into your app is totally a legitimate use of AI. And also using it to do code review is also a good thing, right? You craft your code, create a Git pull request, and then AI can do the initial code review for you, suggest some styling change, the code optimization, things like that. Things that are already now being used by some code assistant tools like ReSharper, JetBrains. Uh, JetBrains ReSharper is a really useful tool that people in the .NET world use for Visual Studio to help them write elegant code. It's just the same code, but the assistant will reformat it for you in a very elegant way so that the code looks a lot cleaner than the way you've written before, but it's equivalent, right? It's just much more concise, much easier to read. Actually, maybe sometimes it's harder to read because it's too concise, but okay, it suggests you that cleaner way of doing things. You can choose to take it or not. But yeah, so
Yeah, but you still have to be able to review that code. You still have to be able to diagnose that code.
for sure, yeah.
And as I was saying earlier, I don't know about you specifically, but I know of a lot of developers who cannot create documentation to save the backs.
Yeah, the documentations are like
With
something that's
mine,
outside of the code. We we
as
we
that's
we
the
we,
same with
we prefer to
sorry.
write self-documenting code because if you write code documentation in English inside the code, you have additional maintenance of having to keep that documentation up to date when the code change.
Or
Yeah.
So
even external
comment can get out of
documentation.
date. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. The external documentation is definitely useful, like a wiki that shows you how the architecture of how this piece of code fits. into the product.
We've seen this especially with mines, where their external documentation has been
Yep, way out of
yeah,
date. Yep,
or let's just say less than adequate.
Well,
yep.
whenever you put it in that way, I've even said that with like Chat GPT whenever it comes to like wanting to have better grammar or doing spell check and stuff like that with stuff you write. I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? Because
Hmm.
that's actually useful, and it's like at least you're not having to pay hundreds and hundreds of bucks to freaking programs like Grammarly when you can have Chat GPT do it for free.
Hmm.
And then
Sure.
I understand that. And like with the with the code though, I mean the one thing that I always had an issue with that I think it could be useful for too is like outdated code. You know what I mean? Like if you're
Yeah.
if you're trying to use outdated code and freaking it's not working, then maybe the AI could say, look, that's not working.
Yep.
Use this instead.
Also dead code that are no longer used, and just sitting there.
I'm just remembering all the banks and financial services that are still using COBOL in a lot of their systems.
So,
Yeah, I wonder if they have AI coding assistance for COBOL now.
That's very interesting. Yeah. I was actually
I'll
having a
put I'll
conversation.
put a lot of mainframe programmers out of a job.
Yeah, I was having a conversation the other day with somebody, a lecturer actually, for some college, and I was pointing out that I've been in this sort of unique sort of situation where I always act as end user support in various guises, but been in that unique situation where I've had to review end users sort of reports and then explain it in a way that developers understand, and vice versa. Review data points from developers, and then we refer that back to end users. So users with very minimal technical knowledge in the subject. So
Okay.
yeah,
Are you suggesting that AI could be used to write documentation from the code?
well, he thinks it's okay. He thinks a lot of this. He was actually agreeing with the benefits of AI before you got on here. Now,
well, within some respects.
yeah, he was actually. I mean, I'm the one that's being rebellious here, not Mark Edworthy this time. It's me doing it because I just it just feels wrong. You know what I mean? Like you're being dirty. You know what I'm saying? You know that dirty
Mm,
feeling when you know you've done something wrong.
it's you're from the perspective that I was talking about, where people trying to create a new app with no coding knowledge, right?
Right. And like doing that, you know you're dirty, or you just have that feeling like you're dirty. You should be learning it. You know what
Yeah.
It's kind
Yeah.
of like it's, and I have the same.
I, like I said, they're just going to create problems for themselves if they're trying to do code without coding knowledge.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they're gonna create headaches for themselves if they don't know they don't know how their app work. Well, how do they know that the app is not trying to steal financial information from them when they're trying to monetize the app? So
And the whole term work is what's important. You know what I'm saying? It's like work. That's exactly what it's supposed to be. When an AI is doing everything for you, that's not work. You know what I mean? Like
yeah. What
when you
about along the same line? What do you think about AI creating music?
Well,
generating new songs from
I
scratch.
I hate freaking the music guild, or what do they call that? The music guild thing. I hate them with a passion.
Right.
I hate copyright
Yeah.
infringement. So
Hmm.
if there's a way that you can actually get good music that you can put on your videos that isn't going to be hit by copyright infringement, I'm all for
Hmm.
it. I'm all for it.
Doesn't matter where it's
Hmm.
been made, how it's been made.
But the words have to actually make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't just like randomly generate a song because they'll start talking. And
I
Well,
don't know.
there's some tools that people have been using to create really pretty good songs out of nothing.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know, I posted one of them on my Minds channel.
But isn't
But
this
then
cheating? Isn't
who
this just
owns the?
treating? No, I'm just going down on different points here. Isn't that just treating art as a commodity
Yeah,
rather than a piece of art?
a piece of meat, basically. Just they're nothing but a piece of meat that can be used and thrown
Right.
away. So that's basically the
Okay.
way I see it. That's how
Mm.
they've. And I mean, you also have to take into consideration these voices are being mixed together from different artists, like Mark's talking about too. So it's not like it's a freaking just a generated song with a different
Somewhere.
voice. You know what I mean? Like they're taking other people's freaking content and blending it together.
Mm. Is that true in all cases? I'm thinking of the
The warehouse door.
what? I'm thinking of the Japanese sort of Mitsuka. That's animated computer animated sort of series that
Đi về nhà anh trước hả?
Ria
Để
always
bỏ mấy
talks
đồ này
about.
lại hả?
Yeah.
But the thing that really gets me though is the whole thing about the whole science assist stuff. That did kind of stick out to me as being a little bit crazy. Like they have these AIs that it's called co-scientists is what it is, and
Scientists.
where they assist scientists while they do their research. It's bad enough they have scientific models. You know what I'm saying? Like now instead of them actually doing freaking the hard work of scientific research, they can put it in models and they can just do like quick, cheap, efficient science.
And let's talk about faulty models. Let's
Well, I
talk
mean,
about dare I say the pandemic? Dare I say global warming?
well, I'm just saying that it's bad enough they got that, but now they're going to throw freaking AI on top of it. You know what I mean? Like, sir, I mean, come on, dude. It's kind of crazy.
And again, these so-called artificial intelligence frameworks are created by humans in the first place.
Okay.
So obviously there is, well, irrelevant if it's created by humans or if the data sources are created by humans. There's still going to be some potential bias in the models.
I don't agree with scientific models, period, at all. I don't think that they should be used because when I did the research into that shit, I don't like the idea that freaking all of their research is cheap and efficient. Okay, they want the lowest cost for their freaking experiments as well as it being fast. So they're taking all of these.
In some areas, that's a good thing, isn't it? In some
Not
areas.
not in scientific research, dude. It needs to be they need to take time and effort into it. It doesn't matter how cheap freaking the experiment is. It needs to be done right. You know what I mean? If you're gonna have information, freaking have information that's freaking done right. But what
Yeah,
they
you can still do it quickly and efficiently, and still do it in a sort of correct methodology.
I mean, that's the methodology is fine if it's good, but when it's cheap and efficient, and then all they're doing is taking these cheap and efficient freaking experiments and putting it on a scientific model. You know what I mean?
Can you, can, can you guys still see me?
Not yet.
I can hear you.
You bounce in and then bounce back out.
Huh.
I've never really been a fan of the whole scientific model approach. They should have stuck to the old-fashioned way.
What's the old-fashioned way?
Yeah, what's the alternative?
Where you did it freaking, each person didn't freaking worry about how cheap the experiment was. They did it according to it being
You can create expensive modeling procedures.
I'm talking about the experiment. Okay, the experiments are cheap and efficient in these models. They're all cheap and efficient, and they put them in with thousands of other experiments so that these models can come up with their freaking idea of how that experiment worked out.
Just because it's cheap and efficient doesn't necessarily mean that it's faulty.
Just means that it's cheap and efficient. And when I say efficient, what that means is they have to be fast. They can't be freaking slow.
Yeah, but again, that methodology doesn't have to necessarily be faulty in its own right.
So you think that a world built on Frankenstein?
You're conflating my words now again.
It's like freaking having like a Frankenstein approach to science is completely fine. We just do it all nice, cheap, and efficient. We can put antennas up on the roof and freaking let the electricity flow in and create our Frankenstein freaking experiment project.
Talking of experiments, and this office filled this glass. It's gone all over the place.
Well, I mean, my whole point though is like it was bad enough they did that, but then now all of a sudden they have like an assistant scientist or AI that's going to help them assist in their hypothesis and shit. It's that's kind of weird.
As an assistive tool. Now, of course, that's information that's going to be reviewed by human beings.
Are you sure? Like I like right here with this freaking with this vibe coding. I've seen nothing that says that freaking any of this is actually looked at by anybody. It just says,
I think this vibe coding thing is a relatively new idea. I've only heard about it in the last couple of months.
I think it's a broad term.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just it just means any kind of coding that you use AI assistant with.
Okay. So it's and just another overly generalized term.
That actually is true. Did you? I forgot to mention that to you because Dan. Did you hear, or did you see that post that Robot posted about freaking Sam Altman?
I didn't. I didn't notice you mentioned that.
What happened? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sam Altman was able to freaking go in and
suddenly Roger is starting to sound very low.
Very low. Let me check. Is that better? Is that better? I think he's losing me. Can you hear me, Mark?
Yeah, you're fine as far as I'm concerned.
See if
Yeah, I see. I can see Mr. Orwell's comments.
no, that was real weird because he turned around and Sam Altman freaking went and actually got to see the new Chat GPT 5 whenever they or before they put it out, and he straight up said that during that whole situation he felt like he was useless. It was literally freaking able to just do everything that he wanted him to do, and he just had to sit there.
My view on this is I didn't I see something from Musk I think about a week ago about that he hasn't even realised the sort of potential of GPT-5 or the next version of Grok or something. He's raised some concerns. But my main point is, sure, we can have all these frameworks, we can have all these programs, we can have all these forms of software. But if if you're going to have a very sort of limited interest in them, then that's really matter.
But I wasn't able to go on and check out any of what he actually said in the freaking interview. He did a podcast appearance, and he basically compared it to the Manhattan Project, dude.
Yeah, that's
You
what
know,
I'm looking at the moment.
so
But
that was kind of interesting. Like that was an atomic bomb, dude. Freaking project. I mean, scientists came together to freaking create the freaking atomic bomb, and he's comparing it to that. You know, so
yeah, but again, if there's only a limit, actually, the thing I was thinking about wasn't just GTB. It was in relation to OpenAI, but again, this is down to sort of less than fair market. If you've only got handful of these frameworks out there, and people and a large amount of people are going to sort of ignore them or use them as sort of minor sort of accessibility frameworks. If that makes sense.
And the people who are providing these AI coding assistant tools they're making good money. These tools are not free.
Yeah,
They're
but
not cheap.
again, that's you could argue that could be related to a boom and bust sort of cycle. You remember the computer games crash of 1982. Sure, it might be fashionable now, but in 10, 15, 20 years' time, if not sooner.
I know.
I don't know if it's the same comparison though. I think
Well, he's a
these things
video.
are here to
He's a video.
these things are here to stay, and I can only see in the future these things will cost less to use because right now they're prohibitively expensive for a small software company to use. They're charging like $100 a month per user, right? So
yeah, precisely.
I mean, the people who create these tools are making good money from them.
Again, you've got a handful of companies at the moment and providing third-party provisions. This way, sort of internal infrastructure, sort of open source LLMs are going to become interesting but I can think of one or two projects at the moment where these LLM frameworks are created for internal networks and don't get access to external resources unless the system admin, the developer, decides to.
Well, I mean, you guys are also thinking on it on those levels, but I mean, like Code Project, they're putting out freaking tutorials teaching people how to create their own AI programs.
Yeah, precisely. That's what I mean. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm talking about sort of more. I won't say homemade sort of projects, but
Like,
projects specifically for specific niches that are being built for I don't know, internal purposes only.
no, I mean, if you want to go that route where you want to create your own AI program, then yeah, I'd be cool with AI in that sense. But I wouldn't suggest people freaking go out and just, you know, decide that they're gonna code with an AI program. That
I don't
especially,
know. It goes back to my previous point when I started in the industry back in the mid 90s, early to mid 90s. There was a lot of emphasis on large companies having all the provisions in house. So, email distribution, internal databases, internal infrastructure. And now, within last, I don't know, 20 odd years, we've seen more and more people using third-party provisions.
I'm telling you, that stuff's getting all crazy. The way that things have changed, like we've actually, I can't tell you how many times we've all three of us have had that conversation about the cloud, and
That big
yeah,
fluffy thing in the sky.
yeah. And I still say, like, within the video game community, when it comes to freaking over there in Europe, like, there's going to be a big crackdown when it comes to the video game world in Europe because of the shit that I've seen with Activision and like all the regulations that you've been talking to me about they're trying to put in place over there. I mean, I know me and you don't really see eye to eye on that, but freaking, I still think that there's a lot of shit going to happen there. Like that, over here they're calling it the Child Protection Act. They just call it
Okay.
that act. I forgot what they called it over there.
You're
But
talking about the Child Safety, the Online Safety Act,
yeah,
which was passed, which was enforced.
I guarantee you that you give it a year and bam, all of a sudden the video game industry is going to get hit with it. And every single one of those games are on the freaking cloud system that they've got and regulate.
Actually, when it comes to computer games, you've got the IFT regulations. Been around for. Is it IFT?
Is Mark cutting out on YouTube, Roger?
Yeah, he's kind of cutting out. He keeps getting rowdy and moving his head too much.
By the way, can you do a sound check on the stream to make sure the sound level is good? A few
Yeah,
moments ago, I just noticed a drop in.
Yeah.
I had to bump up the volume.
yeah. I've been doing it every once in a while. After you said that my voice was getting kind of low, I went on to YouTube and Rumble and checked it out.
Okay.
On the same point, I did review some of yesterday's stream this morning, and that background noise was quite prominent.
I mean, the best I can say is like the cancellation on this thing is messing up here and there because, like right now, we're going straight through the Rumble Studios, and sometimes it doesn't do the background noise, and then sometimes it does. Like when I edit, I can actually hear what you're saying in the edits on the videos.
and then sometimes I can't hear it. So it's a matter of if Rumble's actually freaking cutting that background noise out or not. Like with what we're doing right here, it has absolutely nothing to do with my OBS whatsoever. You know, you know.
Well,
What
don't do noise
Um,
cancellation. Maybe Rumbo's noise canceling is not working too well.
Not only that, could be related to Gen bandwidth.
Well,
Um,
I will say this: next year, when I do this again, I am going to be doing my review on Rumble. I've pretty much went through all of the freaking platforms now and did their little premium shit. I probably
Oh, how's your premium thing going, by the way?
well,
Is it making any money?
it's not making any money at all. Well, just put it to you
Oh,
that way.
jeez.
It ended up being a Ponzi scam again. Well,
Yeah.
you remember how John was talking about changing the goalposts when we were talking about mines
Okay.
John?
with
Same
Rumble.
here.
With Rumble, they don't change the goalposts; they just leave information out. Okay. So they say, yes, you can earn money on Rumble now. All you have to do is have freaking premium. So you turn around, you buy premium, and then all of a sudden, well, you know, in order for you to
I,
yeah,
I
As I,
didn't.
as I always
I
say,
didn't see it
read
as being that because you need a. I mean, you're limiting your audience a lot with your premium
this is one
streams
reason.
because
This is one reason why I don't ever post anything using Minds Plus, because I realise that's going to limit my audience.
but I do have to say one thing though. We went from like 225 followers all the way up to 410.
Oh,
all right.
So I mean that was a big deal there. It's just there's no money involved.
but was that due to premium, or was that just due to our wonderful candor?
I think it's actually the wonderful candor because I think honestly this last year we've had freaking some awesome freaking streams, to be honest with you. Like we have this year was way better than last year. In my opinion, it was, and that was from the get go. Like mine's roundtable was just freaking amazing from the first show all the way up to the end. I was surprised that it even freaking ended as fast as it did. It felt like it went by quick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it really did if you think about it. It just, and we always had freaking conversations and everything was just running smooth through it. And then Untethered, we did that one. Mark started getting all freaking wild, like a wild man. I was like so proud of you, dude. I was so proud of you. You were like busting into Mr. Robot like a wild man.
Mm-hmm.
One point on the Minds Roundtable, this was when there was an active staff interest. And as we know now, half the staff have disappeared for new pastures, and
More than half.
Minds is now working on the sort of skeleton stuff, and the senior staff have in the last couple of months have just become extremely silent. Extremely quiet.
Well,
is that Roger's idea?
No, I told you guys.
They're sipping pina coladas in some Cayman Island.
Something like that.
I was telling you guys all of this stuff. Remember back in the day, man. I was telling you guys. I was like, this is what they're going to do. Like they're going. They've given up on Minds, is what it is. They've actually just given up on it.
I just saw a couple of days ago somebody was posting on mine a was it a? It's not a GoFundMe thing, but it's like it might be an old campaign where Mines was soliciting investors.
Oh,
You
shit.
talking about the 2017 investment?
Could be,
Potentially.
could be.
Yeah, the 2017 funding round. And I think there was another one, or there was talk of another one. 2021, 22.
Mhm.
Don't think it
Did you
actually
get in on
happened.
that?
I don't think it actually happened to Hon. But yeah, the 2017 investment with people like Minds Gaming actually invested.
Yeah. And so,
Yeah,
so did
he actually told us he owns some shares.
mhm. He took his token.
Did he sell it?
He sold it. That's where he invested. I think he invested all of his Mines tokens into Mint Me.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about tokens. He's actually bought some shares in the company.
I don't think it was actually shares. There was no financial. It wasn't a financial instrument. As far as
Well, I thought he did.
maybe,
He did.
I-
He did say that he owns shares in one of the chats we were at. I think it was in Roger's chat room.
Yeah. Well, I've had him on there twice. He doesn't. Or he's not really much into getting onto other people's chats as much as.
To Matrix.
Yeah.
He just did a stream with Otto yesterday that I was watching.
Well, they're
Also about AI.
they're all in the same crowd though. Like
Yeah.
if when you see Bob Dub and Otto and Minds Gaming all together, they're like one and the same. They're all in the same. They're cohorts. They're just hooligans that run around in the mines underground causing trouble.
Yesterday was just Otto and him though.
Yeah, I can believe it. Well, I mean, like they that's all they do is hang out with one another. They don't like being outside of their own group. You know what I mean? They're very, very closed in. So like getting
Right.
I don't know. Minds Gaming, when we were doing all the MCO side stuff and all the mind support stuff, he was fairly active.
well,
Yes.
that was back then. He's completely different than what he was back then. I remembered him back then, dude. Like freaking. I was like freaking. I wanted for the longest time to freaking hook back up with him and talk to him. Remember?
Yeah.
So I mean, it was like completely different from what he used to be. Like back when he was really active and everything, he was always freaking there to help people out on mines, do what he could to help them, and like that shit with mines just completely turned him away from it. Like he doesn't really like. He likes hanging out with Otto. He'll hang out with Bob Dub within the vacuum. Satori D.
Yep.
I don't totally blame him for that because I see him and he didn't gel well with certain senior mines management, senior mine staff. Yeah, you've seen some of the discussions I've had with Bill.
Yeah,
he was somewhat. Let's just say less careful about what he said.
Yeah, he kind of went off and started calling them bad names from what I've heard. Apparently to the point where you can't talk to him no more.
That doesn't surprise me, actually.
So, yeah,
I'm not going into any conversations, but I remember me and Mike having a lot of interesting conversations about the senior management.
and I don't blame Minds Gaming at all for it either, because it's like freaking like this whole thing with
Well, the first thing that caught my attention to it was when they were talking about how great it was going to be that they're putting everybody on the metaverse. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like, you're actually selling this shit.
It wasn't actually really metaphors. Was there was to say
It was the pub, the
Fediverse?
The Fediverse.
Fediverse, yeah.
And that didn't really work out that well. I say that didn't work out that well. The PermaWeb project didn't work out that well. And, I know, talking to Ria, there's been some issues in relation to the replication on Minds.
Yeah. And I've been going into the freaking help and support chat, and I noticed Tan's been going in there too. And
Yeah,
Just
they've
been
been
looking at it,
pretty
watching
dead.
it.
yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say.
I've noticed a lot of times when comments that should have come out of staff and questions aimed at staff members have never been replied to.
That's been months too, by the way. Like, this isn't like weeks. They haven't responded to people's questions for like almost 2-3 months now.
Yep.
Actually, I've still got GitLab tickets that are open.
Yep. Bashy's the
The
only one that seems to be active on there.
yeah, the last two token reward issues that I had, or I found, was never actually replied to by any of the staff. It was resolved within,
Bye Bashy.
and that's another thing. When Ben was working for Mind, we would these token reward deposits are an ongoing issue. Have been an ongoing issue for years now. When Ben was working for them, I would have a reply within 2 days. I'd be lucky to get a reply in 2 weeks.
Guy?
Moment,
Wow.
if not longer.
If you like it now.
So is Steve still working for him?
Còn mấy cái gạo thì sao?
Yeah.
Ở này.
Isn't that his name, Steve? He was working in the. You actually had him on an interview, wasn't that Ryan or something like that?
Why? Yeah. The product manager.
Yeah, is he still working for him?
No. I gave you a list of. I did some research a couple months ago, didn't I? And posted it in the general's chat room, where all these staff members have moved on to.
That's crazy.
Yep.
He's if I remember rightly, Ryan is he's working freelance, mainly doing audio, YouTube audio reviews or audio equipment reviews.
Okay, that's kind of cool, actually, because need to hook up with.
But you found Ryan somewhere else, Mark?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's always been doing sort of audio equipment reviews, so reviews of headphones and reviews of
Where? On YouTube?
audio equipment on YouTube. Yeah, and I think he's ramped that up more now.
Freaking loser.
When was his last post?
Freaking
I
loser.
don't know. I've not heard from him in.
You know.
Okay. I thought you said that he was still
No,
active
I'm not
after.
a member of these. It's just videos that I've come across in the past.
Fucking loser, dude. Like he gave up his work and decided he's gonna be a freaking a beathead, dude, running around.
Hey, if that's making good money for him on YouTube, why not?
Yeah, why not?
Like the Mr. Beast. The future Mr. Beast.
Here's a good example of a post that has GitLab ticket hasn't been replied to. You remember about 2-3, we had several groups just disappear, including the MCLSI group, photography and art, and a few other groups have just sort of disappeared out of thin air. It was reported, I reported it about 2 weeks before Barshi actually created enough tickets back in June. And on 21st of July, I asked about any updates, feedback, and that ticket. I asked for a staff member to provide further feedback and not an update, and that was over a month ago now. Yeah, over a month ago now, and that ticket's still open with no staff comments. And therefore, those more free-for groups are still not accessible.
I've stopped bothering to log tickets because a couple that I logged they've done nothing with. So what's the point of logging issues if they're not going to act on them? I'm not going to help them.
I would still log them at least as there, and then if they don't answer, well, didn't think about creating a public blog article on this one anyway, criticising the staff.
I'm telling you, ain't nothing better than criticizing the staff. That's why I said that horrible stuff about Ryan being a loser and shit.
Why was one of the good ones?
He was, yeah.
He was actually one of the nice guys. You are right. Now that he's not a member of Minds.com, I can talk good stuff about him. I do have my standards, though. You know, it's like freaking. I don't know. I mean, like I feel bad for those guys because like freaking. But at the same time, it was like you knew it was coming. You know what I mean? Or at least I did. It was like freaking. They were trying to dump the website off into freaking basically the ghost, or you know, into the graveyard. Basically, that's what you do when you put shit into the Fediverse. That you're instead of you have one of two options. You can either freaking get rid of it altogether and be done with it, or you can put it in the Fediverse and just let it sit there. You know?
But social media platforms are made and destroyed based on user numbers. User numbers are their sort of bread and butter. If you're going to go down that route, then you're going to lose users.
Well, I mean, okay. Now, the thing about that is it's like this. Okay, I mentioned like Rumble. Okay, yeah, cool. We've got like 400 people who are following us. But how many of those are actually bots? With all the people that I've had to mute.
How many of them are active users?
Right.
Sure, I've got channels that YouTube channels that I follow, but I very rarely actually watch. I might have followed them because there was a couple of interesting videos 6, 7, 8 months ago, and the rest that they produce is got not my interest.
Well, it's just like on Twitch right there. You see that message that we got on there from Twitch? It says from Teresa Smith. It says, "How are you doing?" And I said, "I'm fine. How are you?" Well, she didn't respond back. If that's actually a person, this person in the Twitch chat didn't respond back. You see what I mean? And there's a good chance that that's an actual bot trying to freaking get me to freaking buy subscribers.
It could have just been some individual.
You're so naive, dude.
It could be.
Why are you so positive?
I'm not going to count it.
Like, you're so positive about shit. You know how many
you know how many of these people freaking hit me up, especially on Rumble, dude.
And remember, what you call a bot, it could actually be a human being just typing in the same message
It's like
50 times.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
seen that.
it's like contact me if you want me to help you and assist you to where you can have more follows. Contact me on Fiverr, because Fiverr is where it's at.
Pfizer.
Yeah, you know.
Actually, recently, I've been getting a lot of spam email from
Isn't it?
Indian marketers wanting to improve websites, stating things like, I see you've got this website, it looks good. Actually, on the website, it's a blank page.
All right.
It's just a hosting page. Yeah, it looks good. Nothing on there.
That's exactly what they do to me, man. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, are you kidding me, dude? And it's like, it's the exact same message as what the last one did to me. You know, I've got, let me see in my notifications. Right now I've got one that straight out called itself Channel Booster 15. Okay.
What was the one last night that we saw? Shampoo Net or something?
Yeah. 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 Oh, God. What was that? Yeah, it was shampoo something. That was funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they had this one that I had. It was called Impactavision, and they spelled impact IMPAACT, and it was impact Vision 53. So you know that they send this stuff all the time. So I really don't think that it's anybody who.
Oh, what was the one that's all on mine earlier? Went to a post that went into various groups and channel or various groups. Employment for UPS. From a channel that that was nowhere near sort of UPS press standards.
Okay, so
yeah, that was funny.
That I don't really get very much stuff from UPS unless it's like fake emails in my email.
Okay.
Like they always try to tell me that I have a package that I need to pick up, and like if you click on it, they it's like a spam message. It's not a good thing to do. So.
I've only had one experience with UPS, and that was when I bought something from Germany, and because of I thought I paid for everything at the time, but because of import taxes, they demanded even more money at the point of delivery. The delivery person would only accept me, receiving the product if I gave him my card and paid even more money.
Yeah, so you gotta be careful about shit like that when they start talking that stuff.
But yeah, it was related to because I bought it from Germany and tax, import duties and stuff.
You can't trust those Germans. and I do have good news too for you, but Tan, be there. I've got really good news for you if you're still on here. He's trying to talk. I can see.
Yeah,
I can see funny green stuff around his picture there. Well, I'll go ahead and tell you. After last night's show, me and Mark were talking, and we were talking about history, the history of Europe. I've officially demoted France, and I've brought Canada above the French. So, in my book, the French are below Canadians.
In what respect?
Like they have more dignity and respect than what France does.
Okay. So it's like an international incident waiting to happen.
Well, I mean, you know how I feel about freaking about England and how wretched all you got,
Yeah, you love this country.
you know, and like Canada. I've always had like Canada's just weird. I mean, they're weirder than Australia, and Australia is pretty freaking weird. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So, and well, actually, that kind of makes me think too. Should I promote freaking Australia above France too? That's a real tough question because, like
Yeah.
in Australia, they force their citizens to vote. That's pretty messed up. They don't do that to you guys, do they?
No.
When I heard that, that blew me out of the water. I couldn't believe that they actually force their citizens to vote or they get fined.
Yeah, but you don't actually have to vote for a party. You can just scribble anything on the ballot paper and then.
It's not. I mean, dude, that's not really cool to just say it like that. You know what I mean? Like you can. I mean, come on, dude. It's just because they don't vote for a party doesn't make it bad. You know what I mean? It's an individual vote.
Oh, they vote for a party, of course, like, but you can always mess up your paper.
No, you can't just mess your paper up, dude.
You can. You can. What's the standard form? Just put a line through all the boxes and writing the word none over it. That's the
Well, I
standard
wonder.
sort of form.
I mean that they could probably get. So basically, I wonder if all they'd have to do is show up to the voting booth and put a mark on there.
Yeah.
That's actually a good. That's a good point.
Yeah, you can ruin your ballot paper.
Because I mean, you can show up to at least vote none of the above. But see, here in the United States, they got to be careful because, like, for me, I'm an independent voter, which means I can pretty much vote any way I want to. Okay. Now, if you're a party voter and you freaking decide to do that, your vote automatically goes to your party. So that's the one kind of corrupt kind of thing that I noticed that I didn't like too much. So even though you choose not to vote, your party still gets your vote, even though you don't go to the ballot. So that's why I like being an independent voter, because everybody says that you're wasting your vote. I don't see it that way. I see a lot of people who vote according to party lines wasting their votes. You know, because here in the United States, like the party that gets the most votes wins, and the rest of the votes are thrown away.
Yeah, and it's more of an issue because really the US is on a two-party state country.
I don't know why they take.
Britain has traditionally been, or should I say, three parties state, but yeah, two parties in reality. But now, because of the sort of chaos that we were in, we've seen a lot more smaller parties being created.
It's gonna get even crazier. You're gonna see a whole bunch of them because parliaments used to have a whole bunch of different ones. From what I've seen, you had the Labour Party, but then you had the Independent Labour Party that was alongside of them. Then you had frickin' the Tories, the Whigs, um, and then the Liberals that combined to create the. No, it was the Liberal Party. You had the Liberals, the Whigs, and the
But,
Syndicalists.
but in reality, since the start of the 20th century, we've only had two and a half parties. I'd say half a party because I'm talking about the Lib Dems. But yeah, in reality, it would either be a Labour or Conservative parliament.
I've been kind of checking that out too. It is kind of like that, but one thing you keep underestimating too is you have smaller parties that support the bigger parties, and they kind of like sit off to the sides, and like if they freaking don't go according to party lines, then it can affect the bigger party. You know what I mean? So like you had the Independent Labor Party who supported the Labor Party, but when they went against them, freaking that affected the actual Labor Party. So
you're talking about the SDP, aren't you? You're talking about the
these
Social Democratic Party.
these were the ones. These were the ones that came out of the SDP. It was afterwards. But yeah, they're the basic people, but they changed their names to the Independent Labor Party, and I believe eventually they all kind of went into the Labor Party, but that was it. And I'm surprised you guys freaking actually lost your Liberal Party. That was weird.
The Liberal Democrats still there, but they've always been the sort of third party, the party with the useless party.
Well, I mean, we don't use the word liberal and Democrat in the same words.
Mind you, granted, the Lib Dems joined the Conservative Party during the coalition of 2011.
Now, Dan said he has mic issues, so he had to head back out. Well, I mean, at least he heard the good news about all those cool, about me actually, like bringing up Canada's stature to where it's more prestigious. And I still personally think that frickin' people from the Yukon are coming down and eating people in Saskatchewan.
Okay.
I really, because all those forest fires and everything are being done on purpose. Whatever's in those woods, they do not want it there. You know what I mean?
Are you sure it's just not, a lot of this is just not natural fires?
Then they're stupid. So either I have to call Canadians stupid or I have to call them freaking cannibals. It's one or the other. It's your choice. You tell me, what should I do? Cannibals or just stupid?
I doubt that there's very much cannibalism in Canada.
Have you heard the history?
I've heard, again,
there's a lot of cannibalism in Canada, dude.
Based upon numbers, there's a very small element of cannibalism.
Are you serious? You know what the Wendigo is? You know why freaking...
So, in your estimation, what percentage of Canadians have eaten human flesh?
I would say about 80%. At one point in their life.
Okay.
I mean, you're not a Canadian if you haven't eaten human flesh, dude. That's just uncalled for.
You know,
I'm not sure if that's accurate.
well, I mean, yeah, I mean, shit, dude. And you know, they can forgive Tan because he's technically a Vietnamese Canadian, so they can overlook that. But like, you know, freaking,
Okay.
you just can't let that stuff slide too much. You know, you gotta have standards when you live in Canada.
Next time you meet an actual next time you actually meet a Canadian in real life, ask him.
Well, I mean, I don't want to do that because if I did that, then I might get punched in the face. I'm getting too old to take punches to the face. That was the reason. That was the reason why freaking
Fair enough.
That was the reason why I got nervous with Sonya. She kept threatening to punch me in the face when she got drunk, and I was like, "Shit, come on, girl." I finally told her the last time we talked. I was like, "Dude, that's not attractive at all. You can't be getting drunk and telling dudes you're gonna punch them in the face and shit." You know what I mean?
I don't know. For some looks, that might be fairly attractive. For some people, that might be an attractive thing.
Well, it was like I said, what was it, Wednesday to Nancy? I was like, there's just certain rules, and one of them is not the money maker. You know, you can't be punching freaking people in the money maker, and that's a no spot. So they didn't quite understand that whole concept, but it's like you can kick me in the nuts, okay? Just don't freaking punch me in the face.
Okay.
Well, don't kick me in the nuts either. I don't want any of that. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know what I was saying when I said that. That's just a no. But yeah, what was it? Since we were talking about that, did you see that one that Robot came out with about Roanoke colony mystery? He said that scientists finally solved the Roanoke colony mystery. You ever heard of the Roanoke?
Nope, and I can't remember reading that.
Yeah, he
When
posted. He went on like this crazy freaking tangent. What it was is YouTube videos that he had posted where they said that the Roanoke colony mysteries was finally solved. It was a 400-year-old mystery that happened. It is an entire missing colony. Okay. And they just completely freaking went missing, disappeared, and it's baffled freaking historians for centuries. They have no idea what happened to it. And basically, what they were settlers from England, and they came to the American soil, and they just ended up disappearing. Okay. And they've been wondering for freaking 400 years what happened to these people. So I haven't been able to get around to checking that out, but I'd really like to see if that's true or not. This is one of those issues that I was talking about when it comes to cannibals and shit. But Roanoke, I believe, is here in the United States. And it could be the fact that these are like people who come from England too. You know what I mean? Like those Indians up there probably like eating English people. And I've heard they've done it actually to Vikings too.
Okay.
Like there was an entire settlement
that actually made it to the Americas before Columbus and all them. And they had a freaking camp set up and everything, and they just vanished. And the same shit happened on Iceland, I believe, where an entire...
So you're putting it all down to cannibalism?
Well, it has to be. What else could it be?
I don't know, lost at sea, being eaten by wolves, falling down a mine shaft. I don't know.
We're talking about entire freaking villages, dude, just vanishing. The villages are still there, but they're empty.
Some virus, some disease took over the population.
Bodies would be found, dude.
They all decided to pack up and
walk naked into the woods.
Yeah, and to commune with nature.
Find a way to let everybody at least know that they've gone crazy. Maybe that would have been a good thing to do, you know. But I thought that was actually a good thing to bring up about the Roanoke colony thing, because once we started talking about Canada, that was important. And don't get me wrong either, it was like one of those unbelievable tales channels on YouTube that he posted.
Okay.
You know. But they called it like the lost colony. That's how mysterious that was. And it was like over 150 settlers altogether.
Okay.
Yeah, and they just all of them came up missing.
What was were they looked for? Were they searched?
Well, they Roanoke colony. It was Croton Island. I don't know what it's called now. So I know. Have you ever heard of Sir Walter Raleigh?
Of course.
No, he was in. He's the one who founded it, and
okay.
But he ended up going back to England after he founded it. Then after freaking that happened, they tried to do it again. There was 100 colonists, and that they were the ones who ended up freaking coming up missing.
Okay.
Now I don't know for sure if Roanoke was in England or in Canada, or if it was in the United States. But Roanoke, okay. I believe, might have been here in the United States.
Okay, I'm just looking at just did a quick search for Proton Island, but newest thing I've got is a small island in just off the coast of Gujarat in India.
Oh no. Hold up, here it is. The Roanoke colonies. Here it is. The Roanoke colonies were an ambitious attempt by England's Sir Walter Raleigh to establish a permanent North American settlement with the purpose of harassing Spanish shipping mining for gold and silver.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Discovering a passage to the Pacific Ocean and Christianizing the Indians. After 3 voyages, the enterprise ended in the mysterious disappearance of the lost colony. The first voyage to reconnaissance ventured left. See it? I don't even know what the hell that says now. Yeah, the map does. I don't even know what the hell that map is showing, to be honest with you. Like, it doesn't even show the name of towns or anything.
Okay.
It's one of those old freaking, those old mapping ones. If Mr. Robot was here, he'd know how to interpret it better than I do. But here, let me see if I can. I could probably share it with you.
Representative of the area.
Can you see that?
Be better if it was the landscape. Not. Okay, yeah, I can see it.
Okay. Can you see all that?
Yeah.
It's got all that weird shit on there, and it doesn't really tell you the location of. Oh, okay. Here's the arrow right here. Sekatoic. That's actually up in Canada, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah. We have Seka.
Yeah.
Toquipi. Oh, wow. This is straight up freaking. Yeah. This is straight up Canadian crap, dude. Like, when you hear names like that, that's a definite giveaway. These kind of maps have always tripped me out. Every time I see those, I'm like, wow, that's just crazy. Yeah, I still couldn't find the location. It didn't say specifically where it was in that whole area. So, it's the trustees of the British Museum where they came from. That one. The first voyage, a reconnaissance venture led by Philip Amatus and Arthur Barlow, landed in 1584 on the outer banks of present-day North Carolina. Okay, so that's North Carolina.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be why the map is so messed up, because the Carolinas are really, really messed up when it comes to their coastline.
I'm just trying to find a map. Okay, yeah.
That is a trip. I'll find out later on. I'm going to see if that's actually true. Because, as we both know, you've got to be careful with Mr. Robot. He's a little bit of a fibber. We'll just say that. We'll say Mr. Robot's a fibber.
I'm not sure about fibber.
Because he does believe a lot of the shit he says.
Yeah, at least not intentionally. Somebody, yeah. Let's just say he can be extremely open-minded.
You call it open-minded?
Well, I think that's probably the most politest way of saying that.
Well, he's weird. That's about
us.
He's probably the only person that would not freaking agree with that statement. Okay, but Mr. Robot is the weirdest dude I freaking have met. All right, I've met some weird dudes, man. You know what I mean? Freaking, he is weird.
but in a cool way. I love hanging out with him. You know what I mean? But like, freaking, he is weird as shit. He'll be going, "No, I'm not weird. What are you talking about?" And he would say it in an Australian accent.
Yeah, it's not him who's weird. It's everybody around him.
Yeah, freaking, you know. But you got to be careful with a lot of these things when he does make these posts. Now that one is one that really caught my attention, and then he finally did another one where uh, uh, what was it? Americans hidden secret history. So I went and I checked this one out, and lo and behold, it's another freaking video. You know what I mean? So he's running around like picking up all these videos rather than like actually like going and talking about stuff. He's just wanting to get real quick videos of stuff. This one was from Benevolently is what the name of the channel was, and it says the origins of the United States and the 4th of July celebration. And the
I didn't see that one.
and the intriguing secret untold history of the founding of America. And you know what? Huh?
What was the conclusions?
I didn't even watch it.
Okay.
You know, the reason why I never watched it is because everybody knows that if you're reading anything about American history, the first thing you have to understand is it's a lie. There's no truth to American history whatsoever. That's the first fact.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm very sure. If you're reading reading an American history book and it's telling you something, it is lying to you.
So 1776 never happened.
I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it didn't happen the way friggin' that book's telling you it happened.
Oh.
Okay. That's kind of like with everything here in the United States. Like they'll give you some of the facts, but they'll alter it. You know what I mean? Like this isn't how it really happened. This is how it happened, kind of shit. You know, it's kind of like that whole George Washington and the cherry tree thing. You know what I mean? They've tried to glorify the United States to the point where freaking people believe the bullshit. And if you go back and you look at the actual documentation, you'll find out that's not how it worked. You know, it's really crazy.
Of course, if you go down the the U.S. States education sort of route, history didn't exist before 1776. Nothing happened before 1776.
Well, you do realize like the colonies lasted longer than what we've actually been a country, right?
Yeah, of course.
You know, I mean, it's like freaking the United States is a blink of an eye when it comes to freaking the whole history of this area. Like, well, no, we're halfway there, I believe, because I believe we were a colony for 400 years, wasn't we?
Depends on that argument. Depends on which you're talking about. Viking inclusion. We're talking about what 12th century, late Viking era.
Well,
11th century.
When England started sending everybody over to Rock and all that good stuff, like from that point, it was what, about 300-400 years.
I don't know. The US per se. Oh, what is now the Americas? Caribbean, more like.
Actually, if you go that route, 13 colonies.
It'd been the
Yeah.
East Coast. So yeah, we this right here where I'm at would have been French territory,
Mm.
and California would have been the Spaniards, which we don't want to talk about those Spaniards. We're boycotting Spaniards. It's like back in the '90s, people were boycotting freaking eating tuna because of catching the dolphins in the freaking nets.
Yeah.
Now we've progressed. Now we're boycotting Spaniards.
Because they eat dolphins.
No, because they're getting caught in the nets.
Yeah.
And they're getting caught in the nets. So it's like that's basically the way it works. Like the California, Arizona, and all that, and then Texas, of course, they actually were their own country before they.
Yeah. They've been controlled by 4 different nations. 5 different nations? 4 different nations? 5. 4.
Mm.
4, yeah.
You know that Mexico never recovered from freaking losing to Texas.
Recovered in what sense?
Their economy collapsed because they fought against Texas, and from that time forward, they've never been able to recover whatsoever.
Yeah, but that's not related to Texas per se. That's been related to an interest in history. The French include. Oh, actually, that was before wasn't it? That was the French access to Mexico and Spanish influence. But yeah, you've had various levels of corruption since then.
That's what Zorro was for, but nobody freaking, you know what I mean? Nobody ever freaking listened to Zorro. He was supposed to be the hero that was supposed to save Mexico and release them from the atrocities of the Spaniards' control over their government and the Catholic Church. I believe it was the Catholics. The Catholics were the ones that were being corrupted, weren't they? Or corrupting the government.
It was mainly more political than that. Because beforehand, the French had influence in Spanish politics during the Napoleonic era.
Well, you see, the thing of it is that the church had a lot of influence in Mexico during that time period, and that's kind of like what kept everything going, because like there was revolution in the air pretty much. Like everybody was wanting to start a revolution, and they because they knew like the whole situation with the Spanish and the French, but at the same time, freaking you had the Catholic Church there that was kind of keeping everything freaking together, and that kind of because they had like a power vacuum, and the Catholic Church actually profited quite a bit off of it. They ended up monopolizing a lot of the resources and shit, taking it back to Europe. So that is actually a good story. I got caught up in that because what really interested me about Mexico is after the Civil War, a lot of the Confederates decided they were going to go down to Mexico and create their own freaking government, their own freaking country. Bet you didn't know that, did you?
I know there was action quite just after the Civil War to make certain parts of the southern US to its own country.
Yeah.
That never really, well, that didn't work out at all.
That was called the Civil War.
Yeah, I mean, no, post-Civil War, where you had a lot of renegade or ex-Union soldiers just acting as renegades.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the Confederates, after the war was lost, they decided they were going to create their own militia and march down into Mexico, and they were just going to set up camp down there, and that didn't work out very well either. But that's what got me interested in that whole thing, is what I was getting ready to say. That and Jesse James. Like, a lot of people don't understand the whole history behind Jesse James and his whole dealings with the Confederacy too. Like when he ended up, because he was actually a part of Missouri's freaking Confederate Army, and they were so much of renegades that that the Confederacy didn't even claim them. You know what I mean? So they when Jesse James actually when the war was over, Jesse James was still considered a freaking criminal because of the stuff that he committed during the war and afterwards. Okay. So that was actually a pretty interesting story. That's kind of how I got all interested in that whole line of history. But I try to stay away from a lot of this modern history. I'm not really cool with it. I don't like it. I want to go back to the ancient days, back when they freaking would skin people alive and put their skin up on the freaking walls of Nineveh to show people that this was the enemy and this is what we do to the enemy.
Stick people's heads on spikes.
Right. The good old days. Yeah. Babylon. But like, what people don't tell you about Babylon is like the coolest freaking shit. Okay, like with Babylon, what they would do is they would take the ruler of a city that they just conquered, and they would put a freaking chain around their neck and chain them to the freaking gates of Babylon, so that when people came in and out, this guy who was like the most powerfulest of this city would be standing there at the freaking gate as a prisoner, like a trophy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Could you imagine that, dude? Being able to rule an entire city, and all of a sudden you're just freaking chained and put at the freaking gates of your enemy's city so that everybody can just go by and see you.
Yeah.
They didn't do that in London, did they? See, you guys didn't do cool stuff like that.
Send people to the tower.
With the tower.
Stick the heads on spikes.
Don't even make me go there. Don't make me talk about the tower, because freaking that. And then, you know what was the most sickest thing about England? They didn't even have to do the tower thing. Like, every castle had these little freaking squared slots, okay? And if these royals and these freaking dukes and all them didn't like you, they'd just throw you in a fucking hole. They would literally just throw you in a hole. You would stay there. They wouldn't feed you. And you died. Like, they've actually gone into these castles and cleared out freaking pits of dead bodies where they just throw them down into a freaking a hole, and they died, and that was it. They didn't like you; they just throw you right there in that hole. That's evil as heck, dude. If you really stop and think about it. The only thing I think is worse than that is what the Greeks and the Phoenicians used to do. They had those bulls, and they would take and put people inside these bulls with a fire underneath it,
Okay, yeah.
and it would cause the bull to sound like it was breathing. That's evil. If you want to call it evil, but that's evil. That's pretty bad. You know what I'm saying? I think that's probably the worst out of all of them. And then the castles with the freaking the pits. I don't know, history. That's the interesting stuff.
Well,
It's amazing. If people only understood that they don't need to watch TV, they could actually pick up a book and hear about this stuff and history books and stuff.
Mm.
It's pretty interesting. That's straight sci-fi shit right there. At least I think it is.
not sure about science fiction.
Not sci-fi.
Obviously not fiction. Yeah.
Yeah, not science fact. I wouldn't call it sci-fi either, because I would call it more like just freaking ancient history.
Mm.
Wouldn't put Ben-Hur in it. You get all those gay people freaking watching it and shit. That still sticks out to me. It's pretty horrible.
Funny enough, something that we were talking about a bit earlier got me looking at the Wikipedia page for El Cid, the film, 1961 film, and then the Ten Commandments, 1956 film. Both just Charlton Heston films.
I'll tell you something that tripped me out. It was a Christian based documentary, but he actually did one that was kind of fringe.
Mm.
And I watched it, and I was really amazed by it, because freaking he was talking about, because you remember how Charlton Heston was. He was really Christian about a lot of things. But he got on here and he started talking about like ancient alien kind of shit. You know what I mean? And Jesus Christ. And I'm like, oh my God, dude. I've never heard him talk about that kind of stuff before. You know what I mean? And I seen that on a documentary, and I was like, that's pretty strange, because he usually doesn't do that, or he didn't do that.
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure it was about ancient aliens or some shit, but it could have been something else. It's a while since I've seen it, but it was French, is what it basically was. It wasn't all about like Christian, the traditional Christian beliefs and stuff.
Yeah, not familiar with Charlton Heston's religious standpoint.
Did you ever hear about the only movie that John Wayne played in that was never allowed to be aired public?
That rings a bell, but it rings a bell. Not sure where from, but carry on.
Hugh Hefner. No, not Hugh Hefner. Oh God, Howard Hughes.
Okay.
Howard Hughes paid for an entire production with John Wayne in it, where it was supposed to be the Middle East, kind of like a Ben-Hur movie.
Okay, yeah.
and he wanted John Wayne to play in it. He did it, paid for the whole thing, and freaking it could not be played in movie theaters because Howard Hughes freaking had it for his own personal collection so that he could sit in his movie theater in his own house and watch it by himself. And it was like that way for like 20 or 30 years before they finally released it to the public.
Okay.
It was pretty interesting. It was kind of like that style, back in the Middle East, back in the old days. But I thought that was a pretty interesting story.
Okay. I'm not familiar. I'd have to do some research on the one.
I can find out real quick.
Are we talking about The Conqueror? 1956 film directed by Dick Powell.
It could be The Conqueror. Conqueror. Let me see here. Yep, that's it.
Okay.
That is it. He acts that movie right there was the one movie that freaking was never aired during that time period. It was after Howard Hughes had died. He freaking had it in his freaking collection and nobody could watch it.
I think I may have seen it. Just now. Since release date 1956. Blah 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 blah.
Howard Hughes. Produced by the entrepreneur Howard Hughes, the film was principally shot near St. George, Utah.
No, this was released to the public in 1956, where it grossed at the time was $11,000 in its first 6 days.
Actually, they're saying here on Wikipedia it was like rated one of the worst films of the 1950s. It was one of the worst films ever made.
Remember that John Wayne also acted as a Mongolian Mongolian soldier in another film. I can't remember which film it was.
Who, John Wayne?
Yeah.
I don't know. I know he was.
Unless this is the film I'm thinking of, could be.
This is the only one I know of. Now he could have been, but John Wayne. This was kind of weird for him whenever it come to making movies like this. Like he did.
Was well known for U.S. American propaganda films.
Mm-hmm. He received the Golden Turkey Award.
Okay.
I don't know how much of that's actually believable.
Looking at the plot section of Wikipedia, of the Wikipedia page, I think I may have seen it. The plot section sort of does remind me of something.
Genghis Khan.
I'll have to sit down and rewatch it. No doubt I can find it on YouTube or something.
Okay, so he was supposed to be Genghis Khan.
So yeah, I think it is.
Temujin.
Yeah, I think it is the film I've seen before.
Jamuja. His blood brother Jamuja. Stopped at a traveling caravan escorting Bortai, the daughter of the Tartans, leader Kumlek,
Temujin leaves and tells Jamunja he intends to take Bortai for himself. that's interesting. Just reading that felt weird. I don't know if I want to do that ever again. I'm telling you, like movies like that are like breeding grounds for homosexuals. Seriously, dude. Like just reading like made me feel weird. I was like, oh hell no, dude. I'd hate to freaking go and read the wiki for freaking Ben-Hur, which I've never done before. So I probably
You got me thinking now.
I didn't even freaking think about it till just now. Yeah.
59 film.
No, actually, this one.
We've got to commend Wikipedia on the write-ups on some of these films. Quite in depth.
I'm wondering if it's all generated too, though, because like YouTube, I for a while I've thought that they like actually put like the bands actually put their music on it. Come to find out, YouTube generates the music for them instead of having them have to go on there and do it for them. They'll literally they'll generate the actual song onto YouTube. I don't know how they get away with it either, but I've figured that out, where it's been generated for the band.
Okay.
Which I find that kind of weird. Like maybe they have the licensing to do that, because like if you want to get away with not worrying about copyright and stuff like that, the way you could do it is actually be licensed to be a what do they call that, where you can buy and sell movies. You know what I'm saying?
I think I understand.
I forgot what they called it. It's where you're actually you're legally able to freaking broadcast a movie, no matter what it is, because you've paid for the permit to do it.
Or it was the copyright is expired.
No, I mean like there's retailers basically.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like if like TV stations, if they have rights to do the actual put the shows onto their freaking channel.
Much like our previous conversation about programs that were paid by the BBC and in effect the BBC license holders and taxpayers being broadcast later on, being sold off to companies like Netflix and Amazon.
Yeah. I think they did that to Thames too, didn't they? Over there in England. They sold them off to freaking different companies, I believe.
They've done that for a lot of things. A lot of your quiz shows, game shows came out of that sort of agreement. Things like The Price is Right, as an example.
Don't get me started on Three's Company, dude. Okay.
The Office being the better example of comedy that was sold, or comedy series that was sold from I think the BBC to
what was that?
American studio.
What was that English show that me and you talked about that I mean, this would be a perfect example. It was the one where they worked in the freaking. It was like a mall in England, um, and freaking like you had the gay guy that was selling the freaking perfumes and shit, or the scarves, and then you had the two women that was selling freaking like the lingerie, and then you had that old guy that was the freaking boss, and he always had like the beautiful freaking secretary.
Oh, we talk about 1970s comedy.
Yeah, have you been served?
Yeah.
That one is a perfect example because like freaking they ended up selling their brand to a company in Australia because Australians had their version of it,
Mm.
and then like in order for you to see it here in England, freaking you had to freaking pay for it so they could
Yeah.
be aired here.
More recent examples would be something like The Office,
Yeah, which
which I was never a big fan of the UK version, but I absolutely loathed the American version.
yeah,
Didn't hit right with me.
but the English one is actually better. And another one that's actually pretty good too. Uh, what was it? Which I do think is good. Is Being Human. Have you seen that one?
No, I haven't actually. Even
Well,
meaning no.
have you heard of it?
Yeah, I am aware of it. I was talking to somebody a couple of months ago about it. But yeah, no, it's not one I've seen.
It's well, that one's actually pretty interesting because it's like I can't tell which is better, the English version or the American version, because where one doesn't have good parts, the other one does. You know what I mean? Like the girl, she's supposed to be a ghost. And in the English version, people can see her,
Mm.
but in the American version, she's invisible for the longest time, and then finally, towards the end of the series, you could see her. You know what I mean? So it's kind of interesting how that one plays out. Like I can't tell which one's the better, but
I
like
mean, I'm just thinking of a failure. Another English British comedy that I wasn't a big fan of was the IT Crowd.
oh
It was shipped out to the US, and there was a pilot episode made, and that was it. There wasn't very much interest in the pilot episode, and it was shelved.
I loved IT, dude. I did.
Okay.
I love the
Wasn't a big
English.
fan of that.
I I love the English version. I think you're just resentful though. You kind of hit you in the legs is what I did. That's because that's like hitting close to home for you, dude.
Granted, I've been in a lot of those dark, dingy sort of offices in the basement, answering support calls.
I can understand why you don't like it, but that is a freaking great freaking show, dude. Like those guys are freaking the shit. Okay, especially that tall, skinny black guy. Like he's just freaking off the chain, dude. But I don't think there's too many comedians that could freaking match him whatsoever. To be honest, he is hilarious.
I think he's still doing stand up now.
He probably
I checked. I think just before the pandemic, and he was doing stand up then.
like he's something else. I mean, I do have to freaking give him kudos. I love that show. To be honest with you, and I don't understand how it didn't work out here in the United States because like The Office sucked, just cut and dry. For that show not to make it here, but The Office made it.
The US office became sort of popular. Yeah.
Yeah, it became really because
that's where they originally, or that's where they got the idea of doing shows like freaking, what was it, Parks and Recreation.
Not familiar.
They had Parks and Recreation. They had other ones that came out during that time period too, and they were just basically they took the same kind of direction that they did with freaking The Office, and they just changed the whole storyline. Instead of it being in an office, it was for people who worked at the parks and recreation.
Yeah.
You know, so. But yeah,
But yeah, you could see a real difference between US comedy, sense of humor, compared to British.
well, I thought the English version was better, but I really wasn't a big fan of either of them. You know what I mean? I don't know why I wasn't, but I really didn't get into the whole Office thing.
No, I didn't really.
But I do have to say, IT and Moon Boy, dude. I love Moon Boy.
Again, I'm not familiar.
Well, I know you're not much of a TV fan, so but Moon.
Well, I haven't owned a TV in good 20 odd years now.
That's about how long ago Moon Boy was out. So Moon Boy was cool because he started out as an elementary student. He was actually the first episode. He was leaving elementary school, going into like middle school. I guess that's what I don't know if that's what you guys would call it over there because that's where it's at. But when he left elementary, freaking he had an imaginary friend. Okay, and it was a full grown guy, and it was his imaginary friend. And every time this dude came on there, he freaking acted like a freaking 10-year-old kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was just funny as shit. You know what I mean? So you seen this dude get on there, and he's a full grown adult, and he has the mentality of like a 10-year-old. You know what I mean? It's funny as shit. It really is.
Right.
And I'm not for sure if it's in England or if it was in Ireland. It could have been an Ireland television series, but it was
Republic of, yeah.
it was pretty funny. But those were my two favorite ones when it came from England. And then of course, Are You Being Served? That's without being said. I mean, if you're English and you didn't like that movie, then you're freaking messed up in the head. Or that TV show.
Yeah.
That show that was awesome. And Benny Hill, of course. Can't forget.
I was more of a fan of Hello, Hello.
Hello, Hello.
Yeah. Which was all about a comedy based on the French resistance during occupied World War II.
Now, have you ever watched a movie called The Handyman? It was a series.
What era?
It was like in the 1970s.
Potentially, possibly.
Now, there was a guy that did kind of like kind of like a Benny Hill kind of TV, well, not really a TV format, but it was kind of like a Benny Hill format.
Okay.
And he was basically a handyman. He would always go around freaking doing handyman work and shit. And he got...
What was the actor?
Oh, God, I forgot his name. He was actually the guy who wrote the stories, I believe. So I was just wondering if you ever
If it's who I think it is, it was a really sort of popular TV comedian in the 70s.
Yeah,
In Britain, anyway. Yeah.
he actually did this really really controversial one back then about Cinderella,
Okay.
and that one actually hit pretty big. They actually did like an adult freaking play, and it hit big all over England, man. And it wasn't very well known, like worldwide or anything, but like in England, it was a big smash. People would go to watch it. Uh, Here, I went ahead and okay, it was called The Ups and Downs of a Handyman, also known as Confessions of a Handyman.
Sounds familiar.
The film follows a man who moves to the countryside and becomes a local handyman, only to become entangled with the women of the village. John Seeley. It was directed by John Seeley and stars Barry Stokes.
Yeah, Sue Lloyd rings a bell. But all three names I'm looking at Bob Todd, Sue Lloyd, and Barry Stokes. Rings a bell.
Yeah, that was like classic English shit right there. It was interesting whenever I freaking got older, and I seen that, and it's like they I mean, this guy had been around for 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 decades. Excuse me, but they had this one that came out, and it was called what is it? Are We Done Yet? You know what I mean?
Mm.
Um, and Ice Cube actually starred in that. Uh, I believe it. I believe he did, and I think he actually had something to do with that. I'm not quite sure. At least I've heard people say that he had something to do with that one.
Yeah.
And then they had another one said, "Are no, it was Are We There Yet?" The one where I think it's the first one.
Mm.
You know that one where he had to take and drive the kids for his girlfriend from one location to the other.
If I seen it, would have been many years ago.
I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not. So I probably shouldn't be bringing up conjecture. Don't want to get in no trouble. So
You could well be correct there, but again, I can't really remember.
he would have been old as shit anyhow by that time, because this was like, Are We There Yet? That was like way back in the early freaking 2000s.
Okay, he wasn't acting at the Barry Stokes, according to this, year actor 1964 to 1985.
Yeah.
85 being the final film, Enemy Mine.
What, really? Enemy Mine? I remember
Yeah.
that. That was the alien and the human stranded on the planet together, right?
American science fiction.
Yeah. Cool to know. That's actually pretty cool to know.
Yeah, bipedal reptilian drugs.
Yep.
During this battle in 2092. Yeah, okay, yeah, could well be. Yeah.
They were both stranded on an island after their ships crashed. And instead of
I've seen it. I just looked at the poster image, and yeah, seen it a couple of times actually.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Mm.
Well, we've done the 3 hour thing, man. You want to go ahead and call it quits?
3 hour already. Time flies. We can do.
Yeah,
Got anything extra to add?
not. Really. We haven't had to add anything, to be honest. We've just been sitting here hanging out, having a good conversation. So
Mm.
it's like, I mean, well, first before we leave, I'd like to let everybody know that this is going to be our last stream for Live with Roger Hanson until next year, if we want to do it, because this shit just gets annoying after a while. I mean,
We love it.
we don't know for sure if we want to do it the following year until the following year comes and everybody's like, hey man, we need to do this again. So
Come January, February, you'll be jumping for a new series.
well, I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting at, you know what I mean? It's like freaking you don't really know until you know. So but it we will be coming back next year, definitely. It won't be this year. And we're still going to be doing on the ordinary streams, like we're still going to be doing Roger's real time talk show event, which is on the Praetorian for Rumble and on YouTube. If you guys want to check those out, we've got like 4 or 5 different new episodes there. And then I'm going to finish out the Wonderful World of Weirdness for the year. Dragas Productions, Mark Witashik, is planning on starting up Cafe Enigma in September. He's going
to play the Fixing's vote.
Well, I don't know about that. He said on Saturday. We're going to be doing it on Saturday. We haven't picked a time,
Okay.
and he wants me to do the show, so freaking we'll be doing that and everything. I just I don't want to get too much into these last 4 months because it's time to take a break. We don't want to get too burned out. You realize how much streaming me and you alone have done since January, Mark?
Several hours worth.
Several
hours. Yeah.
I think me and you personally have gone nonstop since the first of this year up until now. Last week I think was the only time we've actually, we may have canceled 1, maybe 2 times before.
Yeah, we have done a few times, not very often.
But I mean, we've gone nonstop for like 8 months, so this is a good time to take a pretty good break. I'm still debating on if I want to live stream at least 1 stream on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, because Sonia keeps talking to me about her wanting to do a show, but then we never get into contact with one another either, so that could be happening too. But other than that, I want to like have the regular streams where we talk about ordinary stuff. Be a break.
Unless we come up with another subject in between now and then.
Well, we can do interviews too.
Yeah.
Interviews are always open. If anybody wants an interview, they want to do one, then we can do that too. I've always left that open. And then even with Mind's Roundtable, Tan went over to freaking Japan, so I took and did that on Mind's Roundtable because that was a pretty cool thing. Other than having DK on there, Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
Oh, Donkey Kong. So
I want to have a chat with you about a recent Teams conversation, but I'll leave that till after the stream.
Okay.
Yeah, in relation to DK.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so with that being said, you want to tell everybody how they can get in touch with you, Mark?
Sure. Sure. Yeah. As usual, just on mine, or mainly on mines.com under the username Megwithley.
Okay. And you can find me at mons.com as Roger_Hanson. I am going to be closing out live with Roger Hanson on Teams, but you can still find me there at Roger Hanson, as well as on uh, X, I believe. I guess I could say when it comes to socials, it's at ROGLOL1973. I usually don't go on there, but you can find me there if you want to leave a message for me there. Besides that, I stream on Rumble and YouTube at Live with Roger Hanson. And with YouTube, it's on my regular main account, which is Roger Hanson at Roger Hanson 2731. On DLive, I am Roger_Hanson, as in the same thing on Kick. Now with Twitch, I am Infamous 1969 or at Infamous 1969, whichever one. So you can find us on all of those channels, and I guess that's all I needed to say with all these finagling names and stuff. So other than that, if you guys like this stream, like, subscribe, share, make comments, leave comments down in the comment section. We'd love to hear what you have to say there. And thanks for watching, and we will talk to you later.
It'll definitely become corrupted.
Instill policies that are constitutionally illegal is the key thing. Like most like our three countries, even though you don't agree with your constitution, it is a constitution. Okay.
Well, yeah, it's the foundation stone of any country, really.
Okay, and whenever freaking they create these NGOs, it's usually a way of working around your constitutional laws. That's usually why they create these non-governmental organizations. So that is a good topic, and we can bring that back up again because right now we need to talk about Trump's cool predictions on his trade deal with China. He vows 100% chance of EU agreement. Okay. Now this
is see what's going on in China right now. There's like massive strikes and stuff going on because of Trump's tariffs. Like these factories are having to shut down. They can't pay their people. It's going down. It's going down over there. China can't hold out much longer, in my opinion.
Now, USA Today says that President Donald Trump says his administration is in trade talks with Beijing, and he is confident they can reach an agreement as soon as next month. Okay, and this article was written, let me check the date on here, April the 17th, 2025.
So a couple of days ago, last week before last.
Now, Trump says he expects to reach a trade agreement with China and the European Union soon, with the latter one coming before the end of a 90-day pause on tit-for-tat tariffs between the trading partners. There will be a trade deal 100%, Trump said, of a deal with the EU ahead of an April 17 luncheon at the White House with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Now, just so you guys know, because I know you're foreigners, but a luncheon is lunch. That's what.
Hang on, hang on, hang on. We all know what lunch is. Or as the Northern Brits call it, dinner. People from the North are a bit weird. Love you all. What was I going to say? Can the Italian Prime Minister speak on behalf of the entire EU?
Well, it goes back to what I just told you. Hot blonde chick from Italy, dude. What the heck?
Yeah, but still, if the Italian Prime Minister is representing Italy and not the European Union?
It could be. It really could be. To be honest, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. Analysts at the US-based investment bank Goldman Sachs estimated that at least 16 million jobs across industries in China are at risk due to the US tariffs of 145% on Chinese imports. That's crazy high.
I was going to raise this point.
And this is all because Xi Jinping escalated the tariffs.
These tariffs have been a bit of a tit-for-tat sort of thing.
Well, all he had to do was drop his tariffs and it would have been all good, but he got offended and he just started this tariff war.
Actually, I don't blame Trump for doing what he's done with China, but it's worth remembering that he just increased the tariffs to a level where they were matching the import tariffs from those countries in the first place.
Yes, which is fair.
Yeah.
And but the problem was Xi Jinping is like, no, I'm going to raise it some more. And then Trump's like, well, I'll raise it as well.
Yeah, but equally, on an equal...
If you wanted to make Trump look bad, just like drop your tariffs to zero. And if Trump doesn't do that, he'd look bad. And if, you know...
And that raises the next point. By doing this, he can now negotiate with these countries as he's doing, and then it's a sort of new world. We can renegotiate tariffs and
like a lot of people are saying Trump is doing this on purpose, being so chaotic with the tariffs so that it creates uncertainty for foreign companies and that forces them to bring their factories into America.
Yeah,
which has happened
I was going to raise this point as well. I read a couple of days ago that both NVIDIA Corporation and Apple Inc. are now creating factories in Michigan. Michigan. So ideally, this allows the US to bring back jobs into the US and aids in employment and therefore economics of the US.
Mm-hmm. Now, Trump goes on to say that the Trump administration actually goes on to say that more than 75 nations have sought to make new trade agreements with the U.S. since the president announced his reciprocal tariff plan in early April. At least 15 has submitted proposals, the White House has said. A Japanese trade delegation met with Trump and members of his administration on April 16th. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said South Korea would also be visiting next week and that talks with India are also moving fast. And I also want to point out before I move on from this that I found out today by checking it out that economists are completely freaking blown out of the water because of how the economy and the freaking trade or the markets are actually recovering so good today because after these trades, like they're actually going back up.
Yeah, I would sort of predicted that anyway. Well, markets come and go up and down all the time, so really,
It's been
the
going up
main,
and up lately. Like,
I mean,
to be fair, for a while now. It's done well this year, though.
Peter Schiff and even Kaiser, Max Kaiser, all the other economists, mainstream economists that I see are, well, questionable, that's to say.
Well,
Yeah.
the thing you guys have to understand is like it's like Trump said, nobody can really compete with the United States. Okay, the reason why it's so hard for Mark to comprehend the fact that everybody makes it out like America's so great and we're like number one is the reason why he has a hard time with it is because the fact is we are the greatest country on the face of the planet. Okay,
Shall I talk about,
all eyes,
things like foreign policy?
You haven't even been around the planet once, Roger. How would you know?
all eyes are on
and you're saying it's great in what areas?
all areas. Like
All areas. Let's talk about
You're really great at bragging. Really great at bragging.
Everybody's
and without causing any offence there, this is another thing that the US is well known for, historically well known for. They're sort of self satisfaction. They're, dare I say it, even somewhat arrogant attitude.
Oh yeah, well known for it. Well known for it. No offense.
arrogant. Well, I mean, I'm just stating the facts. Okay, like everybody.
That's according to you.
Everybody is watching us. Like
That's because you own most of the TV networks.
What are you talking about? That's my whole point right there. We are the greatest nation on the planet, okay?
Let's talk about your things like food policy and health policies and stuff. Yeah.
Let's and like
I mean, there's
that's just modern day slavery, just like the slavery that the country was founded on. Like,
honestly,
what's so great about that?
Let's be serious, okay? There's more child trafficking going on in Romania and freaking Asia. Asia is horrible, dude. They freaking trade children.
Asia isn't a single country.
Contract.
Asia
No,
isn't
I
a
mean,
single country.
this shit happens all the time, and it's happened since the beginning of time. People in that region has.
I'm trying to justify it.
No, I mean it's the truth. I mean, let's talk about this shit. Everybody's like, oh yeah, we need to talk about trafficking taking place all in.
Well, they reckon that there's 300,000 kids missing on the books, but some estimate it could be up to 1 million.
Let's talk about women being abducted from their homes in Romania and Hungary and freaking over in freaking Tokyo and freaking not Tokyo but freaking China or freaking down in Korea or how many women are freaking abducted and sold into the slave market?
I've not seen any numbers. If you've got some numbers there,
I'll bring it up.
This stuff has been going on forever.
Be careful on your sources because I can see this is going to be somewhat questionable. Some sources will be somewhat questionable.
I mean, how many people freaking have been sold on the freaking slave market in those regions.
Afghanistan is up there apparently.
Oh, yeah, the Middle East is, that's a long historical
Well,
thing.
everywhere where there's wars, it definitely goes bad.
Look at Colombia. Look at that.
Yeah, but of course, like they're not going to put the USA on here because they haven't admitted it.
Well, I mean, you gotta have statistics, man. Come on. I mean, the only reason why slave trafficking is really an issue and being brought up here in the United States is because of politics. They want to try to clump prostitution in with slave trade. Okay.
Also, you've got to remember that these are estimated numbers because you can't. It would be very difficult, if not impossible, to actually get actual numbers.
Well, that's right, because this stuff is swept
Just
under
because
the rug.
of nature, yeah.
You get Cuba, 5.5.
Well, that's lower than the US. United States is 6.
Mm-hmm. You know,
It's up.
Chile, 6 is Egypt. Look at
Are we talking about percentage?
Wow, France is above freaking England or the United States.
Okay, we're talking about millions.
It's the same.
Sorry.
6.
Okay, we're talking about some arbitrary score. We aren't talking about things like percentage per capita.
Thailand is up to 7.
Worst countries in. Well, you can't trust USA News. That's going to be biased.
I mean, I'm not the one that chose freaking BBC or any of those. You know what I'm saying?
World Population Review. That sounds kind of neutral. United States highest. For what?
Yeah. United States.
Depending on who you look at, you can get wildly different
Peru.
numbers from what I suspect.
Well, that's 2023. 2025. Child trafficking by country. United States is the highest right now.
Yeah, according to freaking. Yeah, and you just went through that chart that said it wasn't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Well, that was
again, you can have wild different numbers depending on what you're looking at.
Before Biden got in, USA wasn't even on the list, but now it's the highest.
Yeah.
So,
well, the thing of it is it's the regimes that take power. When you get a regime like Trump's, they're really fanatical religious factions. So they really want to push this pedophile crap. Like that's why you'll hear so much about it. Of religion, and that's where you start hearing about things like nurturing, you know what I mean, and a powerful force, but nurturing, and think fertility goddesses. That's Gaia, like you were talking about, you know what I mean. So these people were very much into all of that. They would have been like, or they probably are still to this day, like the hippies of what is that? What's Siberia? That have been like the pacifists, you know what I mean? The hippies that rebelled against those evil dictators. So now, from what I've heard, the Mansi. I don't know for sure if they just caved in and said, okay, we'll follow your mandates, or if they actually or anything about that. I know that they didn't rebel against the Soviet Union. I know that the Conti ended up doing outright rebellion when it came to it, but the Mansi, they still practiced and everything. Maybe they were like the passive resistant kind, you know what I mean? like how
Well, if you're nomads, it's hard to keep you in one place, obviously. So,
Yeah, it's true. I wasn't even thinking about that. If they're moving from place to place, they'd have to be tracked. And I later on, I do want to get more into them and find out what their history is, because I did research on my other channels, the strange stories about the gypsies, and I know and I know that back in the day they were treated pretty harshly, like kings and royalty.
Didn't we have have part of the stream a couple of months ago talking about the Romanian or Woman, gypsies.
Like the nobles would literally hunt them down with search parties to just like massacre them. You know what I mean? They didn't want anything to do with them. So I'd really like to get deeper into this and check it out more on them, because I think they would be an interesting. It'd be a good deep dive to actually go in and find out what was going on with them. Now, this one is the one that has to do with the reindeers, the deity associated with hunting and the forest. This deity is called Yelping Nyar, or Nyar, or Nyar, however you say that shit.
Yeah.
Now, he's associated with hunting in the forest. Hunters would invoke Yelping Nyar for protection and success during expeditions. So whenever they went out on an expedition or they wanted protection, they would invoke him. Now, this is probably the deity that stuck out to me the most. Okay, because like these are protection deities. These are the ones that protect people of the Mansi and the other ones, the Kati. And
yeah.
So they had these different deities, and there were deities that were protectors. You know what I'm saying? So when we get into the whole conversation, you'll start hearing about some of the stuff that was supposedly supposed to be involved in this stuff, and there's a lot of theories on it. But like if you take a look at this protector, and you keep that in mind when you hear it, you can see that there is possibly probably a supernatural, divine, whatever you want to call it, take to this. But I don't think that any scientist is actually going to say, yeah, it was a magical deity from, that caused this problem. You know what I mean? Nobody is going to do that. That'd be like political suicide for anybody, but it's really strange. This Yelping Nyar, I want to get his name right too, so got any feedback on that?
No, we mind. I was thinking the Greek mythology, Apollo and what's his sister in Greek mythology? The god of fertility, goddess of fertility.
No, that Aphrodite.
Yeah.
Aphrodite. Yeah, she.
Yeah. I was just thinking about that sort of similarity.
So now with the ancestral spirits, okay. Now with them, they played a crucial role in these guys' daily life. That they're believed to offer guidance, protection, and blessings. All right. Special offerings are usually made to ensure their favor. So they would make offerings to them. You know what I mean? So, and it's kind of weird too, because I did do research on this, and they would leave coins for these deities or these
Is that so strange?
well,
Um,
the gypsies is what's so strange. The way the gypsies do their thing, like they use rocks, okay, and this is what stuck out to me. Like a lot of people don't know this.
What is that? What is that water fountain in Italy? That's in the Vatican. Is it possibly in Vatican City? That is traditionally you just pour a coin into.
Oh man, is that the one where the angel pees on you?
Potentially, possibly.
Like you know about that one, right? Like
Yeah.
like you go up there and they'll just like randomly pee on you.
Yeah.
I think that's the one that's in it.
Something like that. Yeah.
I still don't know for sure if that's like a practical joke or if like it's just messed up at some point in the past and it does it randomly or something. You know what I mean? I remember they had those videos of it, and I checked it out, and they said that it's been doing that for years. Like, if you're up there and you throw that coin in there, the freaking angel will literally pee on you.
I think I lost this myth.
No, it's like video footage, dude.
Okay.
Like they've got funniest moments out that came out back in the '90s and stuff. You know what I mean? And like they've literally got footage of this angel just peeing on people who are standing by the fountain.
Okay.
It's crazy, but it actually is true. I'll find one of the old clips. They're around on YouTube somewhere. I just have to.
Let's see. Yeah, see. Mannequin is? EIS?
Manicus.
Mannequin. MANNEKEN.
Is that the name of the statue that you're talking about?
Yeah. Actually, it's in Brussels.
Oh, it's in Brussels. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I think there is a fountain in Italy where it's traditional to throw coins into.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure it's in the Vatican City.
Now Brussels is up there around Germany too, though, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that would go perfect with this culture too, because like Germany, first of all, was actually called what was it? It was you had Prussia. It was Prussia. You had Russia, and then you had Prussia.
That was one province of Germany.
Well,
what we call Germany now, especially in the 19th century, a lot of provinces, self-contained countries, I suppose, popped up and disappeared and popped up, up till, remember Germany wasn't unified until 1872.
1872. No. Because well, they had the Weimar government first.
Technically, German as a country is younger than the United States.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
And there was that time too where they actually didn't change the name of Germany, they just changed the government's name.
Yeah, they're unified country.
Well, I'm talking about the Weimar government.
That's between
World War
between
I.
World War I and World War II.
Yeah, and that wasn't changing the name of the government though, or the name of the country. It was just the name of the.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's a good point to bring up. So now with that we can go on to these animals with the animals and how they were considered sacred. Now these guys believe that the animals were sacred messengers, or they embodied they were the embodiment of spirits. This is where I was talking about with the bears in particular. All right, they revered the bear. It was held. Its status was really high in the Mansi and Conti traditions. Like the bear was that, and that's probably where it became eventually, you know, the the animal. You know what I mean? The government animal. Because I could see that now that I think about it. Because the bear, I believe, was the Soviet symbol. I don't know what the Russians are, if they still believe in the bear or not. You know, I haven't kept up that much on them, but
Depends on which culture.
now the
No,
bear,
Russia is a country.
the bear is often regarded as a mediator between humans and the spirit world. Ritual bear festivals, where the animal is ceremonially honored and its spirit is released, are the central aspects of their worship as well. So these people would ceremoniously honor these bears, and they would kill bears, dude. So I think that being able to like sacrifice a bear would probably scare a lot of people, just in my opinion. You know what I mean? If like regular Joes in the Soviet Union was to go up into Siberia and see these indigenous cultures sacrificing bears, that would probably be pretty traumatic to them. You know what I mean? That's just my take on it.
Well, the city folk.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like I pick on Amos all the time about kangaroos. You know what I mean? And like getting into a fight with a kangaroo. You know what I mean? Like, who in their right mind would want to fight an animal that could kick your ass with just one punch, break every bone in your body? You know what I mean? But there's people down there that do that stuff. They even eat kangaroo.
Yeah.
You know.
You can buy kangaroo steak. Well, I won't say it's common in the UK, but it's you can order it easily.
You guys are something else. That's almost.
Well, no doubt in the US you could probably order kangaroo steaks.
The origins of high-frequency active aurora research program can be traced not to a military facility in Alaska, as many commonly believe, but rather to a more obscure and unexpected source. A Texas oil company operating in the mid to late 20th century. The intellectual and technical foundation for what would eventually evolve into the massive ionospheric heater in Gakuna, Alaska, began with a single inventive mind, a physicist by the name of Bernard Eastland. His work, developed while under contract to a subsidiary of a major oil enterprise, eventually produced a patent that has become infamous in both scientific and conspiracy circles alike.
Bernard Eastman's professional background straddled the worlds of corporate science, advanced physics, and defense adjacent technologies. While collaborating with a subsidiary of Atlantic Richfield Company, a major petroleum firm based in Texas, Eastland was tasked with exploring non-traditional uses of the company's vast natural gas reserves discovered in Alaska's Prudhoe Bay. The idea was not merely to extract and transport this energy, but to find innovative ways to utilize it in situations. This line of thinking gave rise to the concept of using gas-generated electricity to power a massive electromagnet transmission facility capable of interacting with the ionosphere. The potential application Eastland filed in the mid-1980s was granted in the summer of 1987. It bore the title Method of Apparatus for Altering a Region in the Earth's Atmosphere, Ionosphere and or Magnetosphere. It proposed a system of ground-based radio transmitters that could send high-powered radio waves into the upper layers of the atmosphere. These waves would cause localized heating, altering the behavior altering the behavior of charged particles in the ionosphere and magnetosphere. While atmospheric heating had been experimented with before on smaller scales, Eastland's concept was remarkable for its scale, ambition, and multi-domain implications. According to the patent, the electromagnetic waves generated by the proposed apparatus could be used to manipulate the ionosphere in various strategic ways. For example, the energy could be focused to create a lens or mirror effect in the atmosphere, potentially allowing for the reflection of communication signals over the horizon. More provocatively, the patent suggests that such a system could interfere with or even disable incoming ballistic missiles by disrupting their guidance systems. The apparatus could, in theory, simulate the effects of a nuclear explosion in the sky, producing high-altitude electromagnetic pulses without the use of fossil materials. What made the patent even more provocative was its reference to potential weather modification. By heating specific regions of the upper atmosphere, it might be possible to affect wind patterns, jet streams, or even precipitation cycles in a targeted area. Although this idea was presented in theoretical terms, the suggestion that one could manipulate weather systems from the ground fed directly into the more dramatic speculation that would later surround the high-frequency active aurora research program. The use of electromagnetic waves to influence the ionosphere is not a purely speculative endeavor. The basic science behind this has been confirmed through smaller facilities like those located in Tromsø, Norway, and near Fairbanks, Alaska, before the construction of the larger facility in Gakona, in Gakona. These installations showed that high-powered radio waves could indeed induce ionospheric heat, stimulate the production of low-frequency waves, and generate artificial auroras. Eastland's patent took these foundational concepts and imagined their application in a grander, more transformative scale. The relationship between the original patent and the later government-funded research project is not purely hypothetical. The original patent was assigned to a company called APTI, a subsidiary of the Atlantic Richfield Company, which was later contracted by the United States Air Force and Navy to develop what would become the High Frequency Active Aurora Research Program Facility. When APTI was sold to a larger defense contractor and later acquired by yet another major defense entity, the patent rights and associated technology went along with it. Bernard Eastland himself would later claim that the design of the facility was based on his patent, even if the full scope of his more radical ideas were never fully implemented. The site, constructed in Gakuna, Alaska, consisted of a phased array of high-frequency antennas spread over a large field. These antennas were capable of generating focused beams of radio frequency energy directed upward into the ionosphere. The purpose of these transmissions was publicly stated as scientific research to study the natural dynamics of the ionosphere and to develop advanced technologies for radio communications and surveillance. However, the public availability of the Eastland patent, combined with the facility's remote location and military oversight, led to a range of suspicions and theories. Among the more controversial ideas drawn from the original patent was the claim that the facility could influence weather patterns or be used as a weapon. Although the scientific consensus largely dismisses the idea that such an installation could have the installation could have a practical effect of global weather systems and original patents. No, wait a minute. The idea that such an installation could Although the scientific consensus largely dismisses the idea that such an installation could have a practical effect on global weather systems, the original patent's language is sufficiently broad and suggestive to fuel ongoing speculation. The patent even alludes to the possibility of creating artificial plasma layers, redirecting particles trapped in the Van Allen belts, or disabling satellites and aircraft electronics. Concepts that sit on the edge of conventional physics, but were not excluded from the realm of possibility by the patent itself. The timing of the patent is also worth noting. It was filed during the height of the Cold War, when technological supremacy was viewed not merely as advantageous but essential. The United States and the Soviet Union were both engaged in extensive research into exotic defense systems, including particle beams, weather control, and space-based surveillance patterns. In this context, Eastland's intervention would have appeared as an imaginative and potentially valuable tool in the ever-escalating arsenal of high-tech defense capabilities. What set this particular patent apart from typical defense-related inventions is its unusual fusion of energy infrastructure that advanced atmospheric physics. The idea of using natural gas resources to power a geophysical weapon was, at the time, unconventional and illustrative of the kind of out-of-the-box thinking that sometimes characterized research sponsored by major corporations with ties to government contracts. Although the eventual facility constructed in Alaska did not operate with natural gas power as Eastland had proposed, the vision embedded in the original patent remained influential in shaping the research and technical framework of the large project. Bernard Eastland would go on to file another patent that expanded on the principles outlined in his original documents. These included more refined systems for beam steering, artificial ionospheric mirrors, and even concepts involving the manipulation of atmospheric conditions to support missile defense. While his name is not widely known outside of certain technical or speculative communities, his contributions to atmospheric physics and defense theory are significant. His original patent remains one of the clearest bridges between corporate energy interest, scientific exploration, and military technology development. The very language of the patent suggests that its author was well aware of the controversial implications of his ideas.
How proud we were when those towers were built, with foundations strong and sure. Under those towers a spring was buried, filled with chaos and fury so pure. A battle raging so strong and silent, and the people without a clue. Hidden away within isolated bubbles, so far away from the world and all of its troubles. The earth began to rumble, the ground began to shake, while foundations began to crumble and those towers fell to the floor. Under the foundations we found two enemies, battling one another. Each burning with hatred, neither more furious than the other. Battling over the spring, neither wishing the bloodshed to end. Though if the bloodshed ends, the earth will no longer rumble, the ground will no longer shake, and the towers will no longer fall. Brainwashed with propaganda, listening to stories that are told, boys and girls wish to adventure. Glossy-eyed, young and wanting to shoot a gun, while playing with black powder. Searching for adventure, fortune and fame, they travel to far-off lands. Mystery and adventure is all they see, yet, the more that is seen the more they want and more will be revealed. So sail across to that faraway land, map the skies as they go. The young should create not destroy, or be hypnotized and mesmerized either. Kids though will see, what they only wish to see. When they go just over that hill, they will see what was once golden orchards. Pastures once filled with rose petals, now nothing but scorched land. Looking towards the horizon they will speak of way back when, remembering how it used to be. When grass grew green and we were truly free, while in the back of their minds lay all the shame. What they truly became, the day they decided what they had to become. The lies they fell for and the leaders they followed, who selected only the best of the stock. Those who decided who shall live and who shall die.
History has shown that since the beginning of time, we humans have tried to control and manipulate nature. We wish not only to control it, but also bend it to our will. Our obsession with control has driven us to where we are now. Some would call this progress, but some would call it our destruction. As the Roman Empire came into being, the creation of glass itself was born. From the glass, all things began to thrive, and science as we know it emerged. The secrets of the craft were hidden among kings, queens, and nobles for centuries to come. From Constantine to the Crusaders up until the Age of Enlightenment, empires were built from the secrets they possessed, yet these same empires also fell by the wayside as time passed. Not all of the power and influence they possessed could save them in the end. Rome was abandoned by Constantine for the beauty of his Byzantine Empire. From Rome to Constantinople, from Constantinople to Venice, glass soon could not keep its secret from the rest of the world. And the spread of its marvel began. Scholars at one time would use glass bowls filled with water in order to observe the behaviors of light. First there were little bottles of perfume, then chandeliers. Finally came the microscope and telescope. The world was amazed by what progress possessed. We still are today, but what was the cost? Today we have scientists that suggest we are no more than a computer simulation. Just as Aristotle used glass to determine the secrets of perception, we are opening our consciousness to the unknown. Genes that are groomed by generations of breeding, passed down from our forefathers before us, picking the best of the stock in order to perpetuate the breed and further our immortality. The Greeks would travel abroad in search for the meaning of life, taking them to far off lands. Scholars, philosophers, and adventurers would travel to Egypt, searching out its deepest secrets. On their journey, they eventually encountered the stories of Aphrodite and her indiscretions. The rose given to Hippocrates and delivered to him by Eros, Aphrodite's son, as a gift for his silence concerning those indiscretions. Silence is golden, just as it is also consent. Ignorance is also bliss, and we turn a blind eye in order to protect what we feel is ours. King Louis VII's entire family died from smallpox. His brother died as a baby because the doctors performed bloodletting. If it wasn't for King Louis VII's governess refusing to allow the procedure, he would have died as well. Let us not talk about this king, though, especially when it comes to secrets. Kings and queens would breed according to stock. They needed an heir to carry on the family name, thereby keeping power within their fold. Henry VIII was on a deadline for a son and produced only a daughter that could take his throne in the end. At the early age of 11, King Louis VII was introduced to his betrothed wife-to-be. The royal family wished for him to be married to his cousin. He wasn't really interested, though, considering she was only 11 and his bride-to-be was but 3. So they hurried off and found a Polish princess to take his cousin's place, who was old enough to conceive. An unquenchable thirst was born, and secrets of illegitimate children were hidden from his subjects. What would the people say? Traditions carry on from each generation, it seems, and we have an explanation for it according to the scientific method. Let's talk about King James as well, and the misconceptions concerning his life. The idea that playhouses in London were the place to be during that era was far from the truth. Reprobates and homosexuals who practiced beastly things gathered in those places. King James frequented there often in search of male lovers, and nobody said a word. To this day, there are even conspiracies concerning Shakespeare, wondering if he ever really existed. Was he actually just a pen name for a person of royalty or someone of high standing wishing to stay anonymous? Nobody of reputable background would have ever been caught in such places, like the playhouses in London. The things that Shakespeare wrote about were well beyond his reach. He knew about the law and was a writer with only a 7th grade education. He could have never gained such information. The Order of the Golden Fleece and its dirty little secrets. Secrets of the confessional. What was said and done in the banquet room stayed in the banquet rooms. Generations of noble families were held as political prisoners in order to uphold the king's order. People would flee from their homes, exiled to far-off lands, away from the church. Meaningless wars were fought for land and treaties, most without reward for either the people or their kings. Tributes had to be paid and hostages taken, because if not, then conspiracies were formed. Referendums and counter-referendums were made in order to preserve nobility. Out of all this secret societies, such as the Freemasonry, the Rosicrucian, and other Hermetic groups were formed. This, of course, resulted from years of persecution from the Golden Fleece and other secret courts. These courts held trials by oath to determine guilt or innocence. The penalty for any crime that a person was accused of was death. Secret handshakes, meetings among members, and judgment was given only by the accused peers, was the law of the land. If you weren't a member of that group, you better know someone who was. Not knowing the right people would have certainly been the death of you. You then either ran for your life or you were hung from the nearest tree because there weren't any jail time after guilt was established. Some of the greatest lies ever told to man are obvious, and yet we look away from the truth. We accept the lies told to us, instead of understanding that these are not fact but lies. First, we were led to believe that the earth was flat. Then we were taught that everyone thought that the earth was flat. Historically, though, this is far from the truth and inaccurate. Not all societies and civilizations believe this to be true. There are plenty of historical facts that state otherwise, though we have been fooled into believing the lie. While civilizations formed and folklore began to dominate societies within these civilizations, pockets of individuals also studied the skies. When villagers feared curses and sacrificed their children to gods, these few individuals calculated the full circle of the equinox around the ecliptic. They understood the returning of the planets and the circle of the same, the great year, perfect year, the platonic year, or whatever you would wish to call it. They understood the gyration of the axis and the equinox procession. Without shame, most people are cowards, filled with greed and vanity, always competing for resources, power, and notoriety. In order to gain these things, it's required that the masses must be controlled and influenced. In order to acquire resources, blood has to be spilled, and our young have to be sacrificed for the greater good. A life for a life, for the sake of the spring. Blood sacrificed in order for the water to flow. Some sources claim that the golden ratio is commonly used in everyday design, for example, in the shapes of postcards, playing cards, posters, widescreen televisions, photographs, light switch plates, and cars. Erno Lendave analyzes Bela Bartok's works as being based on two opposing systems, that of the golden ratio and the acoustic scale, though other music scholars reject that analysis. French composer Eric Satie used the golden ratio in several of his pieces, including Scenarios de la Rose Croix. The golden ratio is also apparent in the organization of the sections in the music of Debussy's Reflets dans les eaux, Reflections in Water, from Images, first series, 1905, in which the sequence of keys is marked out by the intervals 34, 21, 13, and 8, and the main climax sits at the 5 position. The musicologist Roy Howitt has observed that the formal boundaries of Lemur correspond exactly with the golden section. Trezise finds the intrinsic evidence remarkable, but cautions that no written or reported evidence suggests that Debussy consciously sought such proportions. Pearl Drums positions the air vents on its master's premium models based on the golden ratio. The company claims that this arrangement improves bass response and has applied for a patent on this innovation. Though Heinz Bolin proposed the non-octave repeating 833 cents scale based on combination tones, the tuning features relations based on the golden ratio. As a musician interval, the ratio 1.618 is 833.090 cents. Adolf Zeising, whose main interests were mathematics and philosophy, found the golden ratio expressed in the arrangements of branches along the stems of plants and of vines and leaves. He extended his research to the skeleton of animals and the branching of their veins and nerves, to the proportion of chemical compounds and geometry of crystals, even to the use of proportions in artistic endeavors. In these phenomena, he saw the golden ratio operating as a universal law. In connection with his scheme for golden ratio-based human body proportions, Zeising wrote in 1854 of a universal law in which is contained the ground principle of all formative striving for beauty and completeness in the realism of both nature and art, and which permeates as a paramount spiritual ideal. All structures, forms, and proportions, whether cosmic or individual, organic or inorganic, acoustic or optical, which finds its fullest realization, however, in the human form. In 2010, the journal Science reported that the golden ratio is present at the atomic scale in the magnetic resonance of spines in cobalt neobate crystals. Several researchers have proposed connections between the golden ratio and human genome DNA. However, some have argued that many of the apparent manifestations of the golden ratio in nature, especially in regards to animal dimensions, are in fact fictitious. Studies by psychologists, starting with Fichtner, have been devised to test the idea that the golden ratio plays a role in human perception of beauty, while Fichtner found a preference for rectangular ratios centered in the golden ratio. Later attempts to carefully test such hypotheses have been at best inconclusive. In the mid-19th century, Rober studied various Egyptian pyramids, including Khafre, Menkaure, and some of the Giza, Saqqara, and Abu Sar groups and was interpreted as saying that half the base of the side of the pyramid is the middle mean of the side, forming what other authors identified as the Kepler triangle. Many other mathematical theories of the shape of the pyramid have also been explored. One Egyptian pyramid is remarkably close to the Golden Pyramid, the Great Pyramid of Giza, also known as the Pyramid of Cheops or Khufu. Its slope is 51 degrees, 52 inches, is extremely close to the Golden Pyramid inclination of 51 degrees 50 inches, and the TT symbol based pyramid inclination of 51 degrees 51 inches. Other pyramids at Giza, Khafre 52 degrees 20 inches, and Mycerinus 50 degrees 47 inches are also quite close. Whether the relationship to the golden ratio in these pyramids is by design or by accident remains open to speculation. Several other Egyptian pyramids are very close to the rational 3-4-5 shape. Adding fuel to controversy over the architectural authorship of the Great Pyramid, Eric Temple Bell, mathematician and historian, claimed in 1950 that Egyptian mathematics would not have supported the ability to calculate the slant height of the pyramids or the ratio of the height, except in the case of the 3-4-5 pyramid, since the 3-4-5 triangle was the only right triangle known to the Egyptians, and they did not know the Pythagorean theorem, nor any way to reason about irrationals such as the TT or its two scientific symbols. I have it on screen capture, so here's the two symbols, if you can see that. Okay. Michael Rice asserts that principal authorities on the history of Egyptian architecture have argued that the Egyptians were well acquainted with the golden ratio, that it is part of mathematics of the pyramids. Citing Guidon in 1957, historians of science have always debated whether the Egyptians had any such knowledge or not, contending rather that its appearance in an Egyptian building is the result of chance. In 1859, the pyramidologist Tom Taylor claimed that in the Great Pyramid of Giza, the golden ratio is represented by the ratio of the length of the face, the slope height, inclined at an angle of that symbol right there to the ground, to half the length of the side of the square base, equivalent to the second of the angle in that symbol again. The above two lengths were about 186.4 and 115.2 meters respectively. The ratio of these lengths is the golden ratio, accurate to more digits than either of the original measurements. Similarly, Howard Weiss, according to Mattila Gaika, reported the Great Pyramid height 148.2 m and half base 116.4 m, yielding 1.6189 for the ratio of slant height to half base, again more accurate than the data variabilities. Examples of disputing observations of the golden ratio include the following. Historian John Mann states that the page of the Gutenberg Bible were based on the golden section shape. However, according to Mann's own measurements, the ratio of height to width was 1.45. Some special proportions in the bodies of many animals, including humans, and part of the shell of mollusks and cephalopods are often claimed to be in the golden ratio. There is a large variation in the real measurements of these elements in specific individuals, however, and the proportion in question is often significantly different from the golden ratio. The ratio of successive phalangeal bones of the digits and the metacarpi bone has been said to approximate the golden ratio. The nautilus shell, the construction of which proceeds in a logarithmic spiral, is often cited, usually with the idea that any logarithmic spiral is related to the golden ratio, but sometimes with the claim that each new chamber is proportioned by the golden ratio relative to the previous one. However, measurements of nautilus shells do not support this claim. The proportions of different plant components, number of leaves to branches, diameters of geometric figures inside flowers, are often claimed to show golden ratio proportions of several species. In practice, there are significant variations between individuals, seasonal variations, and age variations in these species. While the golden ratio may be found in some proportions in some individuals at particular times in their life cycle, it's something you should check out. Baalbek is an amazing story, no matter what you believe. Check it out. Okay, Baal of Ugarit was the epithet of Hadad, but as the time passed, the epithet became the god's name, while Hadad became the epithet. Baal was usually said to be the son of Dagon, but appears as one of the sons of El in Ugaritic sources. Both Baal and El were associated with the bull in Ugaritic texts.
as it symbolized both strength and fertility. He held special enmity against snakes, both on their own and as representatives of Yamu, lit sea, the Canaanite sea god and river god. He fought the Tanananu, the twisted serpent, Lotan, the fugitive serpent, the biblical Leviathan, and the mighty one with 7 heads. Baal's conflict with Yamu is now generally regarded as the prototype of the vision recorded in the 7th chapter of the biblical book of Daniel. As vanquisher of the sea, Baal was regarded by the Canaanites and Phoenicians as the patron of sailors and seagoing merchants. As vanquisher of Mot, the Canaanite death god, he was known as Baal Rapi Uma, and regarded as the leader of the Rapum, the ancestral spirits, particularly those of ruling dynasties. And there we get into Mot. From Canaanite worship of Baal Canaan, worship of Baal spread to Egypt in the Middle Kingdom and throughout the Mediterranean following the waves of Phoenician colonization in the early 1st millennium BCE. He was described with diverse epithets, and before Ugarit was rediscovered, it was supposed that these referred to distinct local gods. However, as explained by Day, the text at Ugarit revealed that they were considered local manifestations of this particular deity, analogous to the local manifestations of the Virgin Mary in the Roman Catholic Church. In those inscriptions, he is frequently described as Victorious Baal, Alin or Alin Baal, Mightiest One, Ali or Ali, or Mightiest of the Heroes, Elai Cordum, the Powerful One, Dimern, DMRN, and in his role as patron of the city Baal of Ugarit, as Baal Zephron, Baal Sepunu. He was particularly associated with his palace atop Jebel Akra, the ancient Mount Sapanu in classical Mons Cassius. He is also mentioned as Winged Baal, Baal Knip, BLKNP, and Baal of the Arrows. Phoenician and Aramaic inscriptions describe Baal of the Mace, BIKRNTRYS, Baal of the Lebanon, but BLLBNN, Baal of Sidon, BLSDN, BLSMD, Baal of the Heavens, Baal Shamim or Shamayin, Baal Adur, BLDR, Baal Hammon, Baal HAMON, and BLMGNM. There we go. So we can get into a lot of this. There's a whole explanation on all of this. I don't want to get too far into it because there's a lot of religion here, and be honest, I don't want to cause any kind of friction among people, you know what I mean? If you're curious about what's being written here and you want to learn something, then give it a shot, you know. Dagon is another deity right here that is something that needs to be learned. Dagon, or Dagan, was a god worshipped in ancient Syria across the middle of the Euphrates, with primary temples located in Tutul and Turka. Through many attestations of his cult come from cities such as Mari and Imar as well. Alright, and at this point what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over Ma'at, or Mot. Now Mot, God is the death god. Now Mot was a Canaanite god of death and the underworld. He was also known to the people of Ugarit and the Phoenicians, where Canaanite religion was widespread. The main source of information about Mot in Canaanite mythology comes from the text discovered in Ugarit, but he is also mentioned in the surviving fragments of Philo of Byblos, Greek translation. Byblos is Greek translation of the writings of the Phoenicians Sanchuniathon, which we have just done with the Phoenicians. So, form of the name. The Ugaritic myth, Mot, spelled MT, is the personification of death. The word belongs to a set of cognates meaning death or other Semitic. No, death in other Semitic and Afro-Asiatic languages. Arabic, Mawt, M-A-W-T. Hebrew, Mot, M-O-T, or Mavet, M-A-V-A-T. Ancient Hebrew, Muth, M-U-T-H, or Maveth, and Maweth. Maveth is M-A-V-E-T-H, and then Maweth is M-A-W-E-T-H. Maltese, Moot, M-E-W-T, Syriac, Ma'uta, Ge'ez Mot, or Ge'ez Mot, that's G-E, punctuation, E-Z, and that's Mod. Canaanite, Egyptian, Berber, Aramaic, Nabatean, and Palmyrene is MWT. Jewish, Aramaic, Christian, Palestinian, Arabic, and Sumerian is MWT. Mandean, Muta, Akkadian, Mutu, Hausa, Mutuwa, and Angus, Mut. Akkadian is Mutu. So, the Akkadian is something that I really need to check out separate from the Sumerians too. It's something I need to dig deeper into. The Akkadians is an extinct East Semitic language that was spoken in ancient Mesopotamia from the 3rd millennia BC until its gradual replacement in common use of Old Aramaic among Assyrians and Babylonians from the 8th century BC. Okay. Religion and mythology. Ugaritic texts. The main source of the story of Mot's death is Ugaritic. He is a son of El, and according to instructions given by the god Hadad Baal to his messengers, lives in a city named Himri or Mari. A pit is his throne, and filth is the land of his heritage. But Baal warns them that you not come near to divine death, lest he makes you like a lamb in his mouth, and you both be carried away like a kid in the breach of his windpipe. Now, a kid, a lot of people get that mixed up, but a kid is actually a baby sheep. So when you hear the word kid in these writings, you need to understand that they're talking about baby lambs. They're not talking about like a literal kid in today's world. So that kind of gets a little mistaken. I learned that with the Sumerians. Kid was a common term for a lamb, a baby lamb. So let me move on. Hadad seems to be urging that Mott come to his feast and submit himself to Hadad. Death sends back a message that his appetite is that of lions in the wilderness, like the longing of dolphins in the sea, and he threatens to devour Baal himself. In a subsequent passage, Death seemingly makes good his threat, or at least is deceived into believing he has slain Baal. Numerous gaps in the text makes this portion of the tale obscure. The sun stops shining as its goddess Shapash joins Baal's sister Anat in burying him. Anat then comes upon Mott, seizing him, splitting him with a blade, winnowing him in a sieve, burning him in a fire, grinding him under a millstone, and throwing what remains in the end over a field of birds to devour. Baal's father, dreams that Baal is alive and sends Shapash to bring him back to life because the land had become dry. After 7 years, Death returns, seeking vengeance and demanding one of Baal's brothers to feed upon. A gap in the text is followed by Mott complaining that Baal has given Mott his own brothers to eat, the sons of his mother to consume. A single combat between the two breaks out until the sun goddess Shapash upbraids Mott, informing him that his own father El will turn against him and overturn his throne if he continues. Mott concedes and the conflict ends. Influence on the Passover. Few scholars have postulated the idea that the Jewish tradition of Passover may have begun as a ritual connected with the myth of Mott killing Baal, as Baal was the goddess of rain among the Canaanites and certain other Semitic nations. Modern scholars has disputed such views as a failure to take into account the original narrative and cultural context, pointing instead to a purposeful subversion of the Baal-Mott myth on the part of the authors of the Hebrew Bible, working in a framework of an audience who were well acquainted with the religious worldview of the surrounding nations. Phoenician sources. A Phoenician account survives in a paraphrase of the Greek author Philo of Byblos by Eusebius, who writes of a Phoenician historian named Sanchuniathon. In this account, Death is a son of El, counted as a god, as the text says in speaking of El or Chronos.
Before the Illuminati, right?
Yeah,
This stuff
exactly.
that you're talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure.
Oh,
Now-
the origins of the Illuminati is kind of murky. We don't really know exactly when that came about, but we know sort of roughly that it was a lineage of high knowledge that was passed down from the prehistory, basically.
But
Some
we
people
haven't
believe,
had anything.
including the Freemasons, believe that it actually came from Atlantis. So like time before history, where it was gifted to us by the
Atlantis,
gods.
the mythical place.
Now,
Well, it's mythical now, but back in ancient Egyptian times, it was a historical fact. Like Plato
Yeah, no, that's what
doesn't
me and
speak
Roger
of
were
it as a
talking
myth.
about.
He speaks about it as a historical fact.
Yeah, that it was a fact because we saw it on the map underneath the water. We actually did after you left, and we did the research, and we not a whole bunch of extensive research, but we pulled the map out and we looked just to see, and we could actually see the shape of Atlantis underneath the water, and we were elaborating on the fact that it was obviously true, but might have just been obvious, like it says the story.
even
pushed underwater
that
by
though,
certain
even
type
that,
of
okay, the location where we seen this was exactly where it should have been on the ancient maps too. See, and
Right.
that's what's so messed up about it. You know, I mean, it's like if you look at this water and you look at this from freaking technology that they didn't have back during the time these maps were made, you could clearly tell that there was landmass there. Okay, so that's one thing that stuck out to both of us. You know what I mean? That was an interesting part of the whole deal because, like, you can clearly see that there was something there.
I was just clarifying to make sure that I was understanding because my limited knowledge sometimes it just makes me make sure that I'm saying or identifying with the right things, and I don't like to kind of be in a haze. So I ask questions just to make sure that the answer that I thought was correct is either corrected, or it is already correct. So it's more of a Mr. Robot came on here, I don't know, it was a few weeks ago. And that's when we started doing research after he wasn't around anymore. And we were doing our own research based off of the subject that we were discussing in regards. And I was just asking him, is he referring to what, because I don't want to go into, are you referring to what is commonly known as something that is mythical but is actually reality? Nah, the mythical place Atlantis, oh, well, we are thinking, well, we already got past that. Yeah, we know it was actually there. I was just asking you because not everyone is as smart as everyone else. So anyone that's listening may understand what we refer to, like just talking to the common person so that they could be brought up to speed type of thing, how they would identify what Atlantis is and the best way for us to be able to, and then to elaborate on the fact that it is a real place was more so where I was going with that direction, because we're all
Thanks, Karma.
here.
I appreciate that.
Here.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So
Yeah, no, we understand.
So-
you want to elaborate
So
on
we were
that?
talking about secret societies before. I've got like a little section here to read quickly. This is from one of my favorite researchers in the field. His name was William Cooper. And I don't know if you guys have heard about him. He used to work in naval intelligence in the USA in the 60s and 70s. And he basically did what we're doing. He started his own renegade radio station in the US on AM radio, and basically he saved all this classified information, because he was one of the guys that would encrypt the data before it got sent, classified data across the ocean. And he kept all this classified information and found out all this stuff that we're about to talk about. And he just blurted it out over the radio. And he actually predicted 9/11 like 3 weeks before it happened, and said they were going to blame it on Osama bin Laden. A week later, the cops came and shot him in his own front yard. And he is a total patriot and like fearless researcher. He was epic, this guy. So anyway, he did this little section on secret societies. I'll just quickly read to you if that's okay.
All right.
The 1953 report of the California Senate Investigation Committee on Education stated that so-called modern communism is apparently the same hypocritical world conspiracy to destroy civilization that was founded by the Illuminati, and that raised its head in our colonies here in the critical period before the adoption of our Constitution. The California Senate understood that communism is the work of the Illuminati. They failed to realize that the Council of Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission are also the work of the Illuminati. You must begin to think correctly. The enemy is not communism, it is Illuminism, which is really hidden Luciferianism. The communists are not going to be much happier with the New World Order than we are.
Yeah.
I hope to show you that most modern secret societies, and especially those that practice degrees of initiation, and that is the key, are really one society with one purpose. You may call them whatever you wish: the Order of the Quest, the Jason Society, the Rosh Hashanah, the Kabbalah, the Knights Templar, the Knights of Malta, the Knights of Columbus, the Jesuits, the Masons, the Ancient and Mystical Order of the Rose and Cross, the Illuminati, the Nazi Party, the Communist Party, the executive members of the Council of Foreign Relations, the Group, the Brotherhood of the Dragon, the Rosicrucians, the Royal Institute of International Affairs, the Trilateral Commission, the Bilderberg Group, the Open Friendly Secret Society, the Vatican, the Russell Trust, the Skull and Bones, the Scroll and Key, the Order. They are all the same and all work towards the same ultimate goal, which is the New World Order.
Yeah.
And yeah,
That's pretty good. Now, the thing that really sticks out to me on what you just read right there was first of all, California. Okay, you go to California and you live in California, you understand that they're in their own little universe. Okay, like living here in Illinois, I'm a part of the United States, okay? But like when I was living in California, everybody was about California. You know what I mean? It was always nobody was better than California kind of atmosphere. And you kind of got that sense when you were there. So for me personally, when it comes to that, you know, I mean, I grew up in freaking parts of Illinois, Florida, Georgia, you know, and I never felt that kind of atmosphere until I moved to California.
I agree. I felt it too. There's a certain freedom there, hey? Like a very interesting vibe.
The thing about that is it's like you also have to kind of be careful with that, because like there's a lot of negative things when it comes to California too. You know what I mean? Like you got that freedom like you were talking about, but at the same time you've got that kind of underbelly of underbelly. You know what I mean? That thing that's just digging down below that you don't know anything about. Like
true. But can't you say the same about every place like that?
the only thing I can say that's close to that is New York. New York has that same kind of mentality. And I've only gotten a taste of New York. I actually lived in California for a little while, so I'm more familiar with it, you know. Now, when it
the one thing I did notice was the willful ignorance of the people. You know, they have all these like deep problems around them, but they just so focused on their own agenda of making money or doing whatever, and they just ignore all these problems.
Yeah,
it kind of blew my mind a little bit.
And they're all, you know, supposed to be environmentally conscious, but they don't frickin' allow their wildlife to or their national wildlife people to frickin' go out and burn the dead frickin' around the woods, you know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden you get this big news broadcast that there's a wildfire burning through frickin' California. Well, if you'd make it legal to where the forest people can go out there and frickin' clear out the dead wood and everything, then that wouldn't be an issue. You know what I'm saying?
There's also a conspiracy theory around that those fires were intentionally lit with the same kind of technology that was in Maui, you know, which is worth looking into as well. Because I think that is now happening in Australia too, where I'm from, where they're burning down certain places just so that corporations can come in and buy up the land. Because when it's a nature reserve, no one's allowed to buy the land. But after it's been burnt, they re-regulate it, right? Which is a weird thing. I don't want to get too sidetracked, but the one thing I noticed in California, I don't know if it's US-wide or whatever, but it was how they treated the homeless was pretty shocking to me. Like, just how many people, normal people, just end up on the street and have nowhere to go. It was crazy. And they wouldn't let them sleep anywhere. They just turn on the sprinklers at nighttime so you can't sleep anywhere.
There she is. Anyway, she's back.
That's beside the point now. But what's interesting to me about that part I just read is this was in 1953. The California Senate Investigation Committee basically mentioned the Illuminati. They were aware of this stuff in the public eye back then, you know, and now it's become like a myth. But back then it was a congressional fact.
That's why I mentioned California. I mean, right there. You're right. And
it's interesting how short our memories are, right? Like our parents might remember, or our grandparents might remember that stuff, but the modern kids, people our age, don't remember this stuff because we don't look back at this boring old political stuff, you know? Everyone's interested in other parts of history, but like so quickly things can go from fact to legend to mythology, you know?
Yeah.
If we don't keep reminding ourselves of it.
Now, Manly P. Hall, I have heard of him, and I actually listened to his old tapes that they transcribed over to YouTube, and they've got it on there so that if anybody wants to know, they can find it on.
He is so good, so good. He's my favorite storyteller of all time. Just the way he words things is amazing. I get goosebumps when you just mention his name.
Yeah, he's an amazing guy. He mentions things too that a lot of people don't realize that went on, like when it comes to like the Order of the Golden Fleece, you know. I mean, most people aren't even aware of what that was about, and they were around. They were around all the way up.
His knowledge is more in depth than you can get from just plain research, because he had access to all of the Masonic libraries and stuff like that. And even the Masons don't go looking at that stuff, but he dived deep into all of their ancient, like, secret knowledge, and basically, you know, did lectures about it in public, which is rare to find, basically.
Yeah. So, for me, you know, I've pretty much told all you guys how I feel about it. You know, I've done the research, and I don't like to make, you know, statements that I don't know for sure. Getty's record, but anything like that, or Getty Images. Oh. I figured they would have it, so I gave it a shot. Tried to figure out where it was.
They don't have them. Or her.
They don't have it.
It's
supposed to be in the UK, and yeah, there's actually 2 of them that's mentioned in there, and Lisa Patterson, I hit on that one, and yeah, they just have baseball photos and shit. Oakland Athletics. This could be her actual, like, image selection of the things that she's posting. And other than that, they're just showing him. Yeah, and it looks like it's best.
This guy? They're showing the same guy?
No, they're well, actually they're
showing BJ for Lissa.
Let me see. Yeah, like they got on here for the search engines, Lisa Patterson, stock photos, high-res pictures and images. But then when you go to it, it's just photos, baseball photos. Here. This is the best I've been able to find. Right here. They just show that stuff. And
oh wow, okay.
Yeah, that's.
And we think that's somebody different.
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah,
You'd think they'd have photos of the Guinness Book of World Record. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, that's what I always think. It's strange.
That's some messed up stuff. But yeah, that's pretty much what I've got for it. What I wanted to go through and everything. I think this stuff is fascinating when you look at it. I mean, it really is. The fact that people can do this kind of stuff. I mean,
yeah. How did you find it? That's what I wanted to ask you.
I've been researching on this stuff for a while. It actually even led me into like other kind of things that were involved in freak shows that used to go around, when still goes around today. Like there was a pair of twin brothers who were actually well, they don't know for sure if they were kidnapped or if their mother freaking made an agreement with the circuses to take their kids off, but one of the two happened. And these two actually was raised in the circus for the freak show because they had hair all over their body. So, I mean, that was the latest one that I found from it, but that's something else that I have on my YouTube channel. But
Is the Guinness Book of World Records not something that's publicly accessible?
I would think that it is.
Me too. I thought it was.
Let me see if I can find it in the search engine.
Hey, baby.
Yeah, here we go. It's in the search options. Egg rolling. I got the main page. Egg. What was it? Egg something rolling. Yeah, it was egg crushing for egg.
Hey, this is how you're finding the Guinness Book of World Records by egg crushing?
That's the contest that she was in.
Oh.
Or both of them.
So you want to see, okay, so you want to see if you can find them by that.
I've got the... Okay, so most eggs crushed with a punch in 1 minute. And most eggs crushed with
toes, that's why.
Toes. With the head, that would be it. Most eggs crushed with the head in a back bend position in 1 minute. That would be what we're looking for. Is it switching?
It's like doing ... Yeah,
there we go.
But it doesn't tell you, are you able to search for a specific year, or is it not able to search for a specific year?
They had the selection and everything, but I'm in the process of waiting here. Okay, Chitish, 85 total number. S. Chitish. And the most egg crushing with the head in a backward position in 1 minute is 85 and was achieved by Chitish S. from India in Tamil Nadu, India on September the 6th, 2001. He is the second successful attempt at this record in 2021. So, let me see. I wonder if they would have like the dates, like you said.
Yeah, for a different year instead of just because that says 21, but 21. I guess how often do they do it? Do they not do a new Guinness Book of World Record every year?
Yeah, they do.
That's what I thought. So
2025 is when that article says to check. So
2025? I doubt it. I don't think so. I don't think so. We haven't even made it to 24 yet.
Or 2005. Sorry. Yeah, it says in 2005. Yeah, sorry. I did put 2005 down. I just said 2025.
Yeah, you're definitely ahead of us with that one, because that is wild. So then...
So, yeah, 2025. They don't even have dates. It'd be nice if they'd keep previous records.
Right.
Most Most drink cans crushed by hand while holding an egg in 1 minute blindfolded. Oh my gosh. Fastest time to crush 10 eggs with elbows pointed forward.
What's the fastest time?
10 eggs, that's 7 minutes and 24 seconds.
It took 7 minutes to crash 10 eggs. That's not a lot.
No, that's not.
Especially 7. Are you kidding me? I
Yeah.
could break that record right now. I'm not going to smash up eggs.
Then we're going to have to do that. I mean, but
You're talking about smashing eggs? What are they, hard-boiled eggs? Like, why would it take so long? Do you know how quickly eggs break?
yeah, 10 eggs is all they say. 10 eggs with elbows pointed forward, and that's within 7 minutes and 24 seconds.
Why is my IP address in Hagerstown, Maryland, Washington, D.C.? I'm nowhere near Washington, D.C., but my IP address is in Washington, D.C. Like,
Okay.
what in the world?
You got a VPN?
No, just a hacker. Bunch of hackers minding my business. This is
No.
so whack, man. This I want to drop off the face of Earth so no one can find me. It's so annoying. 68 pull-ups in 1 minute. That's the world record in 2020. 68 pull-ups in 1 minute. I was looking to see if there's anything else that I could maybe find about Lisa Patterson, but maybe she's like, or he's like.
Now hold up. Just above this, it says the most eggs crushed with the elbows pointed forward in 1 minute is 42,
Okay, so I cannot break that record.
and was achieved.
Now that sounds more
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, 7 eggs or 10 eggs in 7 minutes. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, 10 minutes. You should be brushing way more than 7 eggs.
So this might actually be like different results that came up with the 2005 thing.
Very well.
The most eggs crushed with the toes in 30 seconds is 45. That's crazy. Most eggs crushed with the head in 1 minute is 142. Okay, so do you want to go for one of these records, Karma?
No, I think I'll have to pass on that. Those people seem extremely dedicated. I'm not going to be. It's never been my goal to be in Guinness Book of World Records book. So I'm not to deprive the people that actually set this as a standard. Like VJ, that's something he really wants to do, be world famous for setting these type of records. I'd be unfair to participate.
That, that kind of gets you to wonder too. Why would somebody be so obsessed that they would do something like this? You know what I mean? It's just like that by itself is just. I mean, the obsession to do
Man,
that.
everybody wants to have fame. What do you mean? Everybody wants to have fame. They want to be recognized. No one's satisfied with just themselves. They have to make sure the world is satisfied with their existence. No, man, totally get it. It's just the life we live. If you're not going after the fame, then you're just lame. I rhyme.
Well, you got to remember this goes even farther back than the freaking internet. Even like they were doing this stuff back in like the 60s and 70s and stuff like that too. That's something else.
Yeah, I mean, even like royalty used to exploit people for stuff that they could do. They would have the gestures, what they call them, the gestures where they perform for the people that are royal. So, they sit up and the people that are royal are not performing. They're the ones watching the people that are performing, Oh, bravo, that's amazing. I mean, and then you have to have the people that are willing to get in the arena and stretch through a tennis racket, You gotta have something to do, something to watch.
Yeah, no, this one, it just comes back to that once, so I don't know what to say about that. Lisa Patterson so far does not exist.
Right. Except I saw somebody about they spell it with one S, and that's an Arthur. So I don't know. Yeah.
It says COOR.
Arthur. Albert.
From my search result, the only thing that terminology goes back to is this actual blog. So, I mean, and if I'm wrong, man, somebody can come on here later on and correct me on that. But I just don't see it.
Maybe it's a few pages back, but you would think that if you are that specific, it will pull up the search results. I mean, it's not that different. You know what I mean? Like, this is what I'm looking for. And so maybe it's being blocked or unable to be located for a specific reason.
No, they have a Kentucky offender search. Wichita County, Texas. And,
I could imagine Texas having a lot of, like, I know that sounds bad, but like, just Texas, California, those type places are places where a lot of
voices on the airwaves, secrets to unfold. Listeners all gather, mysteries untold.
And Roger, you are live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Cafe Enigma, where mysteries linger at the edge of science and imagination. Tonight, we're celebrating the opening once again of Cafe Enigma. We will start the first episode without a topic. This is a time to reunite, reflect on past episodes of Cafe Enigma, and share experiences, as well as meet new people to the show and get to know them too. So with that being said, we first have to take a look and understand Cafe Enigma. We have to look at its history and listen to people's stories and experiences to previous shows. And what was it like before on Cafe Enigma. So with that being said, I'm going to get into introducing our panel for tonight. Tonight we have with us, starting out, Sonia Galactic, or Galactec, not Galactic, Galactec with an E, T-E-C instead of T-I-C. As well as her, we have Nancy Planeta from the Vixen's Vault, as well as David Capione. And
hello.
And we also have Vicky Voss, who is here with us. And we have a newcomer to the show, which is Jahan Satur. Welcome to the show, Jahan. And with that being said, I am wanting to open this up to the panel members so that we can have them give a little bit of background about themselves. Now, with that, so who first would like to do it? I really don't like the idea of having to pick somebody. Who would like to go first and give a little bit of background about themselves?
I suppose I'll go first.
Okay.
The reason why I'll go first is because I created Cafe Enigma originally, and it ran for about 10 and a half years under my my tutelage. As I created it, I produced it, I hosted it, moderated it, and I don't like the word host for the show that I did. It's more of a moderator. kind of like just kind of steering the topics. And we had a lot of different topics. But before I even started the show, I took about a year and a half to figure out how to make this show and what I needed to do to create a show that was going to be legacy and get me places and meet and talk to interesting people about interesting and not so always how would you call it, common topics of the time or the day. Some of the topics were fringe. In fact, a lot of them were, so that's kind of how Cafe Enigma started. I looked at shows like, let's see, 60 Minutes. I looked at shows like the Lear Report on PBS and what was it, Meet the Press. And I said, a group of people with different ideas from different places and different specialties. What better kind of show could you put them in than to introduce them to a topic and then kind of like, what do you guys think of this? And then some people were familiar with the topics, others weren't, but everybody has something to say about the topic, whether they wanted to or not. They could, some of them were like, yeah, I don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole, or oh yeah, that topic was great. I know all about this, that. I know some scientists or this, that, and the other, connected with it. And thankfully, when I got connected, I had been working with Nancy Planetta, who was a core member of the original show. And Nancy brought me a lot of folks from her group that we had in on that show as well. People like Peter Robbins to Scotty Roberts was on it many times. And she could probably tell you, so many more people that have been on the show, and the topics that we talked about, because, 10 years, 10 and a half years was a long time for a radio show to go on. And, towards the end, I started getting a little burnout, and I started looking at trying to find people who would fill my shoes, yet, for speaking, because I wanted to get a little bit of, I loved the show and I wanted to take and keep going, but I just didn't have it in me to do the topic and the, make the connections with the people anymore. I wanted to do more of the production work where I'm at right now. And I've been doing, production and engineering and syndication and all that for a lot longer than I've done all the other shows and things with those shows. But that's the part that I love the most. And that's why I continue to do all this. And now, I've kind of recruited and we found, I had some promising people, but I'm a stickler when it comes to format, and Nancy will tell you that too. It's like, because format with radio is everything, and if you can keep to that format and it's solid, you'll have a show for a long time that people will come into. And even if they don't listen to you for like a month or 2 or 3, they can always come back and be like, oh yeah, that was a great show. How did I miss that? And then they'll start going through the archives and catching back up. And that's really what it's about. But I'm going to turn the rest of it over to Nancy, because I know she wanted to probably pop in here real quick too.
Oh yeah.
You're killing me, Mark. You're killing me.
I love you too. I
Okay.
mean, I love all my hosts. I platonically, I really do. All my hosts, no matter what show that we've ever done, are like my super closest friends in the world. We might not always see eye to eye, but it's like the shows that we do. We always connect in the end, and we move on and we help each other, and that's what kind of, I guess, what Roger wants us to do tonight. Make the next step and get this going again.
Bring the dream back
Well,
to
I think
life.
in essence,
Sorry.
well, in essence, I think it is that, I mean, it's a family. You built a network of family. And that is not easy to do, especially not in entertainment. It is not easy. There's always egos involved. There's always intelligence involved. There's politics involved. Personal issues get involved. It's very hard to find a circle that you don't lose pieces and it doesn't get malformed. And that's kind of what happened with Dragus Productions. Mark was able to form a circle that has stayed pretty well gelled. I mean, it's pretty gelled. I know David has been with us forever. Roger, you've been with us for a while. It's just phenomenal. I can name multiple hosts that are still working with Mark that started out years and years and years ago. And that is a tribute to you, Mark. I mean, you've done a good job trying to keep everybody together. And you have a lot of conflicting personalities, which is never simple, and a lot of very, very intelligent people, which makes it even harder because we tend to be very monovisioned. But that being said, I had the honor of hosting Cafe Enigma for several years. Mark had asked me to take it on when I was getting ready to jump back into radio. I had taken a sabbatical from radio during the COVID time span, mainly because things were just too erratic, and very honestly, it was just too inflammatory. People were angry. Keeping to a subject matter that went onto the fringe could get you fried or get you cooked or get you in trouble. So it was just, I needed the break. I took the break, and what brought me back was Mark, because he wanted to actually revive Cafe Enigma. Now, the fun part is that when we revived it, my format for my show, because I've had the Vixen's Vault for over 20 years, which is the show that is on Dragus Networks. That format differs from the way Cafe Enigma was run. And I had a co-host with me, and it was very hard to try to keep to what Mark wanted. Sadly, very hard. And I will take fault in that too, because again, hosts are hosts are hosts. We have our own styles. We have our own ways of doing things. And I can tell you, even on the Vault, it's funny as heck, because pretty much all the players you're seeing or listening to here are also on the Vixen's Vault as part of my panel. And we can start with a subject. I mean, I actually had an agenda last week. I am not joking. I worked on an agenda for my show to try to keep it circled to where I needed it. And nope, we were off in 5,000 different directions. But that actually it makes it it's kind of the allure to the show. I know I've talked to friends of mine who listen to it after the fact and say, it's one of the most interesting shows because you've got so many different opinions. And Roger, I got to tell you, it's hysterical because your name gets brought up quite a bit because you're like that voice out of nowhere that comes up with something that's like completely outside the box. And my reaction to it usually cracks everybody up because you never faze me. You couldn't faze me if you wanted to. You give me a lot of really great punchlines. We'll put it that way. It's lots of fun. But again, the idea of Cafe Enigma was to create, it was to stir people's creativity, I think, in many ways. It was to get people to go a little bit outside the box, to let their imagination free a little bit. And I commend Mark for that, because that, again, is not an easy thing to do with any type of radio, even television outlet. It is not easy to do. And it's definitely not easy to do for over a decade. Truly, it's not. with that being said, I cannot think of a better person to host the new rebooted Cafe Enigma than Roger. I mean, Roger Hanson, I've known him quite a bit now. He's always thoroughly enjoyable to have on my show, even though he doesn't think so sometimes. He's brilliant. And he is probably one of the most innovative thinkers I've ever met. Honest to God, he will surprise y'all. I know he sounds real casual and calm, but trust me, you get him into a subject and he will go 90 miles deep before you can even blink your eyes. I mean, he's all the way back in, pre-Babylonian time periods, naming off gods, goddesses, and ether and everything else while you're going, what? Wait, when do we go there? Hold on, wait. So again, perfect for this genre, perfect for this show. And I'm honored to be on this panel tonight. Truly honored to have been asked to be here.
Okay, so now we have to pick between David Capione and Rafael Martinez. Which one of you two want to go first so that we can kind of get a little bit of information from you guys?
Go ahead, Rafi.
Dave, you go first.
Okay. Okay. My name's David Campione. I got involved with Cafe Enigma, I don't know, 9 years ago. I put out a UFO manual that my father was involved with. I grew up about flying saucers and UFOs, that's what I'm calling them, spacecraft, and ET, extraterrestrial spacecraft. I don't care what the government says. They're not UAPs or nothing. They are unidentified. Most of them are. Some of them are identified. And anyway, when I put out the manual, I was on LinkedIn, and I was promoting it, and I would scroll down. I don't know if anybody has been on LinkedIn, and I was just looking for radio shows or anything new that would accept my information that I have, and plus my book. And Mark Wachashek, he said, "Well, come on at Cafe Enigma." So I've been hanging in there for 9 years, and or at least 9 years. I don't even know how many years it's been, and I have quite a bit of experience with flying saucers, and because my dad was a researcher, and I've seen 13 of them in my lifetime, actually 14 now. Yeah, because I believe I've met two ETs, human beings, none of this Hollywood crap, which the CIA funds, and they don't want anybody to contact the ETs. So because they want to control us, they want to control everything, all our thoughts and all our visual information. And but my dad, I started learning. He took a show on the road back in New Jersey. In the late 60s, 70s, and then in the 80s. But he lost his eyesight. He was a factory worker at E.J. Budd Company. He used to cut sheet metal for the stainless steel trains, and some of them, I guess, are still running from back in the 50s and 60s. They're still on the tracks, and he just liked the machine, the metal. He was a metal worker. Anyway, he had an industrial accident where he cut part of his thumb off, and as he was laying there in the operating room within this huge factory, the operating lamp dropped down on him, hit him in the head, and it took 7 years for him to lose his eyesight. He lost 90% of it. So I used to drive him to he was able to do his lectures, and I would take him to his lectures, and he would give the lectures. I'd run the slide projector. Some of you may not know there were color slides, and there were projectors where you would project on a little screen with lenticular lines. And anyway, I picked up a lot of his information over the years, and then when he passed on, I decided I was going to make a video, and which was a VHS. I don't know how many people are listening that know what a VHS is, but I think this panel knows. And I sent it. I had a friend of mine in the Edit Center in West Palm Beach. and he put it together for me. And all I did was the dialogue, and he incorporated everything. And then I sent the VHS tape off to a Las Vegas UFO convention in 1992. And it was 59 minutes, the whole documentary. And it was part of this, well, it was mostly all about the slide presentation. And I won the award for the best documentary in the world at that time in 92. And I got a little EBE award, Extraterrestrial Biological Entity Award, which is the weirdo award. But I still love it. I still have it. And I still see, I haven't seen anything lately other than when I was photographing the rocket ships that go up off of Cape Canaveral. And it was the SpaceX, the first one, the SpaceX, right after, it was a few days after, and Nancy knows because they watch them, and Rafi. And it was a couple of days after the Artemis went up. It was in January, about a year and a half ago. And then when I was photographing, I have long lenses because I do a lot of wildlife photography. And then when I put it on my computer, and I said, well, why is there a star in there? I mean, I've never recorded stars, and it was motionless because everything moves. I mean, you need an equatorial mount to really get good astronomical stars. So I kept on enlarging it, and it looks like a flying. There's a saucer sitting there. Well, there's a craft with headlights sitting up in this, watching this rocket ship go off. And I had talked to somebody about it, and they said, yeah, well, Elon was probably up on it when he was probably on the craft watching it. So that's my expertise, and I've been around this for even doing work for the CIA in the early 70s. So that's somewhat about my background, and I have a pretty good knowledge of the real ETs, not the stuff that you see in the movies and on TV and X-Files and everything, which I like. I like the X-Files. So that's all for right now, and I'll pass it along to Rafi.
Hi. Hold on, Rafi. Before we get to go. I believe we're coming up close on the first commercial break. So.
Oh yeah, I didn't even.
You got about 2 more minutes. Keep going, but make it quick, Raph.
No problem. So basically, I got involved into podcasting with Nancy, but I had a different reason. I was just waking up to what's happening and the conspiracies, and I started digging, and once I started pulling that thread, I just couldn't stop. And so here we are. I think our first air time together was 10 years ago at least. But it's been a hell of a ride. I've learned a lot, and it's just I don't think we're close to done with learning everything we need to learn.
Well, we have less than 2 minutes now before we have to go to our break. Now, what I want to do, because it was towards the end where, Raph, you were talking, so I want to take a quick break, and when we come back, I'd like to hear a little bit more from you, because we've had a really good conversation here, and I want to continue it. You okay with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I hope everybody has enjoyed what we've been discussing, and we will be back, and everybody on this panel will have a chance to tell their story. So with that, I'm going to take us out to a break, and we'll be right back.
Through quantum fields, our spirits thread entangled moments, words unsaid, a force unseen defying the span, linking hearts, our mystic plan. In the echo of your laughter, I find my peace. Through quantum fields, our spirits thread entangled moments, words unsaid. A force unseen defying the span, linking hearts, our mystic plan. In the echo of your laughter, I find my peace. In the silence of your absence, love won't cease. We defy the limits of this earthly plane. Love's gravity pulling, despite the strain. Across the stars, a cosmic sign. In your eyes, the universe aligns. Even in the dark, I feel your light. Through distant galaxies, love takes flight. When I close my eyes, I still see you here. Through all dimensions.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Cafe Enigma, where we will be discussing its history and how we're going to go when it comes to moving forward with this series in the future. Now, right now, well, before we went to break, we were talking to the panel members and getting to know a little bit about their background, and a little bit about the history of Cafe Enigma and things of that nature. And we made it around to Rafael Martinez. Now we have Rafael and we have Sonia Galactic, as well as Mark Edworthy and Jahan Satir, who have yet to be able to talk. So we're going to continue this and let everybody kind of give a little bit about their background, starting with Rafael, because he needs to say more. That's all I got to say about it. So with that, I'm handing it over to the panel, and I am shutting my mouth, believe it or not, because I'm cool like that.
No, he is cool. But
Vicky,
but
too,
going back to
sorry.
my background, I'm sorry. Going back to my background. I mean, I come from a government background. I started out in the Marines and then went federal law enforcement a couple of years after that. I was there as started out in Border Patrol, went to INS, Air Marshals, and then U.S. Customs Service. And I was there in the agency. I was in the U.S. Customs Service as a special agent as we transitioned into or got reorganized into DHS and became ICE. I watched how the character of government changed overnight, and it wasn't a good thing. I mean, even we all sat around and we all saw the historical parallels of 9/11 was our Reichstag and DHS was going to be our new Gestapo. And so I come from that side of it. I read the Patriot Act. I know that I even told my family it was the beginning of the end of this country when I first read it, and I'm still coming from that viewpoint. But the more I found out, the more I couldn't deny it. I mean, it's not conspiracy theory; it's conspiracy fact. And I think it was a hard transition for me because I came up thinking that my government was the force for good in the world, and what little did I know that they are at the center of some of the most heinous events around the world. And a lot of times when you think they're fighting some enemy, it's actually controlled opposition. They're working the Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution. And I think I can give a million examples of it, but what got me started down this road was actually 9/11. So from there, I mean, there's a lot more rabbit holes that these guys go down that I can't go down yet because unless I got solid evidence I can take to court, I can't wrap my head around it. It feels right, but it doesn't mean that I can prove it. So that's where I come from. That's how I view things, and hopefully I bring something to the table. Yeah.
You're definitely going to bring things to the table, so I guarantee you that. I've had plenty enough conversations with you. So,
Thank you.
Vicky Voss is the one I forgot to mention. I apologize about that, sweetheart. You are the most amazing female next to Nancy and Sonia, of course. To get all three
Thank
of you
you.
guys are amazing, and I apologize for that. So, um, with that being said, I'm gonna get you to talk a little bit and tell everybody next what a little bit about yourself, okay? And I do
Okay.
apologize.
No problem. Um, my name is Victoria Vast, and I met Nancy on Telegram. She was very kind to me, and she answered questions that I had, particularly about EMF protection. I was asking for a soldier that was having problems, and she was took the time to answer. And actually, I think we talked by phone, and she answered. Where we could get these hats that have the aluminum, protect against the EMF. And he was just very kind to me. And so we started being friends there. This is back in, gosh, 2021, I believe.
Yep. It was end of
Yes.
2020 into going into 2021. Yep.
Yes. And so I just have so appreciated her and just her warmth and acceptance. I am a former nurse. I specialized, I guess, in health needs of women, which was labor and delivery, postpartum, antepartum, newborn nursery. Um, and then I did some school nursing. And so I have that medical background when it came to looking at the jab and um, all things crazy there. And then also, uh, my husband worked on the Casey Anthony trial back in 2011, which actually, came back up, or these some of the players and the trafficking and the different um, satanic ritual murders and satanic ritual abuse, these kind of things kind of all intermingled in there. My brother was the one that told me about um, this, what was going on behind the scenes. And I listened to podcasts and I got educated, and then I got on the chats and met Nancy. I am probably the odd person out because I'm an evangelical Christian. That means I was saved when I was 6 years old. And what Nancy has been kind enough to let me, um, kind of put that perspective in. And I
That's
will.
not kindness, Vicky. That is not kindness. That is respect for who you are. Because we're not our religions. We're who we are. And you're a beautiful person, and you have a message. So, heck yeah.
And
Have at
well,
it.
thank you. Well, I had been listening to Dr. Michael Heiser because I'd been following prophecy and biblical prophecy, and then Michael Heiser's work. And he likes to bring the Deuteronomy 32 worldview, which goes back to what Roger, was talking about back in the Mesopotamian, those texts and the different gods and that kind of thing. Well, Michael Heiser brings that in, and he ties it into scripture that evangelicals read, because we can only read it from church traditions, which means we don't have that background of the between the Second Temple and first century Jewish person, and then the church, the apostles and church fathers there going forward. So he, through all of his work, explains it so that we don't freak out when we hear supernatural things. the different topics like werewolves or vampires or witches, those things, he explains. He loved to do ancient aliens. He was on Pagan podcast because he has the ability to get on that same footing of where those people are, because he can actually read those Mesopotamian texts, the Dead Sea Scrolls, because that was one of his advanced degrees, is these ancient languages. He also worked at Lagos, which was the cuneiform. If you want to read the Mesopotamian text and the Gilgamesh story in the original text, you can go to Logos and read it. It's already been, worked out the software so that you can understand it. So, and then but he still has the evangelical, he understands, he gives it to, regular church people, like I think a lot of America is probably Protestant. Not everybody, but I mean, but otherwise, I think that with the supernatural things coming out, AI, aliens, all of those things, the poor people like myself would really be in a world of hurt if we didn't kind of get on that same footing and say, no, this isn't weird. This is going back to that era. And, what goes around comes around. I just appreciate Nancy allowing me to come and hulk out, as Roger and put in my point of view, 2 cents from a evangelical church perspective, which is trying to add to the bigger picture. I'm not trying to proselytize or anything like that. I'm just trying to round out the bigger picture. So I've talked too much, but thank you.
Oh, thank you. And with that, I mean, it's between Mark and Sonia Galactic. And
Whoa
now,
there, Roger. Guess who came in? We got Jason Quigley, MC Dirty Work.
Did he make it?
Yeah, he made it in.
Okay, good. Now we have Jason here too. But we do have a new guy in the room, so if it's okay with you guys, do you mind if we open it up and let him kind of introduce himself so that we can get to know him too? It's Jahan Satir. What do you guys think?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Let him in.
Go ahead, Jahan. Let us know a little bit about you and everything. Get to know you a little bit better.
Hey, thanks, Roger. So I'm a career musician who turned into a hypnotherapist purely, I guess, by accident. I had a lot of experiences in the music industry from very young. I'm talking 16, 17 years old, with weird investors and contracts and stuff that didn't turn out too right. And I think I turned a blind eye to a lot of the more dark and obviously ritualistic type behaviors that I saw, because I didn't want to believe that the thing that had been my dream since I was a small child was leading me down a dark path. So eventually, about 2010, I got a really big contract to sign, and I'm sitting in my lawyer's office, and he kind of had a really sad look on his face, and he took all the contract stuff and he opened it up in front of me, and he had a big red pen, and he showed me all the different clauses and stuff where I was going to sign away my likeness and basically be a slave to the system for the rest of my life and probably never going to be able to get out of it. And I was just in disbelief. And he more or less said to me, you're a really good person and this kind of life is not for you. I know that you love music, but you're just not that guy. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he just turned around and took out his computer and he showed me a video of something to do with like the dark satanic music industry. And he was like, this is not a joke and this is not a conspiracy theory. And he more or less just said to me, I send people to the slaughter all the time, but I can't do it to you because this is just not what you're meant for. And that moment changed my life because I had to then figure out what my identity was, because it had been tied to music and making people happy through music, which made me happy for a long time. And I had studied psychology at the University of West Indies. That's where I'm from, Barbados. And that just kind of came back to me as something else that I was interested in. So I went that conventional route for a while, and I realized that there was a lot of darkness going on within conventional psychology as well, where it's just all about pills and not about helping anybody. And then I got interested in hypnotherapy, and I just kind of realized that the subconscious mind, because that's all hypnotherapy is, it's nothing nefarious as a lot of people would like to think, or it's not going to let demons in or anything. It's just the study of the subconscious mind and what it is and how to access the deeper parts of a person. And that intrigued me. And so first I put it into practice on myself as I was studying, and it led me down the road of really unlocking a lot more of that conspiracy world, because I realized how much of what we thought was the real world was really just conspiracy facts, as I think it was Raphael that correctly said. And all of those eye-opening moments just made me into who I am now, and I'm just enjoying doing work, making differences where I can. And I also host the Boundless Authenticity podcast, where I have a very skeptical view of a lot of the stuff that's on the internet and spirituality, and we talk about conspiracy theories, and I speak with people who've really lived a lot of those moments and those darker realities, so we can have a realistic perspective on what's actually going on out there. But anyways, thanks again, Roger. I'll keep it short, and that's it.
That was really great. So let me see if I can get Jason, MC Dirty Work, to sound up. Are you in here, MC?
He keeps dropping for some reason. So
okay,
yeah.
Now I would usually say let Mark say something, but I really hate it when he talks, dude. So I mean, he's just like this.
Thanks.
He's like this English guy that's always bragging about how great English is and how great their bread is and stuff. So I'm just gonna ask Sonia if she wants to talk first.
Sure, absolutely. So I'm an artist, basically. I do all kinds of art. Tattoos, kind of my money maker, I guess you could say. And then I do a t-shirt thing on the side, which is meant to help folks like expand their consciousness, because a lot of the concepts I have are, like find truth, things like that, that they're kind of different. And I kind of like that. That's what I felt like I should bring to the world. And so and then I just kind of got involved with doing podcasting a little bit. Hopefully I'll be doing my own show here pretty soon, but I've been on Nancy's show, which is Vixen's Vault, a few times, and with all these guys, really, and super fun. And I'm actually doing a little bit of co-hosting on Fridays with Jaffe Ryder, the pirate podcast show. And so that's really fun. I've been scheduling guests. So I'm kind of becoming, someone had said it was an agent, which I'm like, what? But as far as booking goes, getting people on different shows and things like that, and scheduling and stuff. So that's been really fun. I really like that. And then I've done a little editing with Christian Latoureur, who's one of the Montauk survivors. He's apparently the actual Duncan Cameron, which is absolutely fascinating to me. And so here I am, because I love Roger. Roger invited me, and so did Mark. I love all you guys, of course. But so Roger invited me, and Mark insisted. He's very insistent that I come on. So here I am. So I'm happy to be here and share my perspective with all you guys. Yep. Mr.
Okay.
Edwoody.
Okay, yeah. This leaves the man of the hour, Mr. Mark Edwoody.
Thank you, Roger. What can I say? I joined Cafe near to its end. Oh, the previous show, near to its end. I think it was the beginning of last year, and it was it ended in August, if I remember correctly.
September.
September,
September, because the
okay.
ball launched in September.
Roger actually invited me. Me and Roger have been doing various streams for some time prior to that. Being the only Brit on the show, I tend to approach various issues in a slightly different viewpoint. And I don't know. I tend to be a bit more
critical,
skeptical, let's just say. Arguably a bit more practical, pragmatic. And I know some of my opinions can annoy some people on here quite often, but we do have interesting discussions out of due to them. I don't know what to really say. My background's in my own background is in IT support and network administration, so a lot of technical background. So I tend to view a lot of these issues that are discussed, like I said, in a much more down to earth sort of context.
And just so everybody knows too, I want to set the record straight with me and Mark. Mark is probably the coolest dude I know since I've started doing streaming. Me and him have been through thick and thin, so when I antagonize him, it's only because it's fun to do, and I will take every chance I get to just get a pot shot in on him, okay? Because there's nothing better than hanging out with Mark. And
to be fair to both of us, I think we've been working together for at least twice a week, if not 3 times a week, for the last two and a half years, maybe even 3 now.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I noticed that Jason never came in. Did he ever make it in?
I'm going to get him in when we go to break.
Okay.
And I reset everything again. So maybe it was because the room was too full before.
Okay.
But I will, I will, and I told him, I said, we are going to get him in, for sure. And he is listening on D Live and over on YouTube as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate all the folks out there that are tuned in, whether what platform they're on or where they're at. It doesn't matter. What matters is you're here with us.
Right. And I also would like to say that none of this could be possible without Mark Watoshik, aka Dragus Production. He deserves the greatest respect. And to be honest with you, this is probably one of the biggest privileges I could have ever had, because I've been talking with him about wanting to get this started, and we've been talking about it for a while, and it's because of him starting this show that we're even able to do this. So I wanted to give him a shout out too, which, if you guys don't know, that's the guy who was just talking. So
yeah.
I was able to actually be able to pronounce his last name properly finally, and because of that, I wanted to say that, you know what I mean? Because I really do enjoy spending time with you, Mark, and you've inspired a lot of people, and hopefully you're aware of that, just so you know. So
Yeah, I wasn't going to take and bring the show back. I told Nancy when we did the reboot, in that if this isn't going to work, I'm never going to do this again. That the show had its heyday, and that's it. I'm never going to bring it back again. And Nancy, you remember me saying that?
I do. In fact, it was funny because I know you really well, Mark. I've known you a very long time, and I have worked with you for a very long time.
Yeah,
and I knew you were going to end up rebooting it. I knew it because it's your baby.
Yeah.
That's the thing. When you talk about Cafe Enigma, you get this nostalgia in your voice. And that type of, I guess you could say, energy doesn't die. So Cafe Enigma, just because of you, could never die. I knew you were going to end up rebooting it. I knew that was going to happen because it was something that made you happy. It was something that gave you great pleasure, and you felt very satisfied with it. And that's very important for everybody. So I am delighted you brought it back. I think it's wonderful, and I told you I am over the hills ecstatic that you've got Roger hosting it because I think he's a perfect fit. I think I'm a little bit too dynamic. I'm a little bit, I will deep dive into conspiracies. I will deep dive into anything and just let her rip. And that is not what Cafe Enigma is. So, yeah, I think perfect. Perfect choice, perfect timing, but I always knew you were going to bring it back. You said never, I can't tell you how many times, and you always come back around again. Yeah, I see you. I see you. I know you very well.
Yeah. Well, it was, I had done other shows before that, but this show, the original Cafe Enigma, was the longest running show that I ever done on my own. And it gave me a lot of,
satisfaction,
pride, satisfaction, and love. And, believe me, the love doesn't, it's not just from the satisfaction of getting it up and out, but it's also, the fact that there was always great people on the panel, always. And there was only, out of all those years, only one show that I ever did on my own from it that no one could make it. But Roger, I'm so close, and we're so close to the to the break. I'm going to take us to break.
Sounds good.
We'll be right back in about 10 minutes, folks. So if you're out there in Radio Land listening to us, you'll hear some great break stuff. But we're going on break right now. We'll be right back after this.
Yeah, I'm waiting on you, man. Clock hand stutter, my name's on the line. Dead headphones, cold coffee, oh it's fine. Empty mic beside me, wires tight and thin. Every light's blinking, where have you been? Don't say you were just late again. There's an empty chair and not much to defend. I'm talking to ghosts where your voice should have gone. Static fills the silence and I'm holding on. Live wire, tech show. Wake up, parent. Live wire, tech show. Carry a camera. Live wire, tech show. Live wire, tech show. Where did you go? Live wire, tech show. Too late, too slow. Live wire, tech show. Carry a camera. Live wire, tech show. Live wire, tech show. Live wire, tech show. Joke scripts crumble, the punchlines froze. Remember last night, I'll be there, who knows? Crowds waiting, my pulse is running high. You're always the reason, I'm always the why. Don't blame the traffic or your phone. A Turning static into fire, nothing's left to lose. You bailed, I refuse to sing your blues. Live wire, dead show. Wake up, Barry. Live wire, dead show. I carry. Live wire, dead show. Live wire, dead show. Where did you go? Live wire, dead show. Too late, too slow. Live wire, dead show. I carry. Live wire, dead show. Live wire, dead show. Live wire, dead show. In my hand, I'm done depending. Signals all mine, this is the ending. Radio silence, but I've got something to say. Live wire, dead show. I'll shout it anyway. Wake up, Barry. Live wire, dead show. I carry. Live wire, dead show. Live wire, dead show. Where did you go? Live wire, dead show. Too late, too slow. Live wire, dead show. I carry. Live wire, dead show. Live wire, dead show. Live wire, dead show.
Skylines changing slow, mysterious in the flow. Drones lighting up the night, whispers calling in flight. Shadows dance with stars, New Jersey sees afar. Flying with silent glide, in the night they hide. City watches eyes wide, drones in the dark collide. Hovering with no sound, mysteries hear it bound. Streetlights pulse below, secrets we'll never know. Questions flood the skies, wonder in our eyes. Fly on a silent glide, in the night they hide. City watches eyes wide, drones in the dark collide. Through quantum fields, our spirits thread entangled moments, words unsaid, a force unseen defying the span, linking hearts, our mystic plan. In the echo of your laughter, I find my peace. In the silence of your absence, love won't sear invisible threads through time and space. Eyes linger on a screen, but our hearts entwine. Miles apart, yet our souls combine. Our connection, it's more than just a sign. But even in the silence, I hear your voice. Through static interference, love's our choice. Oh yeah. Even oceans, mountains wide, can't dilute this force we can't deny. Eyes that meet across the miles, hearts entangled like braided smiles. No need for touch, just our minds connecting deeply, hearts defy the limits of this earthly plane. Love's gravity pulling, despite the strain. Across the stars, a cosmic sign. In your eyes, the universe aligns. Even in the dark, I feel your light. Through distant galaxies, love takes flight. When I close my eyes, I still see you here. Through all dimensions, I hold you near. This cosmic dance that we can't explain defies the laws, but breaks no chain. When planets shift and stars collide, in this universe you
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are going into part 2 of the stream tonight. Now, this is going to be the point where we're going to step it up a little bit more. We also have a new guest that came in with us, and that is Jason Quigley. So before we get on to the next part of what I want to be discussing, I want to have him kind of give his background and tell everybody a little bit about himself. But I also want to move on to the next phase of it, where I ask the panel members to kind of go over some past episodes, past experiences that they've had with Cafe Enigma that they really enjoyed in the past. So before we get to that, though, we're going to give MC Dirty Work the floor and let him tell everybody a little bit about himself.
All right. Well, first of all, good evening, everybody. I hope everybody's well.
Hello.
What's to tell, right? I was minding my own business, being a musician, going through life, and I was doing work, putting music work up to YouTube, and I saw something on architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. And quite frankly, I had to see how these folks who seemed so very sane on any other given day could be so insane today, obviously, because I had to be, And long story short, because back then, they didn't have the censorship at YouTube like they have today. And you could really, not only if you knew where to look, but YouTube would actually dump it right in your recommendeds. I mean, you could look up things on Sandy Hook. You looked at one thing and they would dump 10 more things that would be just as useful, if not more, than the last. It was thank you, YouTube, by the way. But right. So long story short, when I was about 37 years old, that's like 9 years ago, I found out that 9/11 was anything other than what I thought it was, and I had to know what else I was lied to about. And it didn't take more than a year for me to find out I was lied to pretty much about most of history, as it was taught, going way, way back. So it got under my skin something fierce. And basically, that was 2017. I kept my research up. In 2020, I started live streaming at DLive. Before then, I was uploading to YouTube. I was a presence there, and just trying to get the information out, especially this time of year. I'll be live streaming from the WTC on 9/11. I'm going to try to get there real early so I can show you guys just how bad it is in terms of them making you show papers that you're related to somebody who died just to get into the fountains on a day when everybody should be able to go and pay their respects. So yeah, this is definitely a busy time of year. And it's, of course, not just 9/11. It's like I said, that was just what set it off. I figured I was 21 years old when 9/11 happened. I figured, all right, we let this happen. Yeah, it was hijackers. Yeah, they hate mom. They hate apple pie. They hate baseball. They have to take most of our freedom. That way they don't have to take it all. And I believed that, but I did not believe that we did it ourselves. I didn't believe it was a quote unquote inside job. And I was wrong. And that just kind of led to where I am today. Just hollering at anybody that'll listen that, we're all slaves and it's not to be had. Yeah, I don't have children, but if I did, my God, I would not want them living in a world where they're slaves and they don't know it. So that's me.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Now, with that being said, this comes to the veterans here of the show. I want to ask if you guys could possibly discuss some more of your experiences when it comes to the show. Now, we could have Mark sit here and rattle off a whole bunch of stuff because I know he's got a lot of experiences. But I want to hear, because I haven't been able to hear much from him lately. It's Dave Capione. Dave, can you tell us a little bit about some of the great experiences that you've had when it comes to being on this show and the things that you remember that you liked about Cafe Enigma, if you could.
Yeah, well, Mark brought me in, and because I asked him, I told him what my background was on flying saucers. I'm a photographer by trade, and 50 years. 50 years plus, whatever. Now I'm doing all wildlife now. Used to do all commercial work, and that's how I got involved with the CIA crap that back in the early 70s. But anyway, there was Mark had a young lady I believe she was from Chicago named Jane Rodriguez, and she was pretty good. She always had her videos on, and she had her show with the Cafe Enigma. And I don't know whatever happened to her, or what maybe she wound up getting a gig and propelled herself in a different opportunity or a higher opportunity. And one of the really super people was I think he was from Milwaukee, Mark Witashek. It was a rabbi, and I don't recall his last name, but he was really good. And I know he got Sid. Yeah.
Rabbi Sid Weingard.
Yeah, he got sick, right? And did he pass on? I don't even know.
No, he's still around, but you don't see him too much doing stuff anymore. And then he moved, and now he has a congregation. I think his congregation is actually up in Chicago area or someplace like that. Jane was actually, I think she was from like the Four Corners area, because
was she?
Yeah, she was originally brought to me.
JC?
And she was a panelist first through JC Johnson. Yeah. The most
Bigfoot researcher.
I would say he was probably one of the greatest cryptozoologists I've ever had on and that I've had folks on like Ken Gerhard, Jack Carey, who's still a host. He has his own show through me now. It's like, and Lyle Blackburn. I mean, I've had lots of great people on. And
you even had Lee Triana Brown, who had Family International, which you produced.
Yeah, Family Spirit International. Yeah. But before that, it was Family Spirit. I produced for her, and then after a while we parted ways. So
well, she went on to bigger and better things, but she had the opportunity here, and that's what Dragus Productions has helped some people. I mean, there are probably people been on and we don't even know about that. They excelled in their craft or whatever, or their knowledge, and they're doing other things. And I mean, you got Jack on here, and he was a Bigfoot researcher with J.C. Johnson, and J.C. used to be on Coast to Coast AM. Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell or George Norrie. I don't even know how
Both
how
of
far
them.
you.
Yeah, both of them.
Both of them. Yeah.
And then Jack done the same thing and then worked with
Yeah.
Diet. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And he was with the Discovery Channel, wasn't he, Jack?
He did some stuff with Learning
For
Channel
a little
and
bit.
Gaia TV.
Oh,
I
okay.
Yeah, he
believe.
did. He had his own show on Gaia. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was Discovery, but doesn't matter. But I know Lee went on to, I think she did Discovery Channel for, was it ghost hunting or something? That Roger, I don't know if you know this, but there was a lot of shows on ghost hunting, and I'm sure Nancy led a lot of people, and I don't know where they went to, but that was always a good thing, and they were always talking about the different places that they were going to go and with the equipment and record the ghost and whatever they do. I've never been on anything like that myself.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I'm afraid. I just never had the opportunity. I'm too busy. I can only do so much. I can only wear so many hats. And I'm trying to think of some of the other people that Mark has had on Drager's production, through Cafe Enigma, including Nancy. Well, Nancy popped in and out, and then there was Big D up in where the heck was he? Up in Georgia, Franklin, Georgia. Yeah, Big D, and he was the new Cafe Enigma. And I think that's what started a few years ago, and I was on on Big D's show for a while, and now we got Roger, and now he's got his own show, and Nancy's back on with her own show, and who knows where all this is going to go. I mean, it just keeps accelerating with the different panelists, and then they got their own show, and I think that's a tribute to Mark Witashik, because he's such he knows what he's doing, and sometimes when on Facebook I get these private messages and it lists all the platforms that he's on, and I'm going, where are these coming from? I didn't even know it, but he knows it all, and or knows a lot of it, and as Mark had said earlier, he was getting tired of hosting the show by himself, and he needed hosts. So here you are, Roger. Now you're in the new seat, and I'm sure it's going to be a great show. Yep, I am.
I'm gonna do my best, but I don't know if I can. I will do my best though to do that. But before I start hosting and stuff, I want to pass the buck on to Nancy, because Nancy is an old dog when it comes to this, and I got to listen to some of your older archive stuff, dude, and I loved it. She was like this young, excited female getting out there, freaking gonna spread the message and stuff, and I'm like, wow, dude. And she's all excited and everything. So I wanna hear it from her mouth what it was like back when she first started getting involved in all this stuff.
Well, okay, so my experience evolved through my relationships back in the mid to late 90s. I was friends with Jason Hawes from Ghost Hunters. We had connections basically through the paranormal community. And Jason, I knew at that time, was actually one of the producers. He and Grant were actually producers of the show Fear on MTV, which a lot of people don't know. That is in their previous history. And Fear was one of my favorite shows because it put people in god-awful situations that scared the absolute piss out of them, which I thought was funny because to me, if you don't take the time to understand the phenomena, you just let things startle you, you're really not going to have a very productive life as you get older. You don't just, to me, it was always a mystery to solve. Like, to me, the paranormal is a riddle. And it's a riddle of nature and a riddle of the universe, and one that I am hell-bent on trying to solve. that has been pretty much my life quest. Well, when Jay and Grant got approached by Pilgrim Films, which is the NBC network, to do the show Ghost Hunters, they had asked me if I would come on board and build their forums for the show, and then also their IRC-based chat, which I did. Now, you have to imagine forums, that's one thing. Building and running an IRC chat is a totally different ballgame, totally different animal. And I had no idea what the heck I was doing when I first got on. I mean, I was like, holy thumbs, Batman. So I became very familiar very quickly with people I could tell had experience, and they actually taught me how to code the chats in the IRC, which is basic HTML coding. I learned the laws. I learned, like, legally, I had any given day in the Ghost Hunters chat, you could have anywhere from 3,000 to 40,000 people. It just depended on what was going on. If it was a show night, you could guarantee at least 30 to 40,000 people were going to come through that chat. I had 50 volunteer moderators on that chat that never got paid a dime and devoted literally 24 hours a day to monitoring that chat. That chat was open for almost 9 years. I actually moved away from the show Ghost Hunters because, to me, it became too Hollywood. It was less about science, less about understanding, and more about I guess you could say, the gotcha moments in the film industry. And I really did not like that because, to me, understanding the phenomena environmentally that goes on around you is a huge part of the equation. But in the interim, I was asked to come. TAPS started a radio network. It was called TFR, TAPS Family Radio. And I was asked to come on initially as a program director because, for some reason, everybody liked me. Like, I had contacts everywhere within, I don't know, 6 months of owning that chat. I was familiar with Johnny Zaffis, everybody on the show. I mean, some really big names in the entertainment industry, including, oh, good Lord, I can't believe I just mind blanked on his name. One of the oldest people in the paranormal, we used to call him the grandpappy of the paranormal, passed on. He's got a daughter, Catherine, who's currently involved. Not Don Ecker. I can hear Raphael yelling in the other room. Don came a little bit later. But, I mean, literally, I was very, very gifted with, I guess you could say, the ability to make people feel comfortable. And so we had one night on TFR where one of the hosts couldn't make it, and I got asked to fill in. And I apparently did a great job because I became permanent. When I decided to walk away from Ghost Hunters, I decided I was going to do my own show. And I named it The Vixen's Vault because my nickname online since 1997 has been Wiccan Vixen. So The Vixen's Vault started. Now, I began on a network called Sepia. And Sepia was owned by mutual friends of Mark and I. I think they were out of the Carolinas, if I remember right. But pretty broad network, very large at that time, very large in the paranormal community. Both Mark and I were with Sepia. And I'm not sure what happened, but we separated from Sepia. If I remember correctly, it had something to do with a guest, but we separated and Mark started Dragus.
No, actually, when I left Sepia, well, I was asked to leave.
Yeah, I'm not going to go there, Mark.
Hey, wonder why.
You need to know information you didn't need to get into.
But I had been on actually to start the background of that before where Nancy began with it is Eric and I used to host shows on a station that was a CBS affiliate called The Para X.
Yep.
And he and I became good friends. And we had another friend there too that had a station after Para X went under different management and dropped a bunch of shows, ours included. And when we did that, I went to TMV Cafe
Yep.
And I was with Be More Radio. And then, and I was with Be More Radio for about 4 or 5 years before Ray Meserol passed away. And Ray was my my guiding light with radio. And one day, if we'll get to it when we have a lot more time than this, because we're coming up on break, I'll do an interview about me and Ray. Because it could take about a good show to do. How I learned radio from Ray Meserol.
So hold on to that for a second, okay, Mark, and we'll go ahead and take a break and come back. And I'm really happy with tonight because I didn't have to say very much at all. I could just sit back, and I'm taking credit for this. Isn't this awesome?
You'll find that when you do this show, the less the host or moderator talks, the more rewarding it is.
And that's something, too. When we come back, I do want to talk about the future format of the show, and I want a take from you guys on how you think it would be a good idea to do the shows in the future, because I do want feedback from everybody who's been a part of this from the beginning. So with that, I'm going to shut up now, and I'm going to let Mark take us out to break.
Lights and skies, they glide at night. No explaining, hearts are racing. Chasing shadows, thrills in flight. Hovering, unseen trace. Fueled by mystery, unprovoked proof. Mavericks, electricity, we're feeling the roof. You better look up with wide-eyed sight. They're passing above like stars so bright. Ooh, drones across the skies. Whoa, drones across the skies. Silent sharks pierce the cloudy night. Hover calmly, freedom lies. Wings of the unknown defy our sight. Travelers of darkened land. Curious wanderers changing the red sky. Secrets now within our hand. You better look up with wide-eyed sight. They're passing above like stars so bright. Ooh, drones across the skies. Whoa, drones across the skies, moving in formation above the light. New Jersey skies, a thrilling flight. You better look up with wide-eyed sight. They're passing above like stars so bright. Ooh, drones across the skies. Whoa, drones across the skies. Whoa.
My tech lizard's feeling low. Circuits fried, can't glow. Silicon scales won't shine. Once a star, now it's mine. Reptile dysfunction, gears and bites malfunction, reptile dysfunction. heart of a bot in detention. Microchips gone haywire, no more robot fire. Pixelated dreams have died, holograms cannot hide. Wigging in the night, try to make it right. Wires crossed in flight, dawn brings no light.
Lights in skies that glide at night, no explaining, hearts are racing, chasing shadows, thrills in flight, hovering, unseen trace, fueled by mystery, unprovoked proof, mavericks, electricity, we're feeling the roof. You better look up with wide-eyed sight, they're passing above like stars so bright. Ooh, drones across the skies. Whoa, drones across the skies.
All right, and thank you, Mark, for letting us come back in here and get the show back on the road. Now, one thing I want to do that I actually forgot to do, and actually I'm glad that Mark and Nancy kind of got into it. I wanted to actually mention J.C. Johnson too, and and say, you know, that whenever he passed away, I think one of the most amazing radio shows that I seen or heard that Dragus Productions did was their dedication to him whenever he passed away. I was able to listen to it a few nights ago, and it was probably one of the most emotional radio shows or any kind of stream period that I've ever heard, to be honest. I've heard a lot of people say a lot of great things about him, and because of what I heard there and what I've heard everybody talk about, I think that it's only proper for our beginning of this new area with Cafe Enigma that we give recognition to J.C. Johnson. And if any of you guys who knew him wish to say something that you would like to say about J.C., I'd really love to hear it, and I'm pretty sure it'd be a good thing to have on the episode too. So
Well, I mean, I knew JC and so did Mark. I don't know about anybody else on the panel because he kind of preceded Dave might, because he kind of preceded a lot of the people here, and he was one of us. He was like an OG, an OD, you know, one of the oldest in the paranormal. He was OG to us. So in other words, we're OG now. He was our OG. He was probably he was a pioneer. And that's the best way to describe JC. And he was kind of fearless. Like, he went after things that, you know, when it came to being I guess you could say, somebody who delved into the paranormal for many, many, many years, what y'all don't understand is that it was not something that was looked at nicely by society at all. Didn't matter how scientific you were about it. Didn't matter how you wanted. You got hated from all angles, whether it be the religious angles because you're flirting with Satan, whether it be the scientific community because it's unproven, or I mean, literally, you just got hit from every direction. JC could weather that like a surfer in a tube, like perfect, just angled it every time perfectly. Information was always spot on. He was funny, enigmatic in a lot of ways. I had a lot of respect for him. And I know Mark had a tremendous amount of respect for him. So it was a real hit when we lost him. And I think it kind of brought all of our mortalities front and center. And that's kind of what happens when you lose somebody you know pretty well. it's kind of like when the Constantines died. That hit home. I knew them. Wasn't surprised by the circumstances, but I knew them, and it hit home because these are people we worked with, we knew, respected usually to some degree. So that was my take. I mean, JC, you could bring JC on a program and he just let him go, let him off his leash. I mean, he was like Don Ecker. Don Ecker is the same way. Bring Don Ecker on a show, let him off his leash. They'll take you talk about a host not having to talk. They would keep you wrapped in whatever research they were into at that moment, just without, and it seemed like 2 hours would just blow by in 2 seconds. It's just amazing experiences. You learned a tremendous amount. And you learned to, I think JC kind of also taught us in many ways how to deal with the pressures of being in a field that in many respects is still to this day unproven. Even the conspiracies. Why is it called a conspiracy theory? Because it's theoretical. You don't really have anything solid until you do. Even the paranormal is now we're starting to see a lot of things that people experience be justified within quantum physics. But even quantum physics is theoretical. So it's kind of a circle jerk. You just keep kind of going around and around and around. JC gave a little bit of legitimacy in a time where that was really hard to do. So I full respect for the man. I still miss him. I know Mark misses him because we talk about him every once in a while. It's always with sadness. It's sad. Then that's sad in itself because I don't think he'd want that. But yeah, he was a great man. He was a great man.
And another one with a similar background, and I'll miss her too, was Linda Godfrey. Linda did lots of shows with us as well, and me. And JC passed before her, but she was like a queen of cryptozoology for years. She wrote The Beast of Bray Road. Did so many books on Bigfoot, Dogman, and had so much research. It was great having her in as the lead when I did like Queens of the of Cryptozoology. Had her lead, and Mary Sutherland was there, and we had Jane at the time too, and I can't. But we had Missy Hill was even part of that.
Yep.
And I'll have to look up Missy Hill. Huh?
Do you remember when we had Sin on?
Yeah, on your show. I don't think I could never get her in on mine.
I thought she did do an Enigma though, because
she might have. If she did, oh yeah, yes, she did. I think it was when we were talking about or doing like the Halloween special or something like that, or we were talking about cults and, and things like that.
Yeah,
cults. Yeah, because I think it was what was it? The George. What was it? The guy that killed everybody. He was a preacher down in South America.
Oh yeah.
Jim Jones.
Jim Jones. Yeah, we did a show on Jim Jones, and I think she was one. And the scary part about having Sin Jones on is she sounds so much like Nancy. It's hard to tell. Yeah, it's hard to tell them apart unless you see them light up on Skype, or at the time it was Skype, or now it's Teams. So,
well, it was funny too because Sin and I had a lot of, to give you all some perspective. Sin Jones is a Satanist, and I always warn people because again, I'm in the occult communities. I may not be a Wiccan as you think of it, but I am a pagan. I am what they would call a witch, and I am in those communities. Very deeply in those communities. And I mean, I knew what Sin was. And one of the things I kept saying, like my prelude when I brought her on the first time to Mark was, you got to be really careful with Satanists, especially true Satanists, because I have yet to meet a stupid one. I mean, and we're talking intelligence to a level it's hard to grasp sometimes.
She was, and not only that, she wore lots of hats as well.
Yes.
Because she was the high priestess, and I mean, she probably still is, of Cthulhu here in the States, the high priestess. And that is the highest you can go in that. So, like, because the male is the lower part of
Well,
that.
I think the stories of Cthulhu also kind of, that gives you an introspect to the thought process that a lot of the myths, a lot of the, like, that was, I think, Lovelace. That was, I mean, a lot of what's written.
Lovecraft.
And Lovecraft, there we go. Lovelace. Hello. A lot of what was written, we read it as mythology. And you don't know if it was based off truth. There were so many very strange things that surrounded that entire story. If you actually read into it and research it, just there. I mean,
that was the
who
show. That was
Yeah.
actually the show that she was on then.
It was a
I'll
great
have
show.
to look it back up. Yeah,
And I
maybe
mean,
she was on both of them, but I'm pretty sure that she was on the Lovecraft because I did a show about Lovecraft, and I did a show about Edgar Allan Poe, and Mary Shelley, I think, too, a while back. Yeah, I mean, 10 years, you cover
Jules
a
Verne.
lot of
We did
different
one on Jules
topics.
Verne. Yep. I mean, and the thing is again, what you have to understand with like sin is sin will take the counter side of whatever you're talking about just to be a nudge, and she can like defend it brilliantly. Just to be a pain in the ass. Oh yeah. But I mean, she was one of the. In fact, she is the absolute only guest I've ever had on one of my show who vehemently defended Adolf Hitler. Do you remember that, Mark? I was just like, where do I go with this?
And minor attracted persons.
And minor attracted persons.
Yeah, well, I was the whole time I was looking for the kill switch, but I'm like, man, this is good. I'm looking for the kill switch. This is good because
she had logical arguments. That's
the
what made it
logical
great.
arguments.
Like,
the way she presented her arguments was really sound. All right.
Yes.
And scary, but sound. All right. So, and
I hate admitting it now.
But
looking back,
at the same point, she could have said, by the way, that's wrong. And we're going to go and we're going to talk about Genghis Khan instead. And she would have been right in on with that. But when she did topics, and we had folks who could do so many different kind of topics and flip like that, and because they knew the information in and out, and there were, and it was great for the folks who didn't know or even had a little bit of knowledge about it, because it's insightful. And
I think
the whole premise of the show is educational.
Yep. Well, the thing is I think back now to some of the marks she hit on that particular discussion, and she was saying, this was us, this was the United States, we blame him, but he was one of ours, and as per, he ended up in Argentina because we hit him, and I remember arguing it with her, and now come to find out, oh yeah, wait, she was probably right. Whoops. But I think our falling out came at the very end of that show when the topic became abortion, and she's like pro-abortion all the way up to almost 3 years of age, which is not even abortion anymore. It's not even abortion at that point.
The flare-up point was the minor attracted persons argument. She apparently did counseling for them, or
that's
group
right,
therapy with them.
Yeah. She sounded like the TED Talk on that. I remember that.
Yeah, there was just no way to get me on board with that one.
Yeah,
right.
But my kill switch was obviously, I was like, listen, I'm not here to tell any woman to do what anything with their body, but on a personal level, I can't condone it. I will not condone it. Well, you're a pagan. That was the argument. You're a pagan. Yeah, that means I respect all life, even if it's just a flash in a mother's womb. I respect it, and I think it should be nurtured. I don't think we have the right to terminate. It's not our call. If nature thinks it's not going to make it, nature will terminate. So that was where she and I really bonked heads. And that was like the last time I had her on the air because she wouldn't back down. I wouldn't back down. I still respect, like I said, I respect her for her opinion, but I wasn't going to agree with it. So that was the Sin Jones interview. That was probably one of the most memorable, even though she was unknown, which was crazy because we had so many really, really famous people on the show. And Sin literally was like one of the most relatively unknown people, but incredibly good at interviews.
But think about it, though. Sin brought me people like Corvus.
Yep.
Corvus Nocturne.
Wow.
Okay. And he's a practicing vampire. All right. And he's produced movies and written scripts and things like that. Corvus is well known. He doesn't go. He probably still goes as that, but he usually uses his real name for like stuff like other places that you can't use an
He was
alias.
at full disclosure. He was literally at full disclosure. He was at full disclosure. He was at Brian's event. Yeah,
he's a great guy, and I really like him, And you need to, and when you start talking about vampires and like the moon and that, get Corvus or have me reach out or Nancy reach out to Corvus. Great guy, and he's so insightful about a lot of that because that's part of him. All right.
Yep. Like I said, they may have strange alter opinions, but the shows that Mark puts out there allows for us to explore that. And usually without judgment. Like I said, I had my one line with Sin, but normally I don't judge. Your opinion's your opinion. I'm not here to change it. I want to hear it.
Yeah.
And you may actually change my opinion if you're logical enough. Just depends.
But problem is with someone like her, she tries to push her opinion on you too at times. But you have to be careful with folks like that, even if they are intelligent, have all the knowledge, a lot of the knowledge and the know-how as well as being practicing or doing it. You still have to watch where you step.
I mean, we had Peter Robbins, and we talked about Rendlesham Forest and the event that happened out there, Bentwaters. That's over by you, Mark Edworthy. And that was that event.
And I actually got Peter out of his comfort zone on one Cafe Enigma, and David was in there too. And I had him talking about paintings. I'm not sure which painter it was, but he really didn't want to talk about it. And I'm like, look, I said, everybody knows you for the UFO stuff, but you are so much more than that. And I talked him into it. He did it. He did it, and he said, "Don't ever have me do that again." And I said, "I won't." But thank you. I really appreciate you doing, the show on it because I didn't know anybody else who had a background in it, in art, that could do that and give me that information.
You know who does? Actually, you have a host that has a background in art. That's Jack.
Now I do, but then I didn't.
Which
Jack was kind of in the background yet, and he did at that time he was doing more field work than he's doing right now. And now he's into homesteading and his art, and he's still doing his paranormal and his investigations, but he's taking it as a lead director type investigator instead of like the field man.
It's funny because
since we're coming up at the end of the thing, that is something that I do want to kind of discuss with you guys because moving forward, especially now since we've got everybody here, you know what I mean? Nancy has had extensive experience at this show, not only from the original one but the reboot. And Jaffe, Dave and Vicky, all of us, we've been involved in it in some way. And what I want to actually do before we end this episode is kind of get your guys' take on where you feel that this would be a great way to go, because like we're going to go according to the original format where we do the clip beforehand, we introduce everybody, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to open it up to the panel and let the panel just take control. And if it gets out of hand, I can moderate, or if we run out of people who are talking, I can have talking points to kind of get the conversation going. But other than that, I wanna know what your guys' take on it. Where do you think from this point on it should go besides that? You know what I mean?
Well, I think, if you're going to do, say, an episode of the Enigma and you're including like, okay, the anomalies Dave and I were talking about on break, do something along those lines. Look around. You can ask me. I can do it because I have contacts. You could ask any one of us who have contacts. Look around. Find yourself an astronaut. Find yourself somebody who has got experience in that area that is willing to talk and willing to go outside the box a little bit, because that's where it's a little bit of a twist. A lot of them are under NDAs. A lot of them are under a lot of very strict paperwork that won't allow them to speak. But you're going to find a diamond in the rough. It happens. Like I have Wilbur Allen. Wilbur Allen, God love the man. I mean, he did some insane interviews with me. He was actually an engineer on Air Force One for 2 different presidents. He was a military brat. He was CIA at one point. He has a doctorate in Hubble technology. Guy is just as experienced as it comes. He's filmed things, what he believes is Solar Warden out in Sedona. I mean, it had Raphael freaking enraptured because of the evidence he's compiled. People like that, those are the people you want to get on to your panel. I mean, people like me, yeah, we're great, but I'm an OG, like I said, I'm an old dog. I don't have the level of experience Wilbur would have when it comes to astrophysics. That's his specialty, and he's willing to talk. He will go outside that box. He will go down that rabbit hole with you. That is what you want. Somebody's going to take your hand like Alice with the rabbit, and down the rabbit hole you go. Because that's what keeps listeners on. That's what keeps them coming back.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be my advice. Try to angle your topics and then find just one person that's different on the panel that follows that topic line.
Oh, I got that. I've got Vicky. I'm going to start talking about Satan and doing satanic rituals and just get her all riled up.
I think
Ready to Hulk out. don't you?
I think a good thing that worked for me and will work again is you need to come up with a theme, a monthly theme that'll go anywhere between 4 and 6 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And stick to that. They can go in an order or not. You pick them and you send me the clips and that, and we can do them that way. And then going back to we do have Jack, and Jack already expressed to me, let's do at least a quarterly.
Mm-hmm.
I know doing more than a quarterly for cryptozoology, you're going to get bogged down, and a lot of you'll lose a lot of information. Mm-hmm. But if you do quarterly ones, you can theme each one as like aquatic, aerial,
sounds good,
Terran base, and things like that, which will make this a big success.
Okay, so we have come to 2 minutes before the end of the show, and before we end the show, I would like to go around and have everybody give their socials so that the viewers know where they can reach you. Since we've had Sonia sitting in the back being quiet, how about you go first, Sonia Galactic, and we'll go around the room and get everybody to give their socials. What do you think?
Sure. Sounds cool. You can find me at galacticfire.com. There's a contact page on there. Or, I'm on Facebook nowadays, although it's not Sonia Galactic on there, but that's okay. In any case, so there's that, for my contact. Thanks, Raj.
No problem. How about you, Miss Vicky Voss?
You can find me on Telegram for such a time as this. That's my channel. And on X at Booklander62.
And what about you, David Capione?
Yeah, you can find me on Facebook under David Champ and look at some of my wonderful nature photos and even Goliath. I have Goliath on there. He's a big alligator, 14 feet, 800 pounds, more than 800 pounds. But nobody's measured him and nobody's lifted him. And also under David Campione on Amazon.com, you can find my UFO spacecraft identification manual, and in there is one of the pages on how to contact a spacecraft.
And
next,
how about you, Mark Edworthy?
I'm mainly on Minds.com under the username Medworthy.
Okay. And Nancy Planeta, can you give us your socials so where people know how to get in touch?
I was going to say, every time you say, give me your social, my hacker mind goes, no. Seriously. But you guys can find me on Telegram as Wiccan Vixen. On X, you can find me as Rider on the Storm. And on Facebook, you can find me as Nancy Planeta or Wiccan Vixen. Either one will pull up my account. I'm also on TikTok now as Wiccan Vixen, but I don't have an active account. I'm there just to peruse.
Okay.
Jason Quigley.
There you go, Jason.
Yes. You can find me, MC Dirty Work, D Live, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday mornings, 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. Eastern Standard. And this Thursday from New York City, I'll be streaming on and off D Live all day, all morning, and all afternoon long. YouTube as well under Truth VJ MC Dirty Work. That's at YouTube. And that's this 9/11, this Thursday, on and off all day.
All right. And how about you, Rafael Martinez?
You can find me on Twitter at X_ICE_1811.
Excellent. And with all of that being said, I'd like to ask that if you like the show, please like, subscribe, share, make comments down in the comment section, guys. It's the most important thing you can do for this show. If you can't help with financial support, it doesn't matter, because you can support us with a comment in the comment section, have a conversation with us, and let us get to know you. With that, I think we have covered pretty much enough, haven't we? We are good to go, according to my producer, and it feels so good saying that, dude. Like I was able to say that today in a chat, and I was like, dude, I've got a producer. That is so freaking cool.
Take us out, Roger.
So with that, we are going to bring the show to a close. Thank you guys for showing up and being a part of the panel. Thanks to the viewers for watching. And I do want to let everybody know that next week's episode is going to have a topic, and that topic is going to be the Siberian Fireball. So if you want to come back, you are very welcome to do it. I'd love to have Nancy and Nancy.
Glad to do that. I was going to say glad to do. That's Tunduska. That is a cool thing.
Yeah.
Yep. So
let's go, Roger.
That's what we got, and we will talk to you later, guys. Have a good night, and we're done.
Voices on the airwaves, secrets to unfold. Listeners all gather, mysteries untold.
In the great black vault of heaven, where stars blink like the eyes of dying gods, a whisper echoed through dimensions too narrow for human comprehension. It did not begin with words, but with intention, a calling that vibrated in the old bones of the earth, summoning those with the minds to hear and the madness to understand. This whisper stirred in a place no cartographer dared chart, in a forgotten expanse once ruled by cloaked judges and spectral sovereigns. It was there, among the ruins of crushed empires and melted clocks, that the architect awoke. The architect was not a man, though he had once worn that shape. In a time before time, he had devised the first schedules, not merely of hours or seasons, but of eons. He charted the revolutions of galaxies, etched the rhythm of law and chaos upon stone, and built the court beyond the sky. Draped in robes, stitched from gravity and breath, he wrote the laws of the great year. The great year was not a measurement of time. It was the breath of eternity itself, a slow exhalation that birthed civilizations in their silent extinction. Those who could read its glyphs knew that every age of man, every birth of philosophy, every fall of empire followed a deeper rotation, an invisible celestial wheel grinding beneath the visible universe. It was said that every time the great year turned, a tribunal convened in the folds of a higher reality to weigh the worth of existence. From this trial came the laws, from the laws came the constitutions, and from the constitutions came the illusions that mortals called nations, peoples, and parliaments. The Tories, the Whigs, the syndicalists, all mere actors on a stage long constructed by those who understood the deeper script. In London, beneath the Thames, there existed a Rome that was never built. It was remembered only in the minds of madmen and hidden in the folds of architectural plans dismissed by the crown. This room, circular and deep, had no doors and no windows, yet it breathed. Into this breathing chamber descended Clara Morrell, a historian of outlawed political philosophies and daughter of a judge who had vanished after attempting to classify the oldest laws of Albion. Clara had traced him through speeches, through footnotes in books banned before she was born, and through whispers left on statues no one could remember erecting. She found herself driven by a compulsion not her own, as though her thoughts were scripted by an older mind buried beneath Westminster. She did not enter the chamber through any known path. One moment she stood before a sealed underground wall. The next she stepped through it, as though it were water. Inside, the air was thick with incense that smelled of blood and ink. At the center stood a monolith etched with writing so old it refused to be seen directly. She felt it in her bones, in the curl of her spine, in the grinding of her molars. It was the constitutional axis, the physical record of the laws of the great year. The axis told her many things. It revealed that what men called realism and romanticism were not ideologies but forces, eternally at war beneath the skin of the world. Realism was the stone in the sill, and the bureaucracy of stars, the cruel logic of sequence. Romanticism was the fire and the scream, the unruly song of forests, the revolt of blood against order. Each age of the world swung like a pendulum between these poles, and each swing brought war, famine, revolution, and renewal. It told her of the ancient Tories, not as mere partisans, but as the priests of continuity. They safeguarded the rights of hierarchy and the rituals of rule, anchoring the minds of men to thrones carved from myth. The Whigs, their rivals, had once been rebels, dreamers who bargained with the stars for the right to change, but both had long forgotten their origins and now danced like marionettes in a theater of fading relevance. Clara saw a courtroom suspended in space, built of frozen time and the dust of dead civilizations. A trial was underway. The defendants were not individuals, but epochs. The age of faith, the age of industry, the age of reason. The judge wore no face, only a crown of orbiting worlds, and its gavel was a collapsing sun. She saw the Constitution of the United Kingdom not as paper and parchment, but as a living thing. It had veins, hearts, and claws. It fed on tradition and whispered to those in power, seducing them with the promise of continuity while hiding the practice or the price, a slow petrification of the soul. From this vision, Clara did not return whole. She emerged with new laws inked behind her eyes, and her speech became laced with ancient parliamentary phrases that bent the will of those who heard them. Governments began to fracture, old parties dissolved overnight, new factions arose bearing names that had not been uttered since the time before Magna Carta. The architect stirred again. He saw in Clara the renewal of the cycle, the arrival of the penultimate verdict. The great year had reached its apex. Soon the axis would turn. The tribunal would reconvene, and all things that had known order would be asked to justify their continued existence. As cities slipped, the black column rose again in the hollow seat. Its surface bled syllables. Across oceans, dreamers and madmen began to speak in the same tongue. In the shadowed basement of universities, new doctrines were taught, not in lectures, but in trance. The world began to remember what it had agreed to forget. And so the clock turned, the stars aligned, the courtroom doors opened, and the law
older than gods, began to speak again.